Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1501 through 1520 of the previous episode. As Qin Mu and consort Chang Tian traverse the chaotic rivers of the previous universes, they struggle against the relentless erosion of the destruction tribulation, which rapidly ages those who enter. While the 10 heavenly venerables, led by Heavenly Venerate Hao, continue their pursuit to seize the secrets of the Jade capital city, their own physical bodies and powers begin to fail due to the aging effects of the chaos. Qin Mu, maintaining his youth through his world tree and the not-easy divine art, navigates the treacherous waters. He strategically maneuvers the heavenly venerables against each other, using the chaotic environment to survive. Despite the mutual hatred and distrust between Qin Mu and consort Chang Tian, they are forced into an uneasy alliance, as both rely on each other's unique strengths to navigate the chaos and reach the heart of the Miluo Palace to confront its master. If possible, you can support me via PayPal, or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Hurting Gods audio series. Heavenly Master Hao had also become very old. He could barely stand, but he was still energetic and had more teeth in his mouth than the other Heavenly Masters. Heavenly Master Su had also become an old woman. The 2 horns on his head seemed to have dried up, and there was not much fire power flowing in the horns. As for Heavenly Venerate Fire, because he had a mask covering his face, it was impossible to tell how old he was. However, from the skin that was revealed on his palms and neck, he was also old and frail. Heaven Consort Chang, you are already at the end of the road. Heavenly Venerate Fire's voice carried a vicissitudes of life, however, it still gave off a righteous and awe-inspiring feeling. You won't have a good ending if you follow Qin Mu. You have been on the same ship for so long, and Qin Mu has managed to preserve his youth. However, has he helped you resist the invasion of the aura of destruction? No. Heavenly Venerate Su continued. He is waiting for you to weaken and take your life. However, we are different. We only want you to lead the way and will not take your life. On the contrary, do you think Heavenly Venerate Mu will let you live? Tianqi's gaze landed on Heavenly Venerate Hao. Heavenly Venerate Hao was old and aged, but his voice was loud and clear. His complexion was better than the others, and it was clear that his cultivation was the highest among everyone. Concubine Chang Tian, we are 10 Heavenly Venerates. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven smiled faintly. 10 Heavenly Venerates share the same interests and share the same qi. Over 1,000,000 years, geniuses have appeared one after another like countless stars in the sky, but only the 10 of us share the same interests and formed an alliance to support each other until now. You should be able to make a decision. Concubine Chang Tian hesitated. At the bow of the ship, Qin Mu said leisurely, Supreme Emperor, don't forget your identity. Now that the 10 Heavenly Venerables have already split into 2 camps, which of them do you think will be able to accommodate you? As an existence that had ruled for billions of years in the immemorial era and suppressed everything, Supreme Emperor, could it be that you are willing to be a fighter under Heavenly Venerate Clear or Absolute Beginning? Concubine Gao Tian's wrinkled face was gloomy and uncertain. Qin Mu continued. Besides, Heavenly Venerate Clear and the rest can't even protect themselves. They are already so old that their great Tao has collapsed and their Tao patterns have disintegrated. They are just a group of pitiful old men and women. How can such old fellows be my match? His gaze passed through Concubine Gao Tian and landed on Heavenly Venerate Gong, Ancestral God King, and Heavenly Venerate Su. He said indifferently. You are relying on Heavenly Master Hao because he has Empress Tai Su's support. You are just using each other. But now, even Empress Tai Su is old. She can't even protect herself, let alone protect you. If I were you, he chuckled and said leisurely, if you take action immediately and get rid of Heavenly Master Hao, Fire Heavenly Master and Tai Su, I can restore your youth and vitality. On the Tao tree, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven felt a chill in his heart. Heavenly Venerate Fire quietly took 2 steps back to put some distance between him and the Ancestral God King, Heavenly Venerate Gong, and the rest. Qin Mu continued, there's no way out for all of you now. If you go back, if you can't reach the end, you will die of old age on the river of chaos. Right now, all of you only have one path, and that is to submit to me. Only by submitting to me can your lives be saved, and there is only one condition for you to submit to me. His gaze swept past the faces of Heavenly Venerate Fire and Heavenly Venerate Vast. The Ancestor God King frowned slightly as he looked at Heavenly Venerate Palace and Heavenly Venerate Void. They were indeed tempted. Suddenly, Taisu's voice sounded. He smiled and said, "Everyone says that I can manipulate people's hearts. It seems that Heavenly Venerate Mu is also an expert in manipulating people's hearts. Heavenly Venerate Mu, let me dispel your thoughts. They can no longer betray Heavenly Venerate Vast. Whether it's Heavenly Venerate Fire, Heavenly Venerate Palace, or the Ancestor God King, they all once had a request from me. I was the one who healed their injuries. If they betray me, as long as I have a thought, their injuries will erupt and they will die an unnatural death." Her words were clearly meant for Qin Mu to hear, but she was actually saying it for the other Heavenly Venerates to hear so that they wouldn't dare to make any strange moves. Qin Mu laughed loudly. "If Consort Gao Tian falls into your hands, won't she have the same ending? Heavenly Venerate Mu is right." Heavenly Venerate Zhao's voice sounded out, and it was loud and clear. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a few old men and old women coming together from a dried-up Dao tree. Heavenly Consort Yen was a short and old woman who was fighting with her legs supporting the Dao tree. Shi Qilua was a bald old man with a face full of white whiskers. His eyes were deeply sunken, and he was holding a tattered 100 treasure chest in his hand. Divine Emperor Langxian and Heavenly Venerate Shao had both become old. Even though Heavenly Venerate Shao was old, he had the extraordinary bearing of a heavenly emperor. On the other hand, Divine Emperor Langxian had inherited the looks of Heavenly Venerate Absolute Beginning and Heavenly Venerate Gong. Even though he was old, he was still mighty and extraordinary. The two ancient gods of Taiji were also much older. Their snake tails coiled around the tree to prevent themselves from falling down. Many scales on the skin of the two ancient gods had already aged and peeled off. The scales were mottled and were no longer as sacred and dignified as before. Qin Mu revealed a smile and his gaze swept across the faces of these heavenly venerates and saints. He suddenly burst into laughter and pointed at them, laughing so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. Everyone's expression sank and they looked at him coldly. After a long while, Heavenly Venerate Shao waited for him to stop laughing before asking, "What's Heavenly Venerate Mu laughing at?" "I'm laughing at 10 Heavenly Venerates." Qin Mu straightened his back and wiped away the tears from his laughter. He took a few deep breaths and said with a smile, "I'm laughing at the fact that all of you are from the same family. Heavenly Venerate Shao is the Heavenly Emperor of Absolute Beginning. His illegitimate child has gathered here, as well as his 2 wives." The white-haired Shi Qilua rolled his eyes at him and said angrily, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, don't spout nonsense. That's my brother-in-law. He's not my brother-in-law's second wife. He's my brother-in-law's little sister-in-law. Brother-in-law likes his little sister-in-law." Concubine Yen snorted and remained silent. Qin Mu held onto the bow of the ship. He smiled and said, "This ancient god of Taiji is also an egg-born ancient god like Absolute Beginning, so they can be considered brother and sister." On this side, Heavenly Venerate Clear was also the illegitimate son of Heavenly Emperor of Absolute Beginning. He established his own sect and gathered 4 Heavenly Venerates. Among the 4 Heavenly Venerates, there's also Heavenly Venerate Gong, who is Absolute Beginning's lover, and also the mother of Divine Emperor Langxian. He laughed again until he fell. He could not stand properly. Taisu is also Taichu's sister. Other than the Father-Slayer male ancestor Divine King, Celestial Master Cho Hua who abhors evil, and Celestial Master Su who tried to kill his father, these 10 Celestial Masters are all your family members. From the time of the Long Han until now, the flow of power has never escaped the control of your family. Everyone's expressions were gloomy. "I'm still the godfather of Absolute Beginning," Qing Tianfei said indifferently. "Absolute Beginning's power was snatched from my hands. In that case, from the time of immemorial until now, power has always been in the hands of your family." Qin Mu straightened his back and wiped away his smile. "In my opinion, these days should be over." He slowly pulled out Calamity Sword. From his unrestrained form to his solemn expression, his expression changed calmly. "Everyone, the days when the Heavenly Emperor's family ruled this universe should be over. All of you are old," he said leisurely. His gaze swept across the faces of the Heavenly Venerables. You are really old and rotten. It's not just because you are old after being attacked by the great calamity of destruction, but because all of you have become old and rotten in power." He flicked his finger lightly on his sword and stared at the sword blade of suppressing cry. "And I'm still very young. The two of you are no longer my match. Impudent." The two Dao trees suddenly moved and rushed toward the small boat. The 9 heavenly venerates had formidable abilities. Even if they had been attacked by the aura of the great calamity of destruction along the way, even if they were already old to this extent, they were still heavenly venerates and still had boundless battle prowess. Qin Mu's gaze was incomparably calm. The small boat under his feet suddenly accelerated and sped away, not going head-on against the 2 heavenly venerables on the Dao trees. The surface of the river of chaos was definitely not a place for battle. It was too dangerous to fight here. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall into the water and be turned into ashes by the destruction. Even though he was confident in fighting against these heavenly venerables, he wouldn't let himself fall into such a dangerous situation. On the river of chaos, 2 Dao trees and a small boat broke through the waves and sped through the layers of chaotic qi at a faster and faster speed. At the stern of the boat, Consort Chang Tian grabbed the 2 god-slaying dark sabers in her old age. She gritted her teeth and lost another one, which was then swallowed back into her stomach. She thought to herself, "What should I do in this battle? Should I fight with Qin to seize his strange tree? Or should I join hands with him to fight against the 9 celestial masters?" She had no idea. If she stood on Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's side, Heavenly Venerate Palace wouldn't allow her to do so. Furthermore, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven would definitely make her submit to him. As a Grand Supreme Emperor, she could only be a superior person and had no reason to be a subordinate. She also couldn't rely on Heavenly Venerate Dawn. Heavenly Venerate Dawn was the first one who couldn't tolerate her. She understood Qin Mu extremely well, and her usefulness to him was getting smaller and smaller. If Qin Mu were to land, he might get rid of her first. If Qin Mu wanted to save Heavenly Venerate Ling and Heavenly Venerate Yun, he had to get rid of her first. Just as she was hesitating, the small boat suddenly stopped and came to the opposite shore. It rushed to the ground and lifted up Qing Tianfei, turning into a walking stick and being carried on Qin Mu's back. Qing Tianfei's expression was gloomy and uncertain. She looked at the 2 Dao trees that were rushing toward the shore, and the heavenly venerate and sacred ones on them. Suddenly, 2 god-slaying mysterious knives whistled out and slashed at Heavenly Venerate Xiao, who was the closest to them. "Heavenly Venerate Mu. I'll block Heavenly Venerate Xiao, you get rid of them," she shouted out sternly. The moment her voice fell, her arms exerted strength and the 2 murderous auras that were rushing towards Heavenly Venerate Xiao returned. One on the left and one on the right. They slashed towards Qin Mu's head. However, Qin Mu seemed to have already expected her to attack him. 2 sword lights flashed and 2 crisp clangs sounded out. The 2 god-slaying black knives were sliced apart by the sword lights. Qing Tianfei was astonished. God-slaying mysterious knives had also been invaded by destruction, and were no longer as strong as before. The broken knives in her hands twisted like dragons, and were about to reconnect when Qin Mu suddenly closed in on her. The sword lights in his hands flickered, and the moment he made a move, calamity-cleaving sword shot out like a long rainbow. Qing Tianfei shouted, and the decaying heavenly palaces behind her leaped out to form the heavenly court. Powerful divine consciousness burst forth and attacked Qin Mu. At the same time, the 2 divine knives of killing qi in her hands reconnected and combined together like a long whip dancing. They twisted toward Qin Mu. Clang, 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 clang. Incomparably dense sounds rang out, and the 2 god-slaying black knives were broken inch by inch in the sword light. The sword light that was like a long rainbow broke through the heaven concubine's divine consciousness, and under the surging sword light, the great halls in the heaven court of the heaven concubine were flattened. The sword light rushed from one end of the heaven court to the other, and wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Qi. The long rainbow sword light rushed out from the other end of the celestial heavens, and rushed toward Heavenly Venerate Xiao. Heavenly Venerate Xiao gave a cold snort, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian immediately went forward. His divine vitality finger stabbed out toward Qin Mu's sword light. In his sight, he saw his finger being sliced open by the sword light. The first knuckle of his index finger was split into 2 halves and flew out to the sides, followed by the second knuckle and the third knuckle. At the same time, Qin Mu had already arrived in front of Qing Tian consort and raised Calamity's sword. The hilt of the sword pushed forward heavily and smashed onto Qing Tian consort's old face. Qing Tian consort's face twisted and the teeth in her mouth flew out one after another. Her body spun and smashed into the river of chaos. Just as she was about to fall into the river, she suddenly flipped her palm and tree stumps appeared under it. Qing Tian consort stood on the tree stumps and giggled. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Thank you for sending me off. I can go to the 3 rivers by myself. She had no teeth in her mouth, and wind leaked out from her mouth. She couldn't speak clearly either. Qin Mu put away his sword and said indifferently, Supreme Emperor, you're going in the opposite direction. Qi Tianfei was astonished and turned back to look. She saw that she was caught in the middle of 2 Dao trees, which brought her to the shore. The 9 heavenly venerates and 3 ancient gods walked down from the trees with their feet on the ground. Qing Tianfei could only go ashore with fury in her heart. It's not that I went the other way, but that strike of yours sent me in the opposite direction. This brat is forcing me to be his enemy. Everyone, I've been taught by the 9 elders of disabled elderly village since I was young, and my upbringing is very strict. The 9 elders have taught me to respect the elderly and love the young. Qin Mu's right wrist trembled slightly and made a sword flower. Calamity's sword was placed behind his back, and he raised his left hand while smiling. But I have no choice but to beat up the elderly today. 10 heavenly venerates, 3 ancient gods, please. He raised his foot and stomped down heavily, and a thunderous boom sounded out. The domain of his divine treasures expanded, and the 13 heavenly venerates and divine saints were all brought into it. There were also buildings of Jade Capital City on this land. It should be the early days of Jade Capital City. It was thought that people had already started to build Jade Capital City in the 4th universe. However, these palace buildings collapsed because they couldn't withstand the attack of the great calamity of destruction, leaving only ruins and broken walls. The current Jade Capital City was more like the assembly of Jade Capital City that had been built by the 16 universes. Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure territory was laid on the ruins. The broken palace pillars were like mountains that stood erect in his territory. However, the aura of death that came out of the ruins made people feel uncomfortable. It was like smoke that was spewing out from the mouths of small volcanoes. From time to time, the sound of air flowing could be heard. It was like the sigh of the dead, giving people a feeling of sadness. Other than that, there were also some Dao bones that had lost all their energy. They were buried in the ruins, occasionally revealing a part of their bones. On both sides, 2 long rivers of chaos surged. Wisps of chaotic chi rose from both sides like waves, giving off a bleak aura of destruction. In the 2 long rivers, countless human figures could be vaguely seen struggling in the river before disappearing and turning into chaotic chi. The destruction of the 2 universes was magnificent, and even the paintings of painting saints couldn't describe it. Even the greatest poet couldn't write such a scene. On the ruins of Jade Capital City between the 2 long rivers, Qin Mu's calamity sword was on his back. He looked at 10th heavenly venerate and the 3 ancient gods, and his eyes flickered with bright light. 10th heavenly venerate was an old man and an old woman. They stood under the 2 Dao trees, and concubine Gao was sandwiched between them. They looked around and saw that Qin Mu's divine treasure territory was indeed incomparably marvelous. There was the ancestral court Yudu Xuandu as well as all the worlds in the universe. There were even many innate saints. Not only that, Qin Mu's heavenly palace was also in his divine treasure. This was the extraordinary point of entering the path of divine arts. It was different from the others. The other people's heavenly palaces were at the back of their heads, forming a great heavenly court. Their primordial spirits entered and sat in it. Qin Mu was heavenly venerate Mu, who had established the path of his divine arts. His heavenly palace seemed to have become a support, floating in his spirit embryo divine treasure, making him seem a little unique. There was actually heaven and earth in this domain. Heavenly Duke Qin Mu sat on it and looked down at them. Earth Count Qin Mu sat below and looked up at them. There were all kinds of ancient gods in the heavens, and all of them looked at them. The 10 heavenly venerables walked over while panting. They looked around and said, "Not bad, not bad." Concubine Yen Tian also saw Sinkhole and praised. Heavenly Venerate Mu actually created sinkhole. Amazing, truly amazing. Then let's break his? Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven looked at Heavenly Venerate Dawn and asked. Heavenly Venerate Dawn nodded. Then let's break his. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven took a glance at the ancestor god king, who took a step forward and praised. Heavenly Venerate Mu faked and created a level, yet he actually played the role of a ruler in his own domain. Do you know that you're going to die? He grinned and revealed 3 teeth. He suddenly executed the 48 Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasures and shouted out, "Blasphemy against Heavenly Dao, blasphemy against Heavenly Duke. How dare you? Heavenly Dao domain." The 48 Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasures rose into the air and suddenly turned into a dome of heaven. After that, another dome of heaven appeared. The layers of the dome of heaven continued to accumulate, and in an instant, they lifted up Xian Du from Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure, isolating him outside. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate Su's 2 horns twisted and turned as they grew crazily. The dried-up magma once again gave off firepower, causing the magma to flow out from the horns. Devil Path Domain. Heavenly Venerate Su shouted out shakily, and layers of Yudu's Devil Path Domain spread out and sank down, isolating Yudu from his spirit embryo divine treasure. Heavenly Venerate Shao also made a move at the same time, taking out the Origin Wood and activating it. The Origin Wood had also been attacked by the Destruction Calamity, withering and shriveling up. However, when it was activated by his primordial chi, it gradually gave off vitality, making it difficult for the Origin Wood in Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure to circulate and isolate itself from the world. The moment the 3 Heavenly Venerates made their move, they had frozen the 3 most important worlds in his spirit embryo divine treasure's domain. Their methods were superb, making it difficult for his divine treasure to circulate. They continued forward and came to the world tree. Qin Mu stood under the tree with Calamity's sword in one hand while carrying it on his back. With the other hand, he formed a sword incantation and waited for their arrival. Qing Tianfei's eyeballs spun around, and she was caught in the middle by the 9 Heavenly Venerates and the 2 Dao trees. She couldn't advance or retreat, and she cried out in her heart. Heavenly Venerate Hao said, "Don't separate." His domain was strange. No matter where he attacked, he would face him head-on. Therefore, there was no need to attack from all directions to kill him. He only needed to attack from one direction. He could kill him with brute force. Shi Qilua put down his treasure chest. It was tattered. 2 divine weapon Heavenly Venerates jumped out of it. He only had 2 divine weapon Heavenly Venerates left. Even the divine weapon Heavenly Venerate had become old, an old man. Shi Qilua controlled the 2 divine weapon Heavenly Venerates and chuckled. Heavenly Venerate Mu, do you have any last words? Heavenly Venerate Fire was about to attack, but he stopped and waited silently. Divine Emperor Langxian raised his palm and looked at his broken index finger. He silently activated the Profound Creation skill, but the Destiny runes were destroyed, and even the Profound Creation skill allowed this finger to grow out. Concubine Yen pulled out her hairpin and saw her white hair fluttering in the wind. She couldn't help sighing with hidden bitterness. Heavenly Venerate Gong took out his long whip and horn, and Concubine Qi Tian shook the hilt of the knife in her hand. She took back the 2 god-slaying profound knives and reassembled them. The figures behind Heavenly Venerate Hao were numerous, and the treasure light was dense. It turned into a huge bell that floated in the air. The 2 ancient gods of Taiji sighed and executed the Taiji sand table behind their heads. They took 2 deep breaths and were ready to attack at any moment. Only Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Dawn remained calm even though they were old. They waited for Qin Mu to say his last words before sending him on his way. Qin Mu sneered and raised his head to look at the frozen Xian Du. He then looked at Yuan Du and Yudu and said in a low voice, "Old antique." Suddenly, the multicolored light that filled the sky suddenly vanished. The domain of the divine treasures, including Xian Du, Yudu and Yuan Du, came whistling over and surged into his body. Qing Tianfei's expression changed drastically, and she immediately shouted out, "He has finished his last words. Hurry up and kill him." The entire domain of his divine treasure was like a whale swallowing a rainbow, and it instantly surged into Qin Mu's body. The tens of thousands of ancient gods in his divine treasure sat in all the orifices of his corporeal body. Qing Tianfei's face turned pale, and she immediately executed 2 god-slaying black knives to attack Qin Mu. You idiots, don't let his corporeal body fuse with the domain. The hearts of the other heavenly venerates and ancient gods jumped, and they saw the spirit embryo divine treasure's domain being completely absorbed by Qin Mu in an instant. It fused with his corporeal body, and the ancestral court also vanished. Even the heavenly court formed by the heavenly palaces floating around him vanished in the heart of Qin Mu's brows. The only thing that had not been absorbed into his body was the world tree. Qin Mu pulled his right hand out from his back, and a cold light met the 2 god execution black knives from Tianfei. Qing Tianfei's arms trembled violently, and she found it difficult to control the 2 divine knives. The 2 knives flew out like dragons. At the next moment, Qin Mu's sword light arrived in front of her. Qi Tianfei retreated rapidly, and at the same time, Heavenly Venerate Fire executed his path fire to charge over. On the other side, Shi Qilua was controlling 2 divine weapons, Heavenly Venerate Royal, to meet Qin Mu's sword light. Even though Heavenly Venerate Royal was old and his corporeal body had aged, his abilities were still extraordinary. One of the divine weapons executed Heavenly Venerate Vast's technique, while the other executed Heavenly Venerate Dawn's technique. Even though Shi Qilua's cultivation couldn't be unleashed to the extreme, his battle prowess was still extraordinary. However, at the next moment, Qin Mu's sword light pierced through Heavenly Venerate Fire's 28 heavens of Tao fire, and it came before Heavenly Venerate Fire's eyes. Heavenly Venerate Fire's expression changed drastically, and his body flashed as he retreated. The sword light suddenly transformed into purple qi, and split into 2 to meet the 2 divine weapons Heavenly Venerate Royal. In an instant, purple flowers bloomed in the sky like a sea of flowers. Purple Mahua Jian Ku. The 2 divine weapon Heavenly Venerates roared like thunder and charged at the purple flowers. They used their supreme divine power to break this move. However, the purple sword flowers pierced their bodies, and their qi and blood instantly flowed rapidly. More and more purple flowers appeared, and more yuan qi was stolen from their bodies. This made it even more difficult for the 2 divine weapon Heavenly Venerates to move. Shi Qilua hid behind the 2 divine weapons, and he could only see that the purple flowers were endless. He couldn't help being astonished. At that moment, God Emperor Langxian executed his Tao fruit and charged over from the side. With an absolute beginning divine art, he shattered countless purple flowers into pieces, and they turned into innately 1 qi. God Emperor Langxian sneered and pushed his hands forward. At the same time, Qin Mu held the hilt of his sword upside down and bowed forward. Boom! The bodies of the 2 trembled violently. Celestial Emperor Langxian gritted his teeth and executed all his magic power. Suddenly, there were 2 cracking sounds, and the few remaining teeth in his mouth were bitten off by him. Celestial Emperor Langxian gave a muffled grunt. He felt that the qi and blood in his corporeal body wasn't as good as before. Qin Mu's magic power came crushing over, and it was actually endless. He could only stagger back. The instant he retreated, Shi Qilua rushed over and bypassed the 2 divine weapons Celestial Emperor. With a wave of his hand, a huge abyss appeared and enveloped Qin Mu. The huge abyss was like a huge mouth that swallowed the sky, swallowing Qin Mu whole with a gulp. Sister! Shi Qilua's rough and old voice sounded out. Yin Tianfei flew over and the hairpin in her hand transformed into a sword light that stabbed into the huge abyss. Her sword stabbed out and connected with Shi Qilua's and Yin Tianfei's feet, casting a spell on the huge abyss of returning ruins. The huge abyss shook violently and 2 lotus flowers bloomed outwards. The broken stamens of the lotus flowers shook and the 2 lotus flowers spun around the huge abyss at a rapid speed. The stamens trembled. Countless Tao patterns turned into Tao chains and shot into the great abyss. Under the urging of the 2 people, the great abyss swallowed everything and crushed everything. As the 2 lotus flowers spun, the 2 flowers seemed to merge with the great abyss and form a flower. At the same time, Celestial Master Gong flew over and took out his horn. With a long beep, Shi Qilua and Imperial Concubine Yan's withered lifeblood suddenly became vigorous. The 2 lotus flowers trembled slightly and merged into one. Imperial Concubine Yan and Shi Qilua's bodies were aging, and their lifeblood was not as good as before. However, Celestial Master Gong's bugle horn could make their withered lifeblood boil again. With Celestial Master Gong's help, their lifeblood was exuberant, and they immediately unleashed their Taoist techniques to the extreme. Imperial concubine Yen and Shirchilua revealed looks of joy. However, at the instant the two lotus flowers fused, a sword beam from the Great Abyss suddenly sliced the Great Abyss in half. It was about to cut the lotus flower in half. A human figure was about to fly out of the lotus flower that had been sliced open. Celestial Master Gong hurriedly used his long whip and swept it out to entangle the person. At the same time, the Ancestor God King finally put away his 48 heavenly Tao treasures. They combined into a long spear and stabbed into the chest of the human figure that was wrapped up by Celestial Master Gong. The Ancestor God King shook his spear with all his might and the human figure shattered into pieces. You are far from being able to compete with our 10 Celestial Masters, the Ancestor God King said with a wheezing laugh. Before he could finish laughing, a sword flew over and pierced through his glabella. It tore through his body and sent him flying backward. Celestial Master Gong spun and the long whip flew up. However, a huge hand broke through the shadows of the whip, grabbed her head and smashed it into the ground. Heavenly Venerate Gong's entire body was pressed into the ground, leaving only her feet outside. The two divine weapons, Heavenly Venerate Royal, flew over at the same time and smashed into the chest and back of the figure. Shirchilua raised his head in pleasant surprise and saw that the person didn't have a chest or back at all. Instead, there were faces all around. Death of divine body of crimson light. Qin Mu's muscles bulged and he shouted out explosively. He raised the two divine weapons, Heavenly Venerate Royal, and smashed them down. He then raised his palm and Calamity Sword flew over. With a flash of sword light, he beheaded the two divine weapons. Shirchilua and Yin Tianfei shouted in unison. Qin Mu raised his left hand, and with his forehand and backhand, fist prints, palm prints, hand knives, and all sorts of seals kept changing, bombarding the two of them one after another. Shirchilua and Yin Tianfei fell and flew out. Qin Mu stopped and took a step forward. He swept his gaze around and said indifferently, "In terms of divine arts, you guys aren't good at all." In the distance, Qi Tianfei sneakily walked far away and quickly jumped onto the stumps of the trees. She rushed into the third river of chaos and broke through the waves, leaving behind only her back. The escape of Empress Qi Tian caught everyone off guard. Ancestor Su Gong, sure, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Among the 10 heavenly venerates, Empress Qi Tian was the only one who knew the direction to cross the river. Now that she was gone, wouldn't the others be trapped here and die? Just the fact that they were getting old every day was unbearable. They would die of old age before they could leave this place. She can't escape. Heavenly Venerate Shao said indifferently. No one can escape here. It's more important to deal with Heavenly Venerate Mu first. Heavenly Venerate Hao shot a glance at him, and his gaze flickered. Looks like he knows some secrets of the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, which is why he thinks Supreme Emperor can't escape. Where did he learn these secrets from? Even though Qin Mu had revealed his stunning abilities at this moment, he still didn't take it to heart. To him, Qin Mu wasn't his match. His opponent was Heavenly Venerate Shao, who hadn't moved since the beginning. Only he knew how powerful Heavenly Venerate Shao was. The gap between Qin Mu and him was still huge, but Heavenly Venerate Shao made him feel unfathomable. There's another way to block the destruction calamity apart from Heavenly Venerate Mu's strange tree. Father, have you reached this step as well? Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven thought to himself. In the long river of history, not only have I defeated you, I've also defeated Heavenly Venerate Cloud, Heavenly Venerate Moon, Heavenly Venerate Ling, and Supreme Emperor. Not only can I defeat you once, I can even defeat you a second time, a third time, and even kill you. The two of them stood on the Tao tree silently. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's gaze moved away from Heavenly Venerate Dawn's back, while Heavenly Venerate Dawn watched the fierce battle of all the Heavenly Venerates attacking Qin Mu. His face was old, but his gaze was deep and terrifying. When Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's gaze moved away from his back, the light in his eyes flickered. As expected of my son. He also thought of a way to resist the attack of the destruction tribulation. Or rather, he had thought of it long ago, so he has nothing to fear. The heavenly court. The absolute beginning energy was dense in his eyes. Only those who have reached the heavenly court realm of the 36 heavenly palaces can be as powerful as those who have achieved the Tao. At that stage, we are those who have achieved the Tao with power. As long as we don't fall into the river, the destruction tribulation on the river surface will not be harmful to Tao practitioners who have attained Tao through strength. He could already unify 36 heavenly palaces in a short period of time. And from Heavenly Venerate Clear's reaction, he should be able to do the same. The final showdown between Heavenly Venerates can only be between us, Father and Son. Below, Ancestral God King, Heavenly Venerate Fire, Heavenly Venerate Gong, Shirchilua, Heavenly Concubine Yen, Heavenly Venerate Void, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian were fighting fiercely with Qin Mu. The white hair of the Ancestral God King fluttered in the wind as he unleashed his Heavenly Tao domain in an awe-inspiring manner. Heavenly Venerate Fire unleashed his 28 layers of Tao Fire Heavens, and they spun around with a whistle. Heavenly Venerate Void unleashed the domain of Yudu's Devil Path, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian's battle prowess was the strongest. His absolute beginning divine art had reached perfection, so it posed the greatest threat to Qin Mu. Shirchilua and Heavenly Concubine Yen joined hands, and the two of them executed their ultimate divine art together. Heavenly Venerate Gong blew the horn to strengthen everyone's qi and blood, multiplying the battle prowess of the elders. But even so, everyone still found it difficult to face Qin Mu's sword path of 30 heavens. No matter which angle they attacked Qin Mu from, they would face him head-on. Even though Qin Mu's divine treasure domain had entered his body, it was still useful. Any attack from them would be blocked by Qin Mu. He seemed to have countless arms, and the swords in his hands seemed to have turned into countless swords. What 3 heads, 6 arms, 1,000 hands, 1,000 eyes. They couldn't compare to his spirit embryo divine treasure domain at all. In his domain he was the only ruler, the four-faced god who didn't have any blind spots. Their divine arts seemed to have been seen through by Qin Mu, and any divine arts would be found by him in an instant. Heavenly Venerate Mu, who had established the path of divine arts, wasn't just a lie. Qin Mu's attainments in divine arts seemed to be innately gifted. Even Heavenly Venerate's divine arts that had entered the path didn't have any secrets in his eyes. In fact, even Heavenly Venerate's Heavenly Palace system and Divine Treasure system. In his eyes there were also weaknesses everywhere. When divine arts became Qin Mu's great Tao, there would be no one in the world who could surpass him. In addition to the sword in Qin Mu's hand, its power was so strong that it even surpassed Heavenly Venerate's treasure, causing the pressure on the 7 Heavenly Venerates to become greater and greater. In the past, Qin Mu's cultivation was far inferior to theirs, and his corporeal body was also not as strong as theirs. However, now that they had been attacked by destruction, be it their corporeal body, cultivation, primordial spirit, or divine consciousness, they were all inferior to Qin Mu. Qin Mu was the strongest existence among them. 8 figures were fighting on the ruins of Jade Capital City, in the middle of the 2 long rivers of chaos. Their bodies moved rapidly, and all kinds of divine arts appeared one after another. Even celestial venerables couldn't break out of the ruins due to the aftermath of their battle. They were swallowed by the chaotic qi in the long river of chaos. Piak. A teaching whip suddenly flew up and struck celestial venerable Su's head. His body trembled violently, and his primordial spirit was whipped out of his body, separating his body from his spirit. Qin Mu's sword flew over and pointed at the heart of her brows. Heavenly Venerate Fire blocked in front of Heavenly Venerate Void, and with a clasp of his hands, the 28 heavens of Tao Fire roared and expanded. The sword light passed through the 28 heavens, and Heavenly Venerate Fire was astonished. She hurriedly dodged, and with a flash of the sword light, one of the 2 horns on Heavenly Venerate Void's head was instantly broken. Heavenly Venerate Gong swung her whip and swept it around Qin Mu's corporeal body. Suddenly the whip broke inch by inch. Qin Mu's sword light slashed down, and Heavenly Venerate Gong tumbled to dodge it. Sword lights circled around her up and down, and Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness burst forth. However, the sword lights turned into innate one qi and broke through the layers of illusions. My life is over. Just as Heavenly Venerate Gong thought of this, the Ancestor God King executed the Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure, and turned it into a round treasure wheel that stood upright in front of her. The wheel turned into wind. The innate one qi formed by the sword light stabbed the Heavenly Tao Treasure wheel, and the muscles of the ancestor god king's corporeal body twitched continuously. He felt a terrifying power coming from the heavenly Tao treasure wheel and transmitting to his body. It almost blew his corporeal body apart. Do. Celestial Master Gong flipped over and rose. She executed the horn, and the only tooth flew out from the horn. She couldn't even save her last tooth. The chi and blood of the ancestor god king surged, and he finally blocked this move. He moved his hands, and the heavenly Tao treasure wheel separated. It was about to turn into a huge cauldron of heavenly Tao to suppress Qin Mu. However, at the instant the heavenly Tao treasure wheel separated, Qin Mu's palm landed heavily on the heavenly Tao treasure wheel. The ancestor god king gave a muffled grunt, and the supreme treasures formed by 48 heavenly Tao flew out in all directions. The ancestor god king hurriedly rose into the sky, and his heavenly Tao domain blossomed. He stopped the heavenly Tao supreme treasures and was about to take them back. At that moment, Qin Mu flipped his palm, and a heavenly Tao supreme treasure appeared in his hand. Heavenly Path Tao weapons. The ancestor god king's eyes were about to crack, and he hurriedly executed his heavenly Tao domain. The 48 heavenly Tao supreme treasures swarmed over and flew toward Qin Mu's hand. The 48 heavenly Tao supreme treasures were heavenly Tao weapons transformed from heavenly Tao of Xiandu before heavenly Duke died. Among them, heavenly principal Tao weapons were the leader and the general outline of the other Tao weapons. Heavenly principal Tao weapons landed in Qin Mu's hand, while the other 48 Tao weapons landed in heavenly Venerate Hong's hand. Heavenly Fiend Tao weapons were absorbed by God-slaying Black Knife of Qing Tianfei, and turned into the last heavenly Tao weapon, which was also the most powerful one. The ancestor god king had launched a sneak attack and killed heavenly Venerate Hong, so the 48 heavenly Tao weapons also landed in his hands. However, all of the heavenly Tao weapons had to be controlled by the heavenly Tao weapons. If the ancestor god king still had the battle prowess of the past, Qin Mu wouldn't have been able to use the hilt of heavenly dipper knife to take away his supreme treasure. However, now was the time when he was at his weakest. The moment the heavenly Tao weapons came out, the 48 Tao weapons flew over and formed 49 heavenly Tao in Qin Mu's hands. Don't even think about refining my supreme treasure. The ancestor god king pounced over and was smashed to the ground by Qin Mu's punch. His mouth was filled with rotten teeth. Qin Mu raised the heavenly Maxim Tao soldier with his left hand, and the 49 heavenly Tao supreme treasures suddenly merged together, turning into a huge axe that chopped down at the ancestor god king's head. Shua! Shi Qilua and Yin Tianfei rushed over and attacked him together, sending him into great abyss of returning ruins. The great abyss was immediately split apart by the axe, and Qin Mu raised the huge axe and flipped it over. Shi Qilua's head was separated from his body, and his corporeal body immediately turned into stone. He turned into a monster with 4 limbs and no head and retreated at full speed. Yin Tianfei also retreated immediately, and the 7 heavenly venerates suddenly gathered together. Heavenly Venerate Void had his horn broken, Shi Qilua had no head, the ancestor god king had lost his heavenly Tao treasure, and Heavenly Venerate Palace had his face broken, Yin Tianfei, Heavenly Venerate Fire, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian were also unable to gain any advantage. Worship the heavenly court! The 7 heavenly venerates suddenly shouted out, and heavenly palaces flew out from the back of their heads to form 7 great heavenly courts. Behind each heavenly venerate was 1, or 33, or 34, or 35. Their heavenly palaces were dim, but the instant they formed the heavenly courts, it was as if there was a return of light. Divine light rushed into the sky from the heavenly courts, showing signs of regaining the glory of the past. The 7 great heavenly courts joined together and formed a spectacular sight. Even though the 7 heavenly venerates had white hair, they were filled with heroism at this moment. Their primordial spirits emerged from their respective heavenly courts, and they shouted in unison as they pushed out their berserk magic power. At that instant, everything they had learned in their lives transformed into the most powerful divine art. They pounced at Qin Mu at the same time, and it wasn't just overwhelming. At that moment, even the chi of chaos on both sides was pushed aside, and the water of chaos was also surging. It seemed to be shocked by the might of the 7 heavenly venerates working together. Qin Mu let out a long howl, and the Calamity sword in his hand stabbed forward to face the combined attack of the 7 heavenly venerates. The 30th heaven of sword path, Calamity cleaving. His sword light stabbed into the combined attack of the 7 heavenly venerates, but the boundless power of the 7 heavenly venerates came crashing down. Even though Calamity's sword could withstand it, his corporeal body couldn't. Bang! Qin Mu's corporeal body exploded and turned into blood fog. It condensed and recovered his corporeal body, but it exploded again. Under the world tree, Qin Mu's corporeal body shattered and reassembled. He could only see a light figure in the blood-colored and dazzling divine light exploding and reassembling again and again. His sword light stabbed over and continued to advance under the bombardment of the 7 heavenly venerates. Boom! In the incomparably terrifying tremors, the 7 heavenly venerates flew in all directions. The heavenly courts disintegrated and divided into heavenly palaces. The heavenly palaces shattered and collapsed, and in midair, the 7 heavenly venerates all spat out blood. Countless sword marks appeared on their corporeal bodies in an instant. Qin Mu rose into the sky and bowed. Heavenly concubine Yin exploded and turned into a ball of blood mist. Qin Mu bowed again and was about to worship concubine Yin to death when a bell rang out. The huge bell behind heavenly venerate vast heaven flew out, and the bell vibrated as it flew in front of him. Great change cane flew up from Qin Mu's back and landed in his left hand. He used it to push away Goddess Taisu's companion treasure, and his arm went numb from the shock. However, the sword light in his hand still stabbed toward concubine Yen. At that moment, the Taiji sand table appeared in front of concubine Yen with a whoosh. Qin Mu's heart sank, and he saw 2 ancient gods flying over from the left and right. They used the Taiji sand table to block his sword light, and the 2 ancient gods combined their strength to smash Shurchilua into smithereens. Imperial concubine Yin shook her hand and swept up the blood mist that Imperial concubine Yen had transformed into. Ancient God Supreme Sun grabbed Shurchilua's primordial spirit with one hand and smiled. Emperor Madame Yuanmu, your opportunity has arrived. After today, you will become the Tao. The 2 ancient gods threw Consort Yin and Shurchilua into the Tai Chi sand table and brought it back. Consort Grand Moon's gaze landed on Qin Mu's face. Heavenly Venerate Mu, we won't be your enemy. Qin Mu was slightly stunned and nodded lightly. The 2 ancient gods wandered around the ruins of Jade Capital City. Suddenly, their tails intertwined, and majestic mountains appeared. With layers upon layers of mountains, their figures vanished without a trace. Ancestral God King, Heavenly Venerate Gong, Heavenly Venerate Fire, Heavenly Venerate Void, and Divine Emperor Lang Xian fell to the ground. Heavenly Venerate Fire struggled to get up, but he was once again sprawled on the ground, unable to stand up. Qin Mu walked toward Heavenly Venerate Fire. The Calamity sword in his hand was still dripping blood, and it landed on the ruins of Jade Capital City. Suddenly he stopped. On the Tao tree, Heavenly Venerate Vast suddenly revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. It was like he was crying but not crying. I've won. He laughed out loud. I finally won. Without concubine Yen, without Shurchilua, and without ancient god Taiji, I finally won this battle. He laughed out loud. In the halo behind his head, 35 heavenly palaces appeared. Behind him, Goddess Taisu raised her delicate hand and gently knocked on the bell. The bell rang, and the 36th heavenly palace appeared behind Heavenly Venerate Haotian. Incomparably terrifying power burst forth from his body, and Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's incomparably old corporeal body actually began to give off vitality once more, reversing the aging process and gradually becoming younger. Qin Mu frowned and looked at Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. It was the power of a Tao practitioner that burst forth from Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's body. With the great heavenly court formed by 36 heavenly palaces and as many as 48 treasured palaces, Heavenly Venerate Hao's strength was much stronger than when he was at his peak. Under the pressure of his aura, Divine Emperor Lang Xian, who was one of the 7 heavenly venerates, gave a muffled grunt and was pressed to the ground with a boom. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices and he couldn't move. On the other side, Qin Mu retreated rapidly step by step. With every step he took, the ruins of Jade Capital City in front of him would be crushed by the incomparably terrifying power until the ground sank. In front of him, there seemed to be an unparalleled giant raising its foot to chase after him and stomp down on him. That was Heavenly Venerate Vast's power. Heavenly Venerate Vast hadn't made a move yet, but just by relying on the power brought by his aura, he had no choice but to retreat. Lang Xian, my elder brother. This is the Heavenly Palace's heavenly court system of using strength to achieve Tao. Heavenly Venerate Vast, who had regained his youth, raised his hand, and a 10,000 paths heavenly wheel appeared in his palm. At the beginning it was only the size of a cup, and it whizzed around while sticking close to the ground as it moved toward Qin Mu. The next moment, the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel came in front of Qin Mu, and it had already turned into a radius of several yards. All the great Tao in the heavenly wheel fused into one, and the 10,000 paths resonated in the heavenly wheel. If one looked closely, one could see countless great Tao forming all kinds of divine arts in the 10,000 heavenly wheels. They were incomparably complicated, and the combination of countless divine arts in the 10,000 heavenly wheels made their power even greater and stronger. Wang. The divine arts gushed out from the 10,000 heavenly wheels, and the 10,000 heavenly wheels dispersed. Qin Mu's calamity sword stabbed forward, and used it to break the divine arts of the heavenly wheels. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly, and Qin Mu's arm muscles exploded from the impact. He took 100 steps back and finally broke all the divine arts. However, before he could let out a long breath, the flowing light transformed from the divine arts stopped, and the light gathered into the second 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. This heavenly wheel was even bigger, and it was 600 yards tall. The 10,000 paths in the heavenly wheel seemed to be spinning and surging in a furnace. The surface of the wheel turned scarlet, then from scarlet to blazing white. The 10,000 paths divine arts revolved in the heavenly wheel and burst forth. Qin Mu passed Calamity's sword to his left hand and stabbed at the divine arts bursting forth from the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. His footsteps didn't stop and he kept retreating. In the blink of an eye, his left arm was also dripping with blood. Wang. Countless divine arts gathered once more and transformed into the third 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. It was 300 yards tall and appeared in front of Qin Mu like a shining mirror. Qin Mu retreated again, and arm after arm drilled out from under his armpit. Calamity's sword trembled, and it split into 6. Each of the 6 arms grabbed a calamity sword and clashed head-on with the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. 10,000 divine arts gushed out from the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel and transformed into a rainbow light that was 300 yards thick. Qin Mu gave a muffled grunt. When he broke through this 10,000 paths heavenly wheel, the rainbow light of 300 yards retracted and transformed into the fourth 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. This heavenly wheel was 140 yards tall. The mirror could no longer see the phenomenon of the 10,000 paths flowing. It could only see Qin Mu's image, filling up the entire heavenly wheel. However, the power of the heavenly wheel had also become stronger. It's a divine art that has entered the path. One heaven wheel, one layer heavens. Qin Mu came to a realization and his body shook. The 49 heavenly Dao weapons fused into one and turned into a heaven knife. He abandoned his sword and held the knife. Raising his 6 arms high, he slashed down. This knife split the rainbow light that was coming at him in half. Suddenly, it gathered behind him and turned into the 5th heaven wheel. Qin Mu turned around and abandoned the knife. A cane appeared in his hand, and he used the Great Change cane as a sword to stab at the mirror that was 180 yards tall. Boom! The Great Change cane pierced through the rainbow light and collided with Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's strike. In the next moment, Qin Mu's body trembled violently and bounced up high. Next, another 10,000 paths heavenly wheel appeared in front of him. In front of the mirror, Qin Mu's body was incomparably small. The mirror reflected his body and actually illuminated his corporeal body, and the insides of his corporeal body clearly. In the mirror he was over 200 yards tall, and his internal organs were completely illuminated. It even illuminated his divine treasures, his heavenly palace, and his primordial spirit. Qin Mu landed on the ground and broke through the strike once more. However, another 10,000 heavenly wheels appeared in the next instant, and they were even bigger than the previous heavenly wheels. Qin Mu retreated swiftly, but his feet suddenly missed and stepped on the river of chaos. The soles of his feet were instantly corroded by the river of chaos, and they festered. He didn't panic in the face of danger. and Great Change Crutch transformed into a small boat that landed on the river surface. Qin Mu held his sword in his hand, and sword lights shot out to meet the 10,000 rainbow lights. Wung wung wung. On the river of chaos, the 10,000 heavenly wheels appeared in front of Qin Mu one after another. Each attack blasted him hundreds of miles away, hitting him from the riverbank all the way to the center of the river of chaos. It only took a blink of an eye for the 10,000 heavenly wheels to fly out from Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's palm, until Qin Mu was blasted into the river of chaos. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mu had already used countless moves to defend against Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's strike. From afar, he could only see Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's palm striking out. A rainbow light connected to the mirror, and the mirrors kept blasting forward. Qin Mu kept retreating until he was finally forced into the river of chaos. When he reached the center of the river of chaos, the 10,000 heavenly wheels in front of Qin Mu were already 10,000 yards tall. His spirit embryo divine treasure's domain in the mirror was reflected clearly, as if there were no more secrets to speak of. The great Tao he cultivated, the structure of his heavenly palace, the sun, moon, and stars in his divine treasure, the 10,000 worlds in the heavens, and even all the arrangements in the ancestral court were completely illuminated. His paths, skills, and divine arts were reflected in the most minute structure in the myriad paths heavenly wheel, and his primordial spirit also revealed the most minute profoundness in the mirror light. This is Heavenly Venerate House 30th Heaven of Tao Realm. Qin Mu's gaze was still incomparably sharp as he looked at his projection in Heavenly Venerate House myriad paths heavenly wheel. Heavenly Venerate House Tao Realm had already reached the 30th heaven, and he was indeed extremely tyrannical. His cultivation had already reached the heavenly court realm, and he had walked even further than the other heavenly venerates. This was already extremely terrifying, but his attainments in Tao realm were also above the other heavenly venerates. In this short exchange, Qin Mu had already discovered the secrets of the heavenly wheel. This heavenly wheel reflected his opponent's shadow and analyzed his corporeal body, great Tao, heavenly palace, primordial spirit, and all his secrets. Once he understood his opponent's secrets, he would be able to break his great Tao divine art and kill him. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven didn't have his current status because he was the illegitimate child of Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning. There was indeed something unique about him. But if you want to kill me in one move, even if you have the strength of a Tao practitioner, you won't be able to do it. Qin Mu stabbed his sword forward, and in the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel, Qin Mu's image suddenly disintegrated. This meant that Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's will had already analyzed all of Qin Mu's secrets. This strike could completely disintegrate Qin Mu. Boom! At the center of the 14th river of chaos, a terrifying throbbing burst forth, bringing up a wave of chaotic qi that whirled around like a tornado of chaos. The tornado then dispersed and turned into a tornado that struck in all directions. After a moment, it blew onto the ruins of Jade Capital City where Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and the rest were. The violent winds whistled, fluttering the clothes of Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Dawn on the Tao tree. Heavenly Venerate Xiao turned around with a smile and said leisurely, "How did you kill your inner demon?" On the Tao tree opposite him, Heavenly Venerate Hao's expression changed slightly. He sneered and said, "He escaped and didn't die, but he won't live long." Heavenly Venerate Xiao smiled and said, "There are 5 great Tao in his body that you don't understand, right? The first of these 5 great Tao is Tai Yi, the second is Tai Chu, the third is Tai Shi, the fourth is Tai Su, and the fifth is Tai Chi. It's because you can't understand it that you can't kill him. And I am Tai Chu." His aura rose crazily, and heavenly palaces appeared behind his head, forming a great heavenly court with 36 heavenly palaces and 47 palaces. "What you can't see through is your father." Celestial Master Xiao smiled. "As my child, you are the most outstanding one. I admit that I underestimated you in the past." Heavenly Emperor Hao smiled, and the smile on his face grew thicker and thicker. Behind him, the true treasure of Taisu Goddess began to transform into the 10,000 path heavenly wheel. "You didn't just underestimate me in the past, but now you also underestimate me." Previously, Heavenly Emperor Hao's attack was a divine ability, but now Taisu's true treasure had evolved into the 10,000 path heavenly wheel. It was a true treasure, a true treasure born from Taisu's egg. Father God, your supreme treasure has been sent into the ultimate void by Supreme Emperor to be suppressed. Without a supreme treasure and a helper, you can only die. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven raised his hand to grab the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel and rose into the sky. On the third long river of chaos, Qin Mu was stepping on the small boat that was formed from Tai Yi's walking stick. His palm was supporting his world tree, and his corporeal body was in tatters as he panted heavily. His breathing was mixed with blood foam. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's divine art of entering Tao 30 heavens was indeed incomparably powerful. However, in the heavenly wheel mirror light of his final strike, Qin Mu saw that the 10,000 heavenly wheels had yet to resolve the 5 mineral veins in his ancestral court. Thus, he realized where his life force was. In his final strike, he executed the 5 mineral veins in his ancestral court and forcefully stimulated the power contained in them. At the most critical moment, he even executed the power of Great Change's mineral veins and finally blocked this move. He wasn't killed by Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. After attaining Tao, I'm indeed incomparably strong. I can't be a match for him. He fell down with a plop, allowing the small boat to drift along with the waves. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Mu finally recovered some strength. Suddenly, huge waves rose from the river. They were the waves that Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Shao had released when they had attacked, and the small boat could be overturned at any moment. Qin Mu struggled to get up and controlled the small boat to sail to the opposite shore. In the vast chaos, the vertical eye between his brows opened to observe the evolution of the universe under the third long river of chaos and search for the path. After more than 10 days, he found the opposite shore and raised his head to look. Another long river of chaos appeared in front of him. There are only 2 long rivers left. He rested for a moment and his injuries were much better. He then boarded the small boat and continued to move forward. He was no longer concerned about Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky and Heavenly Venerate Dawn's results. He only had one thought, and that was to find Miluo Palace and meet its master to ask him about Jade Capital City. If he could come back alive, he would have to stay on the River of Chaos in the 4th universe for a period of time to track down Tai Yi. Time passed day by day, and Qin Mu supported the small boat forward by himself. His injuries were almost healed, and he had the complete Jade Lake realm, which could produce primordial chaos primordial liquid. It was very beneficial for repairing the injuries to his corporeal body and primordial spirit. He came to the last river of chaos and entered the river by boat. After crossing this river, I should be in Miluo Palace. The tree stumps paused for a moment and finally arrived at the opposite bank of the last long river of chaos. An old woman walked down from the tree stumps. Her body was hunched, so hunched that her face was almost stuck to the ground. She was concubine Qi Tian, and she had finally arrived here after much difficulty. She came down from the tree stumps shakily. Her steps were staggering as she walked with difficulty towards the Miluo Palace. Supreme Emperor. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Qi Tianfei tried her best to turn her head, but her body suddenly became light and she was lifted up by a hand. Qi Tianfei tried her best to raise her head. Her old eyes were blurry, and she could faintly see Qin Mu's face. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Qi Tianfei struggled for a moment and tried to swing 2 god-slaying mysterious knives to kill Qin Mu. However, she could barely lift the 2 divine knives now. The 2 divine knives also lost all their divine power and drooped down powerlessly. Qin Mu pried open her withered palms and took the 2 divine knives down. He then carried Qing Tianfei to the riverside. Qing Tianfei struggled with all her might and tore at his collar. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "Let go of me, I want to see the master of Miluo Palace. You can't kill me, Heavenly Venerate Mu. I'm the guest of the master of Miluo Palace." "I'm sorry, Supreme Emperor." Qin Mu pressed her into the river of chaos and allowed her hands to tear at his collar and face. He watched as she turned into dust in the great calamity of destruction. "I have to kill you, I have to kill you. If I don't kill you now, I won't have full confidence when I save Celestial Master Ling. Heavenly Master Hao and Heavenly Master Shao are about to attain Tao. I can't wait any longer. I have to save Heavenly Master Ling. Don't struggle anymore." He slowly sank concubine Liao Tian into the river. I should have let you die with more dignity. Qin Mu stood up. His expression was indifferent. Dying in the decisive battle with me will make you die like a heavenly venerate. However, I don't want to give up this opportunity, and I can't take the risk of saving heavenly venerate Ling. Next time, Supreme Emperor, next time, I'll let you die in my hands as Supreme Emperor. A woman's voice suddenly sounded out beside him. Heavenly venerate Mu. Have you always been so hypocritical and hypocritical? Qin Mu turned around and looked at the woman in the Dao fruit floating in the air. Perhaps it's hypocritical, he said with a smile. However, didn't you also see my arrival and didn't warn Consort Gao Tian nor rescue her? If you say it's hypocritical, you and I are the same kind of people. He took out the god-slaying platform, took out the 2 god-slaying mysterious sabers, and placed them on the god-slaying platform to warm them up. The 2 divine sabers fell into his hands. Although they wouldn't be invaded by the aura of the apocalypse again, they wouldn't be able to recover to their peak state. They had to use the god-slaying platform to slowly heal them, and only then could they recover to their original state. The woman in the Dao fruit said, "First of all, it was my personal idea to lure her here. It wasn't the master of the Miluo Palace who invited her. Therefore, her life isn't as important as you and she imagine. If she is really important, then not to mention heavenly venerate Mu, even if all the strong practitioners of your universe join hands, they wouldn't be able to kill her. Secondly," she paused for a moment, "my current abilities have been greatly depleted, so I've been guarding her all the way here. My abilities are no longer a match for heavenly venerate Mu, so for the sake of my own life, I won't take the risk of being killed by you to save her." Qin Mu raised his eyes and sized up the majestic palace in front of him. He saw the extraordinarily magnificent Miluo Palace appearing in front of him. Miluo Palace generally referred to Jade Capital City. It wasn't just the ancestral court, but also the Jade Capital City of the past universes. However, it could also refer to the palace in front of him where the master of Miluo Palace lived. Qin Mu was slightly stunned, and his gaze couldn't help being attracted to a huge hall. It was Ling Shao Treasure Hall, and it was even more majestic than the one in the heavenly court. From afar, it looked like the foundation of 10,000 paths. Around it, rays of light were dense like lotus flowers, supporting the huge hall and making it rise and fall in the chaos. It wasn't devoured by the chaos. When Qin Mu saw this Ling Shao Treasure Hall, he understood why the heavenly court used it as the center of power, and why the gods and devils used it as Ling Shao and Emperor's throne. Supreme Emperor, absolute beginning, and the rest should have seen this hall when they barged into the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. How did they come here? Qin Mu looked around and saw 16 rivers of chaos blocking the path of Supreme Emperor and the rest. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for them to pass through these rivers of chaos. There were still many mysteries in history that had yet to be solved. They were like a fog that shrouded in front of him, making him unable to see clearly. That's right, the master of Miluo Palace needed Supreme Emperor to come here and pass down the arrangements of Jade Capital City to complete the traps. There should have been a prehistoric Dao attainer who brought Supreme Emperor here, and let him see the treasured hall of the soaring heavens. Just as he thought of this, the woman in the Dao fruit said, "Celestial Master Mu, please." Qin Mu composed himself and walked forward. He looked around and said casually, "May I ask how I should address you, sister?" The woman in the Dao fruit sneered. "Sister? Heavenly Venerate Mu's eloquence is truly worthy of being Heavenly Venerate Mu." Qin Mu stopped and looked at the woman. He asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, "You've seen me before?" The Dao fruit floated forward and didn't answer his question. Qin Mu followed after her. He probed, "You're a Dao practitioner who had reached the shore before, but your cultivation has been destroyed and you're unable to leave Jade Capital City. This is also my first time here, which means that you and I have never met before. However, sister, you seem to recognize me from your words, which is strange. Could it be that in the future, I will return to the universe of the past and meet you?" The woman in the Dao fruit didn't have a good expression on her face and said coldly, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, don't let your imagination run wild." Qin Mu saw that she was unwilling to answer, so he didn't ask any more questions. He looked around in excitement. "I'm not sure." He smiled. "Great Change once said that after I have attained Dao, he would send me back to the universe of the past, and let me stop you so that you wouldn't reach the shore. Could it be that I have attained Tao in the future? The woman in the Tao fruit rolled her eyes. Qin Mu stopped and saw a golden ship floating on the shore of the Sea of Chaos. The golden ship was extremely huge and was docked on the shore. However, it was already in tatters, its mast broken and its sails riddled with holes. Even so, the golden ship had not been completely destroyed by the great calamity of destruction. What kind of ship is that? Qin Mu asked curiously. The woman in the Tao fruit said unhappily. That's the golden ship of transcending worlds. I heard that it was originally created by the master of Mycroft Palace to cross the river of chaos. What happened after that? Qin Mu was even more curious. I heard that he had loaded all the living beings in the universe into the golden ship to cross the great calamity of destruction in an attempt to come to the future universe. Tao fruit floated forward, the woman said indifferently. When the golden ship came to the future universe, Palace Master Miluo realized that there was no one on the ship except himself. When the living beings in the entire universe were flying, they all died and turned into chaos. He then abandoned the ship. There was no emotion in her words, but Qin Mu could imagine the scene of Armageddon. After a moment, he walked out from the sorrow. He stopped in front of a hall and raised his head to look up. What a great hall! What's the name of this hall? The hall was majestic and had an aura of great Tao that wasn't inferior to Ling Zhao's hall. When he came to the hall, Qin Mu felt that he was insignificant. This is Supreme Jade Clear Hall. The woman in the Tao fruit was impatient and urged. Hurry up and leave. Don't you really want to see the master of Miluo Palace? Qin Mu looked into the hall and asked, Can I go in? The woman in the Tao fruit sneered. If you aren't afraid of death, you can go in. This hall has a master, and the master of Supreme Hall isn't as easy to talk to as the master of Miluo Palace. Besides, you haven't attained Tao yet, so entering the hall is courting death. The universe of this hall was refined using great overarching heaven, and there's the Tao tree Tao fruit of the master of Supreme Hall in the hall. Qin Mu jumped in fright and dismissed the thought of entering the great hall to see the glory of the master of Supreme Hall. He followed up with the woman and asked, Then whose great hall is Ling Xiao Treasure Hall? Could it also be refined from great overarching heaven? The woman in the Tao fruit replied, That's natural. Those who could settle down in Miluo Palace were all extraordinary people. If Ling Xiao Treasure Hall wasn't refined from great overarching heaven, how could you have cultivated Ling Xiao Realm? Ling Xiao Realm is the process of imitating the process of ascending to great overarching heaven. From His Highness Ling Xiao to walking into the hall and then ascending to the throne, it's equivalent to coming to great overarching heaven and ascending step by step in great overarching heaven. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly, and his curiosity towards Ling Xiao Treasure Hall grew even greater. He couldn't wait to crawl in and take a look at the decorations inside. However, other than Ling Xiao's Treasure Hall and Hall of Supreme Upper, there were other halls in Miluo Palace, so they should all have their uses. If you treat the other treasure halls as Ling Xiao Realm, can you cultivate to an extremely high realm as well? Qin Mu asked again. The woman in the Tao fruit said, Of course. However, the master of Ling Xiao's treasure hall is third young master, so his abilities are extremely strong. Cultivating his treasure hall will raise your abilities even more. Qin Mu frowned. The master of Ling Xiao treasure hall, third young master? When he had been on the same boat as concubine Liao Tian, he had met a fourth young master. Could all the Tao practitioners here be called young masters? Since there was a third young master and fourth young master, could there be a second young master and fifth young master? Who were they? Could they be the son of the master of Mycroft Palace? When he met the fourth young master, he was on the seventh river of chaos and seemed to be unscathed. He was waiting for the opportunity to land on the shore, and wanted to take revenge for being beaten up by Tai Yi. However, because Qin Mu and the rest were guests of the master of Miluo Palace, the fourth young master let them go. The woman in the Tao fruit stopped in front of an ancient hall and spoke into the hall. After a long while, creaking sounds came from the hall. The incomparably ancient door opened, and a rotten and withered aura blew into their faces. At the same time, primordial chaos vital qi erupted from the hall, rousing their spirits. It was as if the death and withering brought by the great calamity of destruction had also disappeared. Primordial chaos purple qi. Qin Mu swallowed his saliva. and his scalp went numb. It's as I expected. This is a great change, the great change of the first universe. The purple chi was dense and the purple light rippled like water, making it impossible for him to see what was in the hall clearly. The woman in the Dao fruit said, Miluo Palace Master has allowed you to meet him. Go, young Master Mu. Qin Mu's heart trembled and he turned his head to look at her. After a moment he asked softly, Which young master am I? The woman in the Dao fruit was expressionless. Seventh young master. Qin Mu composed himself and braced himself to walk into primordial chaos vital qi, disappearing into a patch of purple light. The hall closed with a creaking sound and was isolated from the outside world. The hall seemed to have no ground as he walked in the void. Qin Mu looked around and could only see a patch of purple light. Some places were bright while others were slightly dim. The light was also flowing and he couldn't see where the source of the light came from. Even if he opened the vertical eye in the heart of his brows, he couldn't see what was inside the hall. After walking for a long time, Qin Mu could faintly see a majestic figure sitting in the purple light in front of him. No matter how far he walked, the distance between him and the majestic figure didn't decrease in the slightest. Qin Mu stopped and bowed to greet him. The later studies have progressed, and in the 17th universe, Heavenly Venerate Qin Mu greets the Master of Miluo Palace. He was using Dao language, and when he communicated with such an ancient existence, he would either use his divine consciousness or Dao language. If it was any other language, there would be flaws in the meaning of the words. Celestial Venerable Mu. An incomparably thick voice came from the towering figure, reverberating in the vast land. You came to see me to ask about the traps in Jade Capital? Qin Mu bowed slightly. That's right. Jade Capital isn't a trap. The voice of the Master of Miluo Palace sounded out. It's a shortcut to help you all achieve Dao. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and smiled. Then why did Dao Brother turn the ancestral court into an sacrificial altar and sacrifice us in exchange for your descent? It wasn't me who laid down the sacrificial altar. It was someone else. You shouldn't be careful of me, you should be careful of Tai Yi. The Tai Yi you saw and thought was too easy isn't the real Tai Yi. Qin Mu frowned. That's because the real Tai Yi died before he was born. The voice of the Master of Miluo Palace trembled. The first Dao attainer who came ashore invaded the Egg of Chaos and got rid of him. He used his Chaos Axe to chop off the world tree, preventing other Dao attainers from descending. There was complete silence in Miluo Palace. Qin Mu stood there quietly and didn't speak for a long time. The Master of Miluo Palace also didn't continue speaking as if he was waiting for him to wake up from his shock. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Qin Mu laughed loudly. His laughter reverberated in Miluo Palace, and after a long while, his laughter became softer and softer. Dao Brother, do you think I'll believe you? His expression changed. Tai Yi isn't the real Tai Yi, he said solemnly. What proof do you have? If he wasn't the real Tai Yi, why would he take the risk to come and find you? Why would he leave a geographical map for me to follow to save him? Could it be that he wasn't afraid that I would meet you here, and you would expose his identity? If he's a Dao practitioner who has reached the shore, why would he stop other Dao practitioners from reaching the shore? Why does he have to guard and sever the world tree? Why does he have to guard that place for billions of years? The voice of the Master of Miluo Palace traveled over and said unhurriedly, Is there a need for me to lie to you, Heavenly Venerate Mu? If I have malicious intentions, why would I lie to you? Great change has already been beaten down by me to the fourth universe. How can you be stronger than him? Qin Mu shut his mouth tightly and pursed his thin lips, not saying a word. Compared to Great Change, he was indeed very weak, so there was no need for Miluo Palace Master to lie to him. If he had malicious intentions, he could just get rid of him. If you want evidence, then go to the mining area at the outermost part of the world tree to look for it. Dao practitioners use the world tree to sneak in, leaving behind a mining pit. Go to the outermost part of the world tree, and leave behind the mining pit where he landed. The Master of Miluo Palace said unhurriedly, As for him taking the risk to meet me, it was because of the appearance of Miluo Palace that made him aware of the danger of his identity being exposed, so he had to come here no matter what. He only had one goal, which was to make you not dare to come. Qin Mu was stunned. But I came. Even a Dao practitioner with his ability was trapped here. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not dare to come and look for the truth. He also left a geographical map for you to follow to save him. If it was anyone else, they would definitely search all over the place to find the location marked on the geographical map. But you are different. Miluo Palace Master continued. You are someone he can't see through. He thought you didn't dare to come, but you still came. You even went through all sorts of dangers to come to me and expose his identity. He didn't expect you to be so bold. Qin thought about it. Logically speaking, what Miluo Palace Master said was indeed possible. He walked forward, trying to pass through the incomparably dense primordial chaos vital qi to get close to Miluo Palace Master. He wanted to take a look at the person in the purple qi. However, no matter how long he walked and how far he walked, he still couldn't get close to the figure in the purple light. In terms of divine arts, the entire universe, including 10 heavenly venerates, weren't as exquisite as his. However, he couldn't see what divine arts Miluo Palace Master was using. As for him stopping other Tao practitioners from coming ashore, that would be even easier. He had seen the great destruction of the universe, and did not want the universe to repeat the same mistake. The more Tao practitioners there were, the faster the universe would be destroyed. He not only wanted to stop other Tao practitioners from coming ashore, but he also wanted to stop others from becoming Tao practitioners. The master of the Mycroft Palace said, Your universe has been 6.1 billion years so far. For such a long time, there has been no other Tao practitioners apart from him. If he really wanted to defend against the invasion of those who had achieved Tao in the past, why would he need to stay under the world tree? He only needed to nurture a few Tao practitioners to help him defend against the invasion of those who had achieved Tao in the past. Did he do it? Qin tried his best to move forward. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, No. He couldn't help defending Tai. Tai is detached from the world, detached from the world. He's an existence who has achieved Tao, so he won't interfere in any worldly affairs. He's only using the perspective of a bystander to see the development of the world and the change of the dynasty. Really? The master of Miluo Palace asked. He really didn't interfere in anything? Then how did the creator race go extinct? How did you become the ruler of the world tree? How did the eye in the heart of your brows see through chaos? Qin fell silent once more. From these perspectives, Tai had indeed interfered in worldly affairs and wasn't that detached. Great change had made the ancient gods of the immemorial era mistakenly think that the great Tao wanted to get rid of the creator race, which was why the heavenly emperor of the immemorial era had started a war against the creator race and destroyed it. Among the races that were once incomparably glorious, only a small portion of them had escaped to Great Void to live on. Qin had successfully planted the living world tree by relying on Great Change's bucket of Tao Du, and Great Change had even lent him Chaos Axe to chop the tree. The vertical eye in the middle of his brows had relied on Tai Yi's eggshell and a drop of Tao Du. He didn't let the 5 supreme beings of your universe come into being smoothly, Palace Master Miluo said. If he let Absolute Beginning, Tai Su, and Tai Chi come into being smoothly, what would have happened later? At the very least, you would have 5 Tao practitioners protecting your universe and universe, making it impossible for prehistoric Tao practitioners to descend. Did he do it? He didn't. Absolute Beginning was crippled, and the Absolute Beginning couldn't be born. Tai Su was refined into a treasure, and Tai Chi hid in all directions. None of the innate 4 supreme masters who had the highest chance of becoming Tao had succeeded. Tai Yi was guarding the world tree, but he was actually guarding his own life. He said leisurely, The person who seems to be the most impartial is usually the person with the greatest selfishness. Qin suddenly burst into laughter. The master of Miluo Palace didn't speak anymore and quietly waited for his laughter to fall. I can't refute you, but I won't doubt too easily because of this. The person I should be suspecting the most is you. Qin continued to walk toward him with perseverance. His voice echoed in Miluo Palace as he said in a clear voice, Tao brother, you also seem to be a person who is impartial. According to your logic, you are also the person with the most selfish. The master of Miluo Palace was silent for a moment. You can say that too. The universe is fair. When the time comes, all life will die, and those who have attained Tao are no exception. Yet I want to live, yet I want to save people. This is indeed selfish. Qin Mu continued to walk towards him. He shook his head. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the sacrificial altar of the ancestral hall. The entire ancestral altar is a huge blood altar. Do you dare to say that it has nothing to do with you? You've been trapped here all this time. You've been waiting for an opportunity to come ashore. That's why you've set up the blood altar. The master of the Moreau Palace fell silent again. After a moment, his voice came from within the thick purple light. The ancestral altar has nothing to do with me. However, it does have something to do with the Moreau Palace. Over the past 16 years, I've witnessed the destruction of 16 universes, the separation and reunion of countless lives, the ambition and obsession of countless geniuses. In the end, they all turned into ashes in the great destruction. I no longer want to go ashore, nor do I want to ferry people anymore. However, not everyone in Miluo Palace has the same thoughts as me. It was difficult for Qin Mu to understand the comprehension in his words, and it was also difficult for him to distinguish the truth from the falsehood of his words. Logically speaking, there was no need for Palace Master Miluo to lie to him, but in his heart, he really didn't want to believe what Palace Master Miluo had said. He didn't want to believe that Tai had been lying to him and using him all along. I still remember Tai telling me that when I gave up on my own path, he had turned into a tear at the corner of my eye, Qin Mu muttered. This touched him greatly and shook his heart. However, tears are the cheapest. If this can move you, then I can give you more tears. How many tears do you want? Qin Mu walked forward stubbornly and said solemnly, Then let me see your tears. He took a step forward and the incomparably thick purple qi in front of him dispersed. He had finally arrived in front of the master of Miluo Palace. In front of him was a towering and majestic Dao tree. It was like a world tree, lush and verdant. It seemed to be standing in the destruction of 16 universes, and wouldn't be destroyed by the destruction of the universe. There were 16 Dao fruits hanging on the Dao tree, and each Dao fruit revealed a different great Dao. Dao voices lingered around it, and rays of light filled the air. Standing in front of the Dao tree, Qin Mu felt that he was as tiny as an ant and insignificant. He tried his best to look under the Dao tree and saw a tall figure sitting under it. That person formed seals with his hands and sat there in a strange posture as if he had never moved. It was a skeleton with only bones left. There wasn't the slightest bit of flesh and blood on the body of the master of Miluo Palace. There was no corporeal body, no primordial spirit, and no aura of the great Dao. There was only a skeleton sitting in the palace. Heavenly venerate Mu, the tears you want. On the towering Dao tree, Dao fruit swayed, and drops of Dao dew dripped down from the leaves and landed on the heart of Qin Mu's brows. Is this one drop of tears enough? The voice of the master of Miluo Palace came from the Dao fruit on the Dao tree. Or do you need more? Qin Mu's mouth opened slightly, unable to describe the shock that the scene in front of him had brought to his heart. He had always thought that the master of Miluo Palace was controlling all of this, controlling the invasion of those who had achieved Dao in prehistoric times, controlling the sacrificial altar of the ancestral court, and controlling the traps of Jade Capital. However, he had never expected that the master of Miluo Palace was already dead. He had already transformed into a Dao and disappeared. He was only left with this skeleton and this Dao tree. He was only left with his Dao. Perhaps when he realized that he would never be able to save the people of the world, he would die. Qin Mu closed his eyes, and the vertical eye in the heart of his brows also slowly closed. All along, the person who had been talking to him wasn't the master of Miluo Palace, but the Dao that the master of Miluo Palace had transformed into. Dao practitioners could lie, but the Dao wouldn't lie. After a moment, he opened his eyes and turned around to walk out of the hall. I don't believe it, he muttered. I definitely don't believe it. His legs became heavier and heavier, but he still walked out forcefully. I definitely don't believe that Tai Yi is a prehistorical Dao practitioner. This is just your word. Even if he is a prehistorical Dao practitioner, what does it matter? After all, he protects this universe. He is a good person after all. He is like a world tree, holding up the blue sky of this universe. He walked to the door of the Moreau Palace. Suddenly, his legs went weak and he sat on the ground. His eyes were lifeless as he muttered, He is the sky of this universe. I want to see him personally to ask him. He struggled to get up and held onto the palace door, trying to push it open. Creak. The door of the Miro Palace slowly opened, revealing a crack. You are wrong. The voice of the master of Miluo Palace came from behind him. It has never been easy to prop up your universe. Heavenly Venerate Mu, the one who prop up your universe, was once Supreme Emperor, then Absolute Beginning, then 10 Heavenly Venerates, Heavenly Venerate Yun, Heavenly Venerate Yu, Heavenly Venerate Ling, Red Emperor, Bright Emperor, High Emperor, Founding Emperor, Emperor Yanfeng, Emperor Yanxiu. It was Heavenly Venerate Mu himself. No one has ever helped you to support your sky. Qin Mu staggered out of Miluo Palace, and the door behind him closed with a loud bang. It was the end of the month, and they were calling for the support of the monthly votes. In front of the hall, a broken Dao fruit floated in the air. Inside the Dao fruit was a naked woman who was looking at Qin Mu, who had walked out of the hall in a daze. Heavenly Venerate Mu? She called out softly. Qin Mu ignored her and sat down in front of the hall. He was in a daze. The Dao fruit flew to his side. The woman in the Dao fruit asked, "Have you seen the master of Miluo Palace? Old man, does he have the feeling of making you look up at a lofty mountain?" "Me too. Only he can create such a brilliant divine city and stand at the end of the universe eternally. Even destruction cannot be destroyed. You killed the reincarnation of Supreme Emperor, so the responsibility of Supreme Emperor will fall on your shoulders." Qin Mu stood up and took a glance at her. What responsibility does the master of Miluo Palace give to Supreme Emperor? The woman in the Dao fruit was about to continue when suddenly, waves surged on the river of chaos. A person's aura rose as he stepped on the river and ascended to Miluo Palace. Qin Mu looked into the distance and saw Heavenly Venerate Shao walking over step by step with blood all over his body. His aura towered into the sky, and the 47 halls of the 36 heavenly palaces behind him were burning like divine flames. The strength of this aura made even Qin Mu, who was far away, feel the pressure. Heavenly Venerate Shao won? Qin Mu was astonished. Plop. Heavenly Venerate Shao fell to the ground, grabbing the ground with his face. He didn't move an inch. If he fell to the ground in this position, the tip of his nose would touch the ground and slide a few feet away. If he was an ordinary person, his nose would most likely be crippled, but Heavenly Venerate wouldn't. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven actually won the battle with Heavenly Venerate Dawn. Qin Mu was astonished. How did Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven defeat Heavenly Venerate Dawn? Heavenly Venerate Dawn was the reincarnation of Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning. Qin Mu had once joined hands with Qing Tianfei to kill Heavenly Venerate Dawn, but he had been forced to flee by Heavenly Venerate Dawn. Now that Heavenly Venerate Dawn had been severely injured, didn't that mean that Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's abilities were above Heavenly Venerate Dawn's? However, Heavenly Venerate Hao shouldn't have such strong battle prowess. Even though Heavenly Venerate Hao controlled all the resources in the world, Heavenly Venerate Shao also had origin wood in his hands. He was also the former Heavenly Emperor, and now that he had grasped the primordial mineral vein, his cultivation and abilities had become even more unfathomable after he had escaped from the chaotic space. Even if Heavenly Venerate Hao had Taisu's help, it was almost impossible for him to defeat him. Is the power of Taisu's Dao weapon really that strong? Or is there another reason behind the battle between Vast Heaven and Dawn? However, this is a chance. A great chance to take down Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven to sink the river. Qin Mu immediately threw all kinds of thoughts to the back of his mind, and his eyes revealed a fierce light. Wait a moment. He already has the power of a Dao practitioner. If I take him to sink the river, I might not be able to kill him. Then I'll chop him to death. The woman in the Dao fruit had originally planned to tell him the responsibility of Supreme Emperor, but Qin Mu, who had been in low spirits just a moment ago, was now full of vigor. He was sprinting toward Heavenly Venerate Shao while pulling out Calamity Sword. At the same time, the 49 Heavenly Dao weapons in his Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure danced and formed the form of Supreme Treasure Heavenly Knife. They were held in the hands of the primordial spirit behind him, and their killing intent surged. Another arm crawled out from under his armpit and held Great Change Crutch in his hand. His feet paused and God Execution Platform appeared. Even though the two Blood Fiend God Execution mysterious knives had yet to recover to their peak state, Their power was still extraordinary. The woman in the Dao fruit was astonished, but she soon felt relieved. This is the young Master Mu that I know. Qin Mu's mind was clear, and his speed became faster and faster. At that moment a strange change suddenly occurred. A huge hall in Miluo Palace suddenly creaked open a door, and rays of light shone out from the door, shining on Heavenly Venerate Zhao's body. Qin Mu stopped and looked at the light. He could vaguely see a figure walking toward Celestial Master Xiao. The light retracted and returned to the huge hall, but Celestial Master Xiao had already disappeared. Qin Mu looked at the huge hall and was bewildered. He saw that it was Ling Zhao's treasure hall. Which young master's treasure hall is Ling Zhao's treasure hall? He asked the Dao fruit that was flying over. The woman in the Dao fruit said, "Third young master." Qin Mu frowned and looked at Ling Xiao treasure hall. He asked in a deep voice, "Third young master is in Ling Xiao treasure hall at this moment?" The woman in the Dao fruit shook her head. Third young master is so elusive that he rarely appears. He should be in the destruction tribulation of the sixth universe at this moment. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. Back then, when Supreme Emperor and Absolute Beginning had led everyone into Jade Capital City, they might not have seen the master of Miluo Palace, but they definitely had seen Ling Xiao Treasure Hall. And now, Heavenly Venerate Xiao had suffered heavy injuries, and there was a ray of light shooting out from Ling Xiao's treasure hall. Qin Mu could also faintly see a figure in the light. Was this matter related to Supreme Emperor and Absolute Beginning's exploration of Jade Capital City back then? Why did Supreme Emperor and Absolute Beginning choose to visualize Ling Xiao's treasure hall? Why did his Supreme Palace imitate Ling Xiao's treasure hall of Jade Capital City after Absolute Beginning became the Heavenly Emperor and built the Heavenly Court? Why did Ling Xiao Realm and Emperor's Throne Realm become the Supreme Realm after the Heavenly Palace Realm was created? And why did someone save Heavenly Venerate Xiao in Ling Xiao Hall? The water of this Moreau Palace is deeper and more chaotic than I imagined. Qin Mu composed himself. If the Master of Moreau Palace hadn't lied, then after the Master of Moreau Palace transformed into the Dao, Moreau Palace had already split into different factions, trying to secretly control the future universe. The path that the Master of Ling Xiao Treasure Hall, Third Young Master, had taken was definitely the path of Jade Capital Trap. The Master of Miluo Palace said that there are no traps in Jade Capital. What he meant was cultivating according to the layout of Jade Capital City, one would be able to obtain all kinds of great Dao of the Dao practitioners of the past universe and then become the Dao. When one cultivated to Miluo Palace, one would become a Dao practitioner, and at the very least, one would become the Dao with strength. This path isn't wrong. However, someone had tampered with this path from the start. They changed the ultimate realm of Mycroft Palace to Ling Xiao's treasured hall, and the two realms of Ling Xiao and Emperor's throne. And this person is naturally. Qin Mu put away his calamity sword, Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure, and Great Change Walking Stick, and his gaze landed on Ling Xiao's treasured hall. Third Young Master. Back then when Supreme Emperor, Absolute Beginning, and the rest came, it was Third Young Master's scheme. Then, the sacrificial altar of the ancestral court, Supreme Emperor slaughtering the creator race, and creating void beasts and mother beasts. Whose trap was it? Second Young Master, Fourth Young Master? Fifth Young Master, Sixth Young Master. These two traps should have been set up at the same time when Supreme Emperor and Absolute Beginning first entered the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. Supreme Emperor and Absolute Beginning are their chess pieces. Chess pieces that fight openly and secretly. Great Change expelled Creator and Ancient God, forcing them to leave the ancestral court. It was an attempt to break the game. But he didn't break the game of Third Young Master's Jade Capital trap. Qin Mu took in a long breath and tried his best to look at Great Change with a detached attitude, not letting the words of Palace Master Miluo affect his thoughts. He said in a low voice, Tai is guarding Great Black Mountain and repairing it day and night. Great Black Mountain should be another trap. This trap was a trap set up by the smugglers to restrict Tai in Great Black Mountain, forcing him to be unable to leave Great Black Mountain and the ancestral court. And Tai used me to break the trap. Tai gained my trust and gave me his Dao Tree, Willow Branches, Iron Bucket and Dao Dew. He asked me to help him repair Great Black Mountain, while he took the opportunity to leave and do some things that he couldn't do in the past. He left the Black Mountain and came to Jade Capital City. One of his goals was to fight with the master of the Miluo Palace. He wanted to test whether the master of the Miluo Palace was alive or dead. It was also possible that he wanted to find out what the master of the Miluo Palace was thinking. The other goal was to set up his own scheme. Therefore, it wasn't entirely the master of the Miluo Palace who made him enter the fourth universe. It was also possible that he wanted to return to the past. Only by returning to the past would it be convenient for him to set up his plans. Logically speaking, I should have stayed in the Great Black Mountain and kept repairing it, unable to leave. However, he didn't expect that I would leave such a boring job to Su Shanghua while running out on my own. I have always hated repeating the same thing day after day. Then, Qin Mu fell into deep thought and walked back and forth. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at Ling Zhao's hall, and from time to time, he would look at the other halls of Miluo Palace, such as Supreme Jade Clear Hall and Purple Heaven Hall. Then, is the chaotic space that Heavenly Venerate you exiled Heavenly Venerate Xiao to another trap? Is it a trap laid by Tai Yi? Or is it a trap laid by the young master of Miluo Palace? That place is also a refuge that the Red Emperor found for the Red Emperor celestial race. The floating world is there. The Red Emperor found that place, but he couldn't leave it alive. Thus, his body merged with the small universe and turned into the floating world. Heavenly Venerate you had once wandered there, and discovered many incredible ruins. Heavenly Venerate Xiao had been exiled there by Heavenly Venerate you, and his abilities had improved greatly after he came out. That was why Qin Mu suspected that it might have been a trap set up by the young masters of Miluo Palace. He let out a turbid breath. Great Easy had fallen into the fourth universe, and it seemed like a coincidence. However, he suddenly thought of many things and felt that this was something that seemed to be a coincidence but was actually a certainty created by Great Easy on purpose. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven defeating Heavenly Venerate Dawn. Is it because of his own abilities or a battle between two schemers? Qin Mu thought deeper and deeper. Was there another schemer behind Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven? In this battle, the one who had won seemed to be Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. But in reality, it was the person behind Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven who had won. There are still many secrets in this universe, but there aren't many that can defeat me. The plans laid out by these few young masters are the few secrets that can defeat me. Qin Mu looked at the tattered Dao fruit and the woman in it beside him and suddenly smiled. The mission given to Supreme Emperor by the Master of Miluo Palace, is it to stir up chaos, kill more strong practitioners in the ancestral court, and start a blood sacrifice? The woman in the Dao fruit smiled. Supreme Emperor isn't up to par. This matter can only be done by young Master Mu of Heavenly Venerate Mu. Qin Mu laughed loudly. He shook his head and walked towards Miluo Palace. Master of Miluo Palace, how many sins do you have to fake your name? This trick can fool Supreme Emperor, but if it can't fool me, I won't fall for it. I want to stay here for a few days to comprehend the Dao patterns of Miluo Palace. You can leave now. The woman in the Dao fruit was stunned and shouted. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by how many sins are imitating your name? This mission was personally handed over by the Master of Miluo Palace to Great Emperor Juyu clan. Qin Mu sneered and turned back to smile. Have you seen the Master of Miluo Palace? The woman in the Dao fruit was stunned. Qin Mu shook his head and came to the front of the palace. He carefully studied the runes on the palace wall and muttered, even if she becomes a Dao, she's still a silly woman. Who are you scolding? The woman in the Dao fruit was furious. I recommend 2 books. The first one is an urban novel, a new work of the imperial family that hired cats. It's the surging time of rebirth. The second one is a new book of fantasy, a new work of August Eagle. I have possessed the Devil Emperor. Qin Mu ignored her and took out 2 heaven and earth mirrors to compare with the Dao patterns on the palace walls. This trip to Miluo Palace had solved one of his doubts, which was the Jade Capital Trap. The Jade Capital Trap wasn't on Jade Capital Realm, but on Ling Xiao Realm and Emperor's Throne Realm. From the layout of the treasure halls of Miluo Palace, the 72 palaces included Ling Xiao Palace, Purple Heaven Palace, Supreme Hall and so on. The master of Ling Xiao Palace, third young master, had used the method of replacing Li Zombie with Peach to make Ling Xiao Palace the ruler. It became a realm. The third young master of the Miluo Palace deliberately led people astray, and used the power of the world to strengthen himself. He tied all the future universe masters who had cultivated to the Lingxiao and Emperor Throne's realm to his chariot. When the world cultivated the Lingxiao realm and Emperor Throne's realm, the foundation of their Tao techniques and abhijnas was his Lingxiao palace. Cultivating these two realms was to help him cultivate his great Tao and improve his cultivation. Moreover, the Lingxiao treasure palace was related to the cultivation techniques of all the Lingxiao and Emperor Throne experts in the world. These experts had to protect the Lingxiao treasured palace and third young master. They had to stand on the same side as him. Otherwise, their cultivation would be in danger. More importantly, if they cultivated his Lingxiao treasured palace, even if they were enemies with him, they would be easily killed by him. And the key person in the Jade Capital's trap was the Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning. The true Jade Capital realm, apart from the 72 treasured palaces, was Moreau Palace. The master of Moreau Palace had already transformed into Tao, which meant that by replacing the two realms of Lingxiao and Emperor Throne with Moreau Palace, he could avoid the trap. Qin Mu stayed in Moreau Palace and didn't leave. His goal was to explore the realm of Moreau. The 72 treasured palaces were divided by 10 heavenly venerates, so it was very difficult to obtain the complete 72 palaces. Qin Mu had already explored more than 10 treasured palaces, so the other palaces could only be seized by other heavenly venerates. Soon, he was immersed in the Tao markings of the master of Miluo Palace. At that moment he discovered something amazing. When he used the vertical eye in the heart of his brows to look at the Tao markings of the master of Miluo Palace, he could actually see the internal structure of the Tao markings clearly. He could even see the primordial Qi runes in the deepest layer without using universe mirror. Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly as he tried to execute the vertical eye in the heart of his brows. Originally, he had only treated this eye as a divine eye that could break the Qi of chaos, and was unable to execute the other effects of this eye. This was because every time he tried to execute it, the eggshell that formed the eye's vision net would always stir up the Qi of chaos. It made his vision a mess and he was unable to see anything. But now, when he executed this vertical eye, this sense of chaos disappeared and was replaced by the Tao markings of Mycroft Palace that became incomparably clear. In an instant he could see all the changes of the Tao markings clearly. The Tao markings that Wei Suifeng had used Death's Heaven and Earth Mirror to reflect only had its shape and didn't have any changes. Everything was fixed. And now, when Qin Mu looked with the vertical eye in the heart of his brows, he instantly saw that the Tao markings were actually changing all the time. The Tao markings were originally incomparably complicated and contained almost endless information, making it extremely difficult to comprehend. When Qin Mu saw the changes within the Tao markings, he was even more astonished. The changes in the Tao markings of Miluo Palace meant that the information that the Tao markings could convey was several times more than the information that the fixed Tao markings could convey. The Tao markings reflected by the two heaven and earth mirrors were only 1/1000th of the information contained in the Tao markings. When the vertical eye in the heart of his brows examined the structure of the Tao markings, he could still see the transformation process from Tai Chi to Tai Su, to Tai Shi, Tai Chu and Tai Yi. He couldn't help being mesmerized by it. The information contained in the Tao markings of the master of Miluo Palace was incomparably huge. A single Tao marking could fill up the boundless space of two heaven and earth mirrors. It was indeed extremely terrifying, but what made him even more impressed was the attainments of the master of Miluo Palace. The path of an existence of such a level could no longer be described with words. His knowledge made even a celestial venerable like Qin Mu sigh in admiration. Strange, my vertical eye couldn't see these things originally, so why can it see them now? Qin Mu suddenly remembered the tear and thought to himself, could it be that tear on the path tree of the palace master of Mycroft Palace that stimulated the power of my vertical eye? He fell silent. Great change had used Tao Du to allow the vertical eye in the heart of his brows to see things and see through chaos, while the tear of the palace master of Mycroft Palace allowed him to control the power of the vertical eye. These two seniors treated him very well, but the evaluation of Tai Yi by the Miluo Palace master made him unable to let it go. Suddenly Qin Mu smiled. Miluo Palace master asked me how many tears I needed, but I foolishly didn't answer. From the looks of it now, I should have asked for more. His state of mind returned to normal, and he didn't continue to struggle with Tai Yi's identity. Regardless of whether Tai Yi was a person who had achieved Tao in prehistoric times, He didn't want to continue to struggle. The parents of disabled elderly village had taught him since he was young that to recognize a person, he had to observe his actions as well as his words. Don't look at what he said or what he did. He couldn't lose his judgment because of the evaluation of others. Regardless of whether Tai was a person who had achieved Tao in prehistoric times, his actions in the past were beneficial to this universe. He had cut down the world tree to protect the Great Black Mountain so that the person who had achieved Tao in prehistoric times couldn't descend or invade, so this was good. Great Change had repaired the Great Black Mountain and helped Qin Mu solve the problem of the world tree. He had helped the people of Eternal Peace to gain a foothold in the Great Black Mountain and the Ancestral Court. Up until now, he had even used the Dao Du on his Dao tree to repair the cracks on the Great Black Mountain. This was good then. This was his kindness to this world. Qin Mu had been able to open the vertical eye between his brows and grow a world tree in his body because of him. This was the kindness he had shown Qin Mu. As repayment for his kindness, as repayment for what he had done in the past, Qin Mu didn't care about his true identity and would still save him according to the map. As for what their stand would be after saving Great Change, they would continue to observe his words and actions. If his actions don't conflict with my principles and we still have the same goal, then he and I will still be Dao friends. Qin Mu smiled frankly and felt that he could finally face all the changes in the future with ease. His heart was at ease and his Dao heart was clear and bright. If his actions conflict with my principles and our goals go against each other, then we will be enemies. He thought all this through and didn't have any hesitation in his heart. He continued to study the Dao markings of the Miluo Palace Master. There were too many changes to the Dao markings and the information contained within was incomparably complicated. Qin Mu estimated that if he stayed here and only studied one Dao markings, he would probably need to spend tens of thousands of years. I don't have such a long time to waste. His gaze flickered. He had an idea. If I stay here to observe the changes in the Dao patterns, why don't I study the roots and first understand the deepest layer of primordial chaos vital chi runes? After understanding the primordial chaos vital chi runes, I'll try to use the changes at the bottom layer to evolve layer by layer and construct the Dao patterns. The changes at the bottom layer were the changes of the 5 great heavens. After observing for so long, he felt that the changes of the 5 great heavens contained in the Dao patterns of the Palace Master of Miluo Palace should be reversible. Not only could he experience the changes of the 5 great changes from primordial chaos vital chi in the state of great change, he could also transform his vital chi from Tai Chi to primordial chaos vital chi. Qin Mu was already trying to transform his own vital chi into Tai Chi vital chi. If he could figure out the runes of primordial chaos vital chi, he could try to reverse the changes of the 5 great changes and transform his vital chi into primordial chaos vital chi. After figuring out the changes of the 5 great changes, I can imitate the Dao markings of the Miluo Palace Master, and try my best to imitate it exactly. After that, I can deduce the incomparably complicated changes within it and obtain the information contained within this rune. With that, it's many times faster than sitting here and slowly comprehending it. Qin Mu was aware of his aptitude and comprehension. He wasn't the smartest person in the world and his aptitude for comprehension wasn't the best either. Su Shanghua was smarter than him, Zhang Baigui was better than him, and Lan Yutian's aptitude was much higher than his. He couldn't compare to these people, so he could only try his best to find a shortcut to make up for his lack of intelligence and comprehension. Strange, all the Dao markings on the walls of Miluo Palace and the primordial chaos vital chi runes inside are all the same runes. Qin Mu observed for a long time and his expression became more and more strange. There was only one primordial chaos vital chi rune. This was really strange. The great Tao of heaven and earth in the world had many types of basic runes. For example, the path of lightning, there were hundreds of innate runes, and there were also 324 types of runes in the path of heavenly Yin. There were also postnatal great Tao such as sword path that didn't have runes, but basic sword skills could also be treated as runes. There were 20 types of basic runes in sword path. This was the reason why the development of sword path had yet to reach its peak. Above the 20 types of basic sword skills, there might be Sword 21 and Sword 22, but they had yet to be created by anyone. The more basic runes there were, the more changes there were. This was common sense. However, there was only one type of primordial chi rune. One type of rune could evolve into great changes: absolute beginning, Tai Su Tai Chi, and from Tai Chi it could evolve into the great Tao of heaven and earth. The great Tao of heaven and earth could evolve into endless changes. The knowledge of the master of Miluo Palace can only be admired from a high mountain. Qin Mu sighed in admiration and tried his best to figure out the profoundness of this primordial chaos rune without any distractions. Not far away from him, the woman in the Dao fruit was calling out to Miluo Palace in the Dao language in an attempt to obtain the permission of the master of Miluo Palace to enter the palace. However, the door of Miluo Palace never opened. A few days later, a Dao tree sailed over from the river of chaos and came to Miluo Palace. Qin Mu was awakened by Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's aura, and looked into the distance. He saw Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Ancestral God King, Heavenly Venerate Palace, and the rest walking down from the Dao tree. Divine Emperor Langxian was also among them. Clearly, because of Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's defeat, Divine Emperor Langxian had no choice but to submit to Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's power is already complete. After leaving the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, it should be the time for him to become the emperor and flatten the four directions. Qin Mu's heart tightened. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven no longer had an opponent, and he was determined to obtain the position of Heavenly Emperor. In that case, which young master of Miluo Palace would be behind Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven? Just as he thought of this, he saw Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven take a step forward. He didn't walk towards Ling Xiao Hall, but towards Zi Xiao Hall. Which young master is in Violet Heaven's hall? Qin Mu asked. The woman in the Dao fruit had never been able to enter Miluo Palace and meet the master of Miluo Palace. She had always been muddle-headed and had lost her soul. When she heard that, she said, "The one in Violet Heaven's hall is fourth young master." Fourth young master? He's the emperor under the tree that I met on the surface of the seventh Chaos River. In that case, Qin Mu's expression was uncertain. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven got into contact with the fourth young master of Mycroft Palace when he crossed the seventh Chaos River? He was able to defeat Heavenly Venerate Small because of the guidance of this fourth young master? Or could it be that they had colluded a long time ago? Heavenly Venerate Haoyan walked into the Purple Clouds Hall, but the other Heavenly Venerates did not enter. Fire, Palace, Ancestor, and Void had all been restored to their original appearances. Only Divine Emperor Langxian still looked old. He was the last to join Heavenly Venerate Haoyan, and he was Heavenly Venerate Haoyan's half-brother. As a punishment, Heavenly Venerate Haoyan did not restore his lifespan. In other words, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven has a method or treasure that can block the influence of the aura of destruction in the River of Chaos. Was it fourth young master who gave it to him? No wonder Heavenly Venerate Small Heaven was defeated. That fourth young master has invested all his resources on Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. With Tai Su around, Divine Emperor Langxian would definitely be subdued by Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, and wouldn't be able to break free from his control. In the battle in Jade Capital City, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's faction could be said to have obtained a complete victory, while Heavenly Venerate Zhao's faction could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat. Without Langxian, Shi Chilua and Imperial Concubine Yen were captured by Ancient God Taiji. The two ancient gods wanted to experiment on them and try to fuse them together. As Heavenly Venerate Xiao was an absolute beginning and also a heavenly emperor, he was proud and arrogant, so it was difficult to subdue him. Only by making him suffer would he be able to completely submit to him. Therefore, third young master of Miluo Palace didn't give Heavenly Venerate Xiao any treasures. He also didn't have any funding. The third young master of Miluo Palace waited until he was defeated and had nothing left before he stepped in to save him, and kept him in Ling Zhao's treasure hall. The two young masters of Miluo Palace had different ways of doing things, which might represent the different personalities of the two young masters. The fourth young master would do whatever he thought of and be decisive, while the third young master would act after making a decision and be gentle and gentle. It's time for me to leave. When Qin Mu's gaze landed on Fire, Gong, Su, Ancestor, and the other heavenly venerables, they also sensed his gaze and looked over. Apart from Divine Emperor Langxian, whose cultivation had yet to recover, The other heavenly venerables' abilities should be much stronger than when they had entered the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. If they continued to stay here, Qin Mu would definitely be killed by them. Qin Mu smiled at the woman in the Dao fruit and said, "Thank you for taking care of me all the way here. Before we bid farewell, may I know what sister's name is?" The woman in the Dao fruit had always been very displeased with him, and Qin Mu had once mocked her for being silly. However, after Qin Mu had asked twice, it wasn't good for her to not answer. She said reluctantly, "My name is Nan Xiang. In the previous universe, I was revered as Nan Xiang Yuan Lord." Qin Mu nodded lightly and introduced himself solemnly. "I'm Qin Mu. Some people call me Cult Master Qin, while others call me Heavenly Venerate Mu. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor Qin. There are also some scum who call me Qin Demolish, Qin Beast, Qin Abduct, and so on. Those are all slander and can't be believed." The woman in the Dao fruit gave a faint smile. Qin Mu looked into the distance and saw Heavenly Venerate Fire, Heavenly Venerate Void, and the rest walking over together. Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Gong were laying down divine arts along the way. They had obviously discovered him and planned to encircle him here so that he wouldn't be able to escape. Qin Mu took a step out of Miluo Palace and smiled. "Nan Xiang, why are you always naked? Is lying naked in the Dao fruit a custom of your previous universe?" In the Dao fruit, Yuan Lord Nan Xiang was very embarrassed and angry. "I'm already a great achievement for me to be able to come out alive from the great calamity of destruction and come to Miluo Palace. You can still keep your clothes? How many Dao practitioners are still struggling in the great calamity of destruction? To tell you the truth, among the 72 halls in Jade Capital City, I'm also one of the hall masters. Young Master Mu, don't underestimate me." Qin Mu paid attention to the movements of Heavenly Venerate Fire and Heavenly Venerate Su while quickening his steps. "So your cultivation is exhausted and you can't create a piece of clothing to cover your body. I thought you guys had such a revealing custom. We are about to part and it's rare for us to meet, so I'll give you a piece of clothing." After saying that, he took off the robe on his body and sent it in through the hole in the Dao fruit for Yuan Lord Nan Xiang to put on. When Yuan Lord Nan Xiang put on the clothes, she saw that the clothes were wide and her fingers barely protruded out from the sleeve. When she looked down, she could only see her toes. "There's no underwear," she said as she massaged her chest. "I don't have any either." Qin Mu quickened his steps and said in a troubled manner, "I've never worn that, and it's even more impossible for me to have female underwear here. Nanxiang, there's no need to send me off, let's bid farewell here." Nanxiang Yuanjun's Dao fruit stopped, and the woman stood in the middle of it, her hands folding the clothes on her chest. She asked loudly, "Young Master Mu, what do you have to fight with the young masters of Miluo Palace? Your cultivation is weaker than theirs, your influence is smaller than theirs, and they have already laid out their plans billions of years before you. They have all the advantages, so why are you struggling so hard?" "They have all the advantages, but I also have my advantages." Qin Mu turned back and smiled at her. Important figures cherish their lives and only care about their plans. They only care about cultivating their own influence and can't go down personally. On the other hand, I have a rotten life. If they lose, they will only lose their own forces. Their lives are still there, but if I lose, my life will be gone. Therefore, my advantage is that I have no way out. There's no way out either, so I can only use my full strength to fight and risk my life every time." He waved his hand and rushed into the distance. Nanxiang Primordial Lord looked at him, and saw that the direction he was running towards was precisely the Golden Miluo ship. Primordial Lord Nanxiang's vision went black and he couldn't help becoming anxious. He shouted out sternly, "What are you doing? Stop right now. That's the golden ship of the Master of Miluo Palace. It's not something you can move. There's no use for him to keep it. Give it to me, I can still make use of this ship." Qin Mu whizzed away and his voice was loud and clear. It came from afar. "Then what's the harm in letting me use it?" Nanxiang Primordial Lord was furious, and her Dao fruit caught up to him. She suddenly saw Heavenly Venerate Fire and Heavenly Venerate Void chasing from a distance, preparing to intercept Qin Mu. Only then did she stop. The abilities of these two Heavenly Venerates are extremely high, and they have recovered to their peak state. Let's see how you can escape. Just as she thought of this, she suddenly saw Qin Mu howling nonstop and running like lightning. He was sprinting with large strides while executing his vital qi, and he suddenly pointed forward. Heavenly Venerate Fire and Heavenly Venerate Void arrived at the same time and blocked in front of him. Divine Emperor Lang Xian's Divine Vitality Finger? Heavenly Venerate Void and Heavenly Venerate Fire were slightly stunned, but their expressions changed drastically. Qin Mu's finger seemed to be very similar to Lang Xian's Divine Vitality Finger, but the Dao patterns that flew out from the tip of the finger were incomparably complicated. It was majestic. Before the power of the finger could reach them, they saw numerous primordial purple qi spiraling around them. The Dao sounds rumbled and shook, giving off a domineering aura. Their expressions changed, and Heavenly Venerate Fire immediately pulled away. As long as Heavenly Venerate Su blocks it, I can kill this bastard. When he retreated, he didn't expect Heavenly Venerate Su to retreat at the same time to avoid Qin Mu's attack. Heavenly Venerate Fire was stunned. One of them went left while the other went right, parting ways. Whoosh! The power of Qin Mu's finger surged into the sky and passed through them. Wherever it passed by, space would distort and spin. Boom! In the river of chaos behind them, waves suddenly surged. The qi of chaos whizzed around, and a tunnel appeared with a whoosh. Qin Mu took large strides as though he was flying, passing them and leaving. Heavenly Venerate Fire and Heavenly Venerate Su met each other's eyes, and they immediately stopped retreating and chased after Qin Mu. At that moment, Qin Mu's figure came to the side of the long river of chaos. There was a pier built beside the river, and there was a huge, tattered golden ship tied to it. His figure rose into the sky and landed on the ship. In the Dao fruit, Primordial Lord Nanxiang's eyes were about to crack from anger. She hurriedly flew forward with an imposing manner and said furiously, "Young Master Mu, if you dare to take away the golden ship, the Master of Miluo Palace will not let you off." After all, she didn't have much cultivation left, so her flying speed wasn't fast. Heavenly Venerate Fire and Heavenly Venerate Su were even faster than her. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Gong and Ancestral God King also increased their speed and rushed toward the golden ship. Even the octogenarian Divine Emperor Lang Xian staggered toward the golden ship in order to show his loyalty. On the golden ship, Qin Mu looked around and saw that the ship was dilapidated everywhere. There were huge holes that had been eroded by the great calamity of destruction, and the places that weren't damaged were also covered in rust. The great Dao used by the ship was something he had never seen or heard of before. Even after experiencing the great calamity of destruction, the interior of the ship was still filled with the aura of a sacred and solemn great Dao. This ship was built by the master of Mycroft Palace in an attempt to take away all the lives in the universe to survive the great calamity of destruction. However, he failed and was the only one who survived. In his sorrow, he abandoned the ship and never used it. From then on, this ship had been soaking in the river of chaos. However, even after so many years, the golden ship was still not completely destroyed by the great calamity of destruction. It could be seen how powerful the energy of this ship was. Qin Mu's 3 eyes shone. The golden ship was extremely huge and spacious. When he stood on it, it looked extremely small. However, this ship was too dilapidated, so could it still be activated? How to activate the golden ship of crossing worlds had become his problem. The treasure ship has a spirit. You were created to transcend the world and save people. All these years you have been immersed in the great calamity of destruction, but you haven't transcended anyone or saved anyone. If I were you, I would also be ashamed of this. Qin Mu let out a long sigh. Below, the 4 heavenly venerates had already rushed to the dock. Heavenly Venerate Fire was the first to step forward, his Dao flames surging. With a palm strike, 28 layers of Dao flames divine arts overlapped, and his palm struck out from the layers of Dao flames, melting the space. Qin Mu turned a blind eye to them and bowed to the golden ship. You are willing to be buried here, but your talent is useless. You can only drift on the river, but you still want to follow me to the mortal world to experience the torment of the raging flames and the tempering of the iron hammer during the forging process. Is there any place you can use it? If you are willing, I am willing to take you away. As soon as he finished speaking, the broken ship suddenly shook violently. Waves of terrifying throbbing erupted from the inside of the ship. Rays of light from the great Dao in the golden ship soared into the sky. The fire Heavenly Venerate's palm met the expanding rays of light with a bang. Suddenly, His expression changed drastically. He heard the sound of his 5 fingers breaking one after another. His divine ability was completely useless against this large ship. It could not even shake this ship in the slightest. At this moment, this dilapidated golden ship seemed to come to life. The power of the great Tao overflowed from the ship's hull and flowed into the holes, making the large ship look fresh and fresh. The collapsed buildings and masts on the ship were all erected and reconnected. On the ship's walls and on the deck, the Tao patterns that had been worn out were also rapidly recovering. This ship seemed to have returned to the day it was cast, carrying the hope of a universe as it sped through the rolling chaos amidst the great calamity of destruction. Nanxiang Yuanjun flew over and said sternly, "Don't listen to him." Boom! The world-crossing golden ship started to sail into the river of chaos. Nanxiang Yuanjun stomped her feet in the Tao fruit and cursed loudly. "Qin Guai. The last 4 hours of March, is there a monthly ticket?" Qin Mu stood at the bow of the ship, his excitement indescribable. This golden ship was still in the process of self-repair. The broken bricks and tiles on the ship were floating in the air and reassembling themselves. The collapsed hall seemed to have gone back in time, and the collapsed pillars were erected. The palace walls were piled up again and again. Soon, bricks and tiles were added from the collapsed state, and the ship was restored to its original state. The ship was like a huge beast that had woken up from a deep sleep. It had its own wisdom and thoughts, and it often felt that it was useless. Now was the time for it to display its talents. It sailed into the river of chaos and broke through the wind and waves like a huge beast, pushing the chaos away. This ship is good in everything, but the speed at which it starts doesn't seem to be fast. Qin Mu was a little anxious. After the golden boat was still increasing its speed at an unhurried pace, it was improving itself while increasing its speed. However, the current speed of this ship couldn't be compared to Heavenly Venerate's speed. He quickly came to the back of the ship and looked toward the shore. He saw that even Divine Emperor Lang Xian, who was the slowest among them, had rushed to the shore. Heavenly Venerate Fire and the rest quickly returned to their original spots and carried the Tao tree over. Placing it in the river of chaos, they chased after the golden ship. At that moment, the golden ship was still increasing its speed at an unhurried pace. The Tao tree was getting closer and closer to the golden ship. The 5 Heavenly Venerates stood on the tree, and Heavenly Venerate Gong was the first. His divine consciousness burst forth and rushed toward Qin Mu on the ship. Qin Mu's divine consciousness burst forth and transformed into divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, to defend against the attack of Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness. The divine consciousness of the two of them was ever-changing, and their attacks and defenses had their own paths. Even though Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness was far more powerful than Qin Mu's, they couldn't break through the divine consciousness, great overarching heaven that he had learned from Supreme Emperor for a moment. However, the path tree was getting closer and closer to the golden ship, and it wouldn't be long before they could board it. Heavenly Venerate Mu, aren't you very powerful? Suddenly, the Ancestor God King rose into the sky and leaped toward the golden ship. The layers of heavenly palaces behind him formed a great heavenly court that shot into the sky with divine light. His primordial spirit sat in the great heavenly court, and his body was huge. The moment he made a move, his might surged to the heavens. His huge hand of primordial spirit crushed Qin Mu's divine consciousness, great overarching heaven, with a boom, and he pressed down on Qin Mu, who was on the golden ship. Didn't you rely on your own strength to fight against the 7 great heavenly venerates? A tiger falls to the level of the sun and is bullied by a dog. You took advantage of us getting older to humiliate us. Did you ever think that there would be such a day? Qin Mu smiled and pointed with his finger. The Ancestor God King's expression changed drastically, and he instantly felt that the power of this finger was unrivaled. He hurriedly blocked it. 10,000 Worlds Heavenly Seal. Even though he had used his divine art to block it in a hurry, the heavenly Tao was vast and mighty. In an instant, it formed the resonance of the 10,000 Worlds Heavenly Tao in front of him and gathered to form a huge seal. This divine art was his proudest creation after he had become a heavenly duke. It could be said to be his strongest defense. Boom! A terrifying ripple blasted him back along with his primordial spirit and the heaven court. The ancestral God King's body trembled violently, and the 10,000 Worlds Heavenly Seal instantly shattered. The incomparably powerful impact caused the ancestral god king's limbs and bones to be in extreme pain. His skin exploded, and it evaporated into wisps of chaos chi. The heaven court behind him rumbled, and it actually split apart from the impact. It split into 35 heavenly palaces and 29 treasured halls. Behind him, Heavenly Venerate Fire stretched out his hand to grab the ancestor god king who was flying backward, allowing him to land on the Tao tree. The ancestor god king gave a muffled grunt and raised his arms while trembling. The skin on his arms was completely destroyed, revealing his flesh and bones. He couldn't help being astonished. What astonished him wasn't that he was actually injured, but the power of Qin Mu's move. All along, Divine Emperor Lang Xian's divine origin finger had always been the most powerful divine art among the 10 celestial venerables. It was one of the few great divine arts of absolute beginning, and even though divine origin finger wasn't Divine Emperor Lang Xian's strongest divine art, the power of that finger still left a lingering fear in people's hearts. However, the power of Qin Mu's move was far above that of Divine Emperor Lang Xian's finger. Even though it was also a finger, and even though Qin Mu's cultivation was far inferior to Divine Emperor Lang Xian's, the marvel of the divine art contained in Qin Mu's finger was far more profound than a great divine art of absolute beginning like Divine Origin Finger. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Gong blew the horn to strengthen everyone's qi and blood. The sound of the horn suppressed Qin Mu's qi and blood, causing his qi and blood to decline all of a sudden. Everyone rose into the air. Even the old and frail celestial Emperor Lang Xian's qi and blood surged. An aged shout came from his mouth, and he leaped toward the golden ship. Qin Mu's eyes revealed a fierce light, and he pointed from afar. Heavenly Venerate Gong's horn instantly flew out of his hand. Qin Mu stretched out his fingers, and Heavenly Venerate Fire dodged in a panic. Blood dripped from the corner of Heavenly Venerate Su's mouth, and the ancestral god king rolled to dodge. Only Celestial Emperor Lang Xian jumped onto the golden ship, and he was kicked off the ship by Qin Mu. Heavenly Venerate Gong hurriedly released his divine consciousness to catch Celestial Emperor Lang Xian. The others landed on the Tao tree with lingering fear in their hearts. What a strong point! Heavenly Venerate Void praised and suddenly said in doubt, but it seems like this fellow only has 1 point after coming and going. Furthermore, there's no change at all from this point. Heavenly Venerate Fire, Heavenly Venerate Gong, and the ancestral god king also had strange expressions. They all looked at Celestial Emperor Lang Xian. Back then, Celestial Emperor Lang Xian had only had 1 point after coming and going, and he had relied on his divine vitality to fool around with Heavenly Venerate for many years. Only when he obtained a Tao fruit did he comprehend the other primordial divine arts. Qin Mu's current situation was quite similar to that of God Emperor Lang Xian. God Emperor Lang Xian was kicked in the face by Qin Mu, and he had no teeth in his mouth. He panted and said, "If he only knows this move, then we don't have to fear him in the slightest." Qin Mu stood at the back of the ship with his hands on his hips. He laughed loudly. "Who said I only know 1 finger? What I used just now was my index finger, which is called Shangyang 1 finger. I still have rushing 1 finger, Shaozi 1 finger, less rushing 1 finger, less Shang 1 finger. If you don't believe me, come and try." However, everyone already knew his background. Celestial Emperor Lang Xian sneered and said in a low and muffled voice, "He sounds scary when he says it. He's just using different fingers to execute the same move." Heavenly Venerate Fire said in a deep voice, "If there's only this 1 finger, then boarding the ship is easy." Tao Tree rushed over once more. Qin Mu also had a huge headache. He indeed only had 1 finger, which was called 1 finger of primordial chaos. It was very easy for others to see through it. No matter which finger he used, it would always be the divine art of 1 finger of primordial chaos. This divine art was something he had comprehended from the Tao patterns on the walls of Miluo Palace. It was indeed powerful, full of power and full of profoundness. However, the biggest problem was that he had never comprehended the profoundness of the primordial chaos vital chi runes. He had only managed to imitate the primordial chaos vital chi runes. Furthermore, his primordial chaos finger had imitated the primordial chaos Tao patterns of the master of Miluo Palace, but it had imitated the structure of the static Tao patterns. It had been imitated SOSO without any changes. This also resulted in him coming and going with only 1 finger, unable to change his move. Compared to treasures, the greatest advantage of divine arts was their versatility. For example, a dragon-shaped divine art. Under the control of the divine arts practitioner, the dragon would fly in the sky and change its movements. It could be big or small, coming and going as it pleased. However, Qin Mu's primordial chaos finger was straightforward. It couldn't change its trajectory, so whether or not it could hit the target depended on whether or not the opponent could dodge in time. The golden ship is still increasing its speed, so there's no way to dodge these 5 celestial venerables. Heavenly venerables fire and the rest adjusted their strategy and charged over once more. Qin Mu braced himself and continued to execute primordial chaos finger. However, this time the 5 celestial venerables were much easier to deal with his straightforward move. They only needed to borrow strength from the air. It was enough to dodge this move. Qin Mu cried out bitterly in his heart. This ship is too big. If it was a little smaller, its speed could be raised even faster. Just as he thought of this, the incomparably huge world-crossing golden ship suddenly shrunk rapidly. Very soon, it transformed from an immeasurable behemoth into a huge ship that was about 300 yards long. Qin Mu was both surprised and delighted. He felt that the speed of the world-crossing golden ship was much faster than before. When Heavenly Venerate Fire and the rest saw this, they hurriedly executed their Dao trees with all their might and pounced toward the golden ship. They were secretly anxious. Judging from the speed of the golden ship, it wouldn't be long before it surpassed their speed and threw them far away. Qin Mu smiled. The golden ship forged by the master of Miluo Palace to transcend the great calamity is indeed extraordinary. However, as a golden ship to transcend the world, how could it not have the means to defend against the invasion of the great calamity? If it could even withstand the great calamity, how could it not be able to withstand a few celestial venerables? Just as his voice fell, the runes on the huge ship suddenly lit up. Layers of primordial golden light flowed like water and covered the entire ship. They then blossomed outwards, forming layers of golden heavens. It was as if a golden sky had been branded with the golden runes. Fire Heavenly Venerate and the others attacked, unleashing all sorts of divine abilities. They attacked the golden light, causing ripples to appear. However, they could not even break the outermost layer of golden light. The crossing world's golden ship was even faster. It left the Dao tree and the 5 heavenly venerates far behind. The 5 heavenly venerates chased after it for a while. Then the Dao tree gradually slowed down and finally stopped. On the Dao tree, the 5 heavenly venerates stood on the branches and looked at each other, not knowing if they should continue chasing. Let's go back. Divine Emperor Lang Xian said shakily. It's impossible to catch up to this fellow. I'm about to die of old age, and I can't hold on for much longer. I have to wait for Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse to save me. Everyone turned back with worried expressions on their faces. Qin Mu had escaped from their hands this time, and they couldn't help being worried. The current Qin Mu couldn't be ignored. On the crossing world's golden ship, Qin Mu stood on the mast. The Chi of Chaos pounced on him, flapping his clothes. The wind stirred up by the destruction tribulation was actually so refreshing. Heavenly Venerates control the power in the world, and their power is overwhelming. The young masters of Miluo Palace are fighting in the open and in the dark, setting up their future lives. Qin Mu held the golden rope on the mast and spread his arms in the wind. He laughed loudly. They are all people who live like flies. The golden boat crossed the ruins of Jade Capital City between the 2 primal chaos rivers and rushed into the surface of the 2nd primal chaos river. He laughed loudly, and the primal chaos on the river rippled as if there were incomparably furious devils stirring up the wind and waves. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool formed in front of them. An arm stretched out from the whirlpool to grab the golden boat. The golden boat was getting faster and faster. It passed through the palms that could cover the sky and rode the wind and waves. The long boat has been breaking the waves for tens of billions of years. It comes with great difficulty and comes with great speed. When I flatten the Heavenly Venerate and the monster atmosphere, I will return to my past life and fight with you as young Master Mu. The golden ship came to the chaotic river formed by the 4th universe and slowed down. Qin Mu stood at the bow of the ship and looked down, carefully searching for Tai Yi's traces. Tai Yi had been knocked down to the 4th universe, so searching for his traces was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, in the great calamity of destruction, the universe collapsed and all life was exterminated. The entire universe kept shrinking, and space turned into nothingness. Matter turned into energy, and the only space that could move was probably near the world tree of the ancestral court. Therefore, Qin Mu only needed to observe the remaining strong practitioners in the fourth universe to find Tai. However, Tai was proficient in transformations. He had been forced into the calamity by the master of Miluo Palace and the strong practitioners of the fourth universe, which meant that there was an existence in the fourth universe that could rival him. Furthermore, from the information that Wei Suifeng had revealed, Tai had been heavily injured by the master of Miluo Palace. Most likely, he had changed his appearance after falling into the fourth universe, so Qin Mu had to lock onto Tai's transformation from the beginning of the great calamity of destruction. Only then would he be able to find out what he had become. Qin Mu searched carefully all the way, and the golden boat traversed the world at an unhurried pace. After an unknown number of days, Qin Mu suddenly saw Tai's body rapidly falling from the river into the river of chaos. He couldn't help feeling his spirits lift. This was the scene of Tai being knocked down into the fourth universe. He focused his attention and locked onto Tai's falling figure with the vertical eye in the heart of his brows. Two Dao practitioners pulled Tai into the river of chaos. The three of them kept fighting as they fell. Their figures spun like a lantern, dazzling everyone. The golden ship continued to move forward. As the golden ship moved forward, the battle below seemed to have sped up countless times. Tai was too heavily injured and could not fight against the two Dao practitioners. However, he changed his form and transformed into a teenager. The injuries on his body disappeared without a trace. However, it was difficult for the youth Tai to fight against the two of them, so he continued to be injured. Every time his injuries worsened, Tai would change his form again, making the two Dao practitioners helpless. Suddenly, Tai transformed into a beam of chaotic qi and fled far away. The two Dao practitioners chased and fought along the way. On the golden ship, Qin Mu locked onto the traces of the three people. He saw them killing their way to the world tree in the great calamity of destruction. Even when they were standing on the tree, they kept moving their bodies to attack the other party. As the golden ship moved, it got closer and closer to the opposite shore. The universe below was almost completely annihilated, and almost all matter had turned into energy that was compressed together. The qi of chaos surrounded the world tree, making it incomparably terrifying. Even Dao practitioners would find it hard to escape death from such terrifying energy. Only the world tree was still the same as before, stretching its roots and absorbing the energy of the great calamity of destruction. There was no soil on the world tree's roots. The entire ancestral court had been reduced to ashes. Many Dao practitioners who could not reach the world tree in time had turned into ashes. However, there were also some Dao practitioners who came to the world tree and tried to crawl into the roots of the world tree, attempting to climb from this destroyed universe to the next universe in the future. On the world tree, the three people who were fighting couldn't withstand the extreme calamity of destruction and crawled into the roots of the world tree one after another. The entire fourth universe was completely destroyed, leaving only the world tree floating in the chaotic energy, brewing to once again split open the heaven and earth to evolve into the universe. At that moment, Qin Mu saw Jade Capital City and couldn't help being stunned. He saw an extremely gorgeous divine city that was constantly collapsing in the ultimate calamity of the universe's destruction, but it hadn't been completely destroyed. There was a lush Dao tree in the divine city that had stabilized the chaotic energy. There was a figure standing under the Dao tree, but he didn't go to the world tree. He stood alone in the completely destroyed universe, and there was only sorrow and desolation in his eyes. It was as if he was sad about the destruction of this universe. Miluo Palace Master. The golden boat stopped for a moment and came to the opposite shore. The ruins of Jade Capital City of the fourth universe appeared in front of him. Qin Mu pondered for a moment and frowned. After observing for so long, he actually couldn't see any special qualities of Tai. It was very difficult to change a person's special qualities, but with every change in Tai's form, his special qualities would also change. There was actually no similar special qualities. Regardless of his words, actions, subtle expressions, or divine arts, none of them were repeated. Thinking back carefully, when I was in the Great Black Mountain, Tai also didn't seem to have any characteristics. Qin Mu let out a turbid breath and executed the golden ship to fly past the ruins of Jade Capital City between the two primal chaos rivers. He said in a low voice, "Now that I think back on everything about him, even though I have a deep impression of him every time, when I think back on his face, it's all primal chaos. This is the characteristic of primal chaos, right?" However, the key problem was this. Although he had locked onto Tai during the fourth universe's destruction, he was completely ignorant of what Tai had become during the fifth universe's destruction. If he couldn't find Tai's trait, he wouldn't be able to find any traces of Tai in the fifth universe. After that, he wouldn't be able to find Tai in the sixth universe or the seventh universe. He asked me to look for him, so is it related to that geographical map? Qin Mu muttered to himself. The geographical map left behind by Tai's crutch was incomparably complicated, and it was a place he had never seen before. Furthermore, Qin Mu didn't know if this geographical map was the geographical map of the current universe. If it was the geographical map of the prehistoric universe, then it would be even more impossible to find it. Wait a moment, Tai has an obvious trait. Qin Mu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands with a smile. Every time he changes his voice, smile, appearance, words, and actions, his habits are different from his divine arts, paths, and skills. However, he has used one form more than once. That is Giant Tai. He couldn't help becoming excited. Giant Tai should be his first body, and it was also the body that controlled the supreme treasure that came with Chaos Axe. It was also his strongest body. Tai had once used this body when he was cutting down the World Tree. Later on, when the World Tree was revived, he also transformed into Giant Tai once again, and carried Chaos Axe to prepare to cut down the tree. In the fourth river of chaos, Tai had been beaten down to the fourth universe, and he had used that body at the beginning. In other words, this is the special quality of Tai. I don't need to care about any changes of Tai. As long as I see Giant Tai in the universe behind, that person will definitely be him. Qin Mu rowed the golden boat to the shore excitedly, and flew past the ruins of Jade Capital City in the fourth universe towards the River of Chaos in the fifth universe. He looked down and couldn't help thinking of the majestic figure standing in the ruins of the God City, as well as the sorrow in his eyes. The master of Ilua Palace should have started to build Jade Capital at that time, hoping to create a God City to protect the weak. In his dream, this God City is also the source of the civilization of the next universe. He suddenly understood why the master of the Miluo Palace would die, why he would return to the universe where he was born, and why he would choose to convert to the Tao. From the first universe to the 16th universe, the master of the Miluo Palace had always dreamed of saving everyone, but every time he failed. He settled for the second best. He dreamed of creating a God City to protect the God City, bringing the seeds of the past universe's civilization to the future universe, and these became the tools for the young masters of Jade Capital to fight for power and benefits. He couldn't find any hope, so he gave up and returned to the era where he was born. He placed Miluo Palace there and chose eternal death. A person worthy of respect. Qin Mu jumped down from the golden ship and walked in the ruins of Jade Capital City to remember that indomitable existence. His chest rose and fell before finally turning into a salute. He saluted the ruins and leaped back to the golden ship. The golden ship sailed into the river of chaos of the fifth universe, and went straight to the moment when the fifth universe was completely destroyed. When the entire universe was completely destroyed, he finally found Tai's roots. When Tai was in danger, he couldn't help using his strongest corporeal body. However, this time Qin Mu's search for great change wasn't his main goal. More time passed, and his gaze landed on the master of Miluo Palace. The master of Miluo Palace had built another Jade Capital City, but he wasn't alone this time. He had a few followers by his side to protect Jade Capital City with him, trying to survive the calamity without relying on the power of the World Tree. This calamity was no different from the last time, and Jade Capital City was still in ruins. Qin Mu didn't know if the followers of Miluo Palace Master had survived. When the fifth universe was completely destroyed, he had already landed on the shore, so he couldn't see the final situation. The golden ship sailed over the destruction of universe after universe. Under the river of chaos, There were quite a number of skeletal hands grabbing at the ship in an attempt to board the ship and pass the Calamity. Qin Mu pulled out Calamity's sword and hacked all the way down, hacking down those Dao practitioners who were trying to board the ship. He found traces of Tai Yi in each universe, and he also saw the persistence of the Master of Miluo Palace. He also saw more and more followers of the Master of Miluo Palace. The God City they had built became more and more complete and sturdy. With failure after failure, it was getting closer and closer to Jade Capital City in the future. The present Jade Capital City was built by the Master of Miluo Palace from failure after failure. It wasn't built in a day. Qin Mu couldn't help exclaiming in admiration in his heart. From the process when the Master of Miluo Palace had built Jade Capital City, there was indeed no Jade Capital trap. The real traps were Ling Zhao's trap and Purple Zhao's trap. When the world-crossing golden ship came to the great calamity of the 10th universe, it was completely calm. No Dao practitioners tried to board the ship. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and secretly made the world-crossing golden ship speed up. He was on guard in his heart. The last time, he had met the 4th young master of Miluo Palace, the emperor-like Dao practitioner who was sitting under the tree and watching the zither scores. Back then, with the name of Nanxiang Yuanjun masquerading as the master of Miluo Palace, the 4th young master had let them pass. However, the 4th young master had never said that he would let Qin Mu come back. What was even more terrifying was that the other Dao practitioners wouldn't be able to walk out of the river of chaos alive. But this 4th young master of Miluo Palace was standing on the river safe and sound. His corporeal body, Dao fruit, and Dao tree were all intact. If he appeared to block them again, even if he had the world-crossing golden ship, Qin Mu wouldn't have full confidence in escaping. The speed of the world-crossing golden ship became faster and faster, gradually increasing to the limit. The ship was getting closer and closer to the opposite shore, and Qin Mu's nervous nerves also gradually relaxed. At this moment, a fog of chaos surged over from the front, and the faint sound of a zither could be heard in the fog. In the new month, don't forget to vote if you have a minimum monthly ticket. Qin Mu's heart skipped a beat. The sound of the zither of the 4th young master of Miluo Palace. The world-crossing golden boat rushed into the fog. It was difficult to discern the direction of the fog of chaos, but it wasn't difficult for him. He only needed to check the river of chaos below and the destruction of the 10th universe, and he would be able to find the opposite bank. The world-crossing golden boat sped forward, and Qin Mu held the hilt of his sword while his gaze flickered. The fog suddenly dispersed in front of him, and a Dao tree appeared in front of him. There were a few Dao fruits hanging on the tree, and Qin Mu counted them. There were 7 Dao fruits. Under the Dao tree, the 4th young master of Miluo Palace who was dressed like an emperor was still sitting there. He held the music score in one hand and tried to play it with the other, but he couldn't play the tune on the music score. The crossing world golden ship seemed to have sunk into heavy mud, and its speed became slower and slower. When it came to the side of the Dao tree, it could no longer move forward. Qin Mu leaned on the side of the boat and stood firm on his right leg. His left leg crossed his right leg on tiptoe, and he swayed his leg leisurely. 4th young master put down the music score and frowned. He tried to adjust the strings, then played the zither again. However, the music was even more out of tune than before, and it was difficult to enter his ears. I'm afraid I can't play this melody. I've tried many methods, but it's still difficult to play it. 4th young master sighed and continued to try to play. Young Master Mu, you've met the master of Miluo Palace? Is he all right? Very well. Qin Mu smiled. I chatted with him for a while and borrowed a boat from him before rushing back. 4th young master nodded and adjusted the strings. I can be considered a person who followed him earlier. I also contributed to the creation of Jade Capital City. At that time, I was impressed by his foresight and insight. I wholeheartedly wanted to help him build a divine city that could protect all living beings. He always had a kind of compassion for the world and always inspired me. When the divine city was completely built, he suddenly lost his courage. He raised his head. His gaze landed on Qin Mu who was on the ship. When he reached the destruction of the 16th universe, he was tired and tired. He told us that his idea might never succeed. He didn't try to bring us into the 17th universe, but let us return to the universe that we were born in. He also returned to the original universe. Fourth young master chuckled and said, "He's the leader, so I naturally listened to his words, so I returned here. However, I wasn't willing." He looked at the music score, and his eyes revealed gentleness. "This zither score was left behind by my beloved wife," he said softly. "The only person in this world who could play the tune on the zither score was her. Back then, when our universe was destroyed, I didn't have the ability to save her. I watched her die in the apocalypse, and everything was reduced to ashes. There was nothing left. The only thing I could save was this score. When I returned here, the apocalypse couldn't hurt me in the slightest, but I still couldn't save her." Qinmu listened quietly. "I lived in the river of chaos and tried to save her, but I failed time and time again. I tried to play her tune, but I failed time and time again." He shook his head. "You have never heard of such a beautiful tune. If you have, you will never forget it in your life. Perhaps in all the universes, she was the only one who could play this tune. I came here just to hear her play one more song, but even this tiny wish of hers wasn't attainable." "So?" Qinmu raised his eyebrows and asked. "So?" The fourth young master of Miluo Palace smiled. "So I want to go to the future. In the future, I will become even stronger until I'm strong enough to surpass the great calamity of destruction and the master of Miluo Palace. Then I can return here and save my wife." His gaze was filled with gentleness. "I don't have any ambition. I've lived for 7 universe years, and I stand at the peak of the power of the 7 universes. I've tasted all the power in the world, and I've tasted all the worship in the world. I only have one goal, and that is to return here and listen to her continue to play a tune for me. This tune will not be forgotten after I taste it." His gaze landed on Qinmu once more and said indifferently, "In order to achieve my goal, I need to enter the 17th universe. I need to do whatever it takes. Whoever obstructs me, I will kill them. Young Master Mu, do you understand?" Qinmu nodded his head lightly and said, "I understand." The fourth young master of Miluo Palace smiled and said, "The master of Miluo Palace is dead, right?" Qinmu was astonished and puzzled. Why would fourth young master say that? "He's fine, but his will is a little depressed. You can just go there and see him yourself. Why did you curse him to die?" The fourth young master of Moreau Palace kept staring at his face, as if he wanted to see if he was lying. Qinmu didn't seem to be faking it. After a long while, the fourth young master of Moreau Palace smiled. "I was worrying too much. I was worried that with his character as the supreme saint of love, he would lose all motivation and die. When I heard that he was still safe and sound, I felt relieved." Qinmu asked, "In that case, have you seen Too Easy?" The fourth young master raised his eyebrows. Qinmu said, "I've been looking for his whereabouts. If fourth young master sees him, you can give me some pointers." The fourth young master lowered his eyes and looked at the zither score, adjusting it. Qinmu asked again, but the fourth young master didn't even raise his head. "He has a grudge with me. You kept asking me because you wanted to anger me and beg for death, right?" Qinmu smiled. "As expected of an existence who has been an emperor before, you are temperamental. You were talking nicely just now, but now you are suddenly angry and want to kill someone." The fourth young master said indifferently, "How can I not know that you borrowed him to anger me and cut my Tao heart? However, how much do you know about great change?" Qinmu was slightly stunned. "What's his name? What great Tao does he cultivate? How many Tao fruits are there on the Tao tree? How many lifetimes has he lived? What did he do in the past? Do you know if what he did back then was good or evil?" Fourth young master's zither voice was hoarse as he said faintly, "You don't know anything. Young Master Mu, you can leave now." Qinmu was silent. After hearing what he said, he suddenly realized that he really didn't know anything about Tai Yi. The world-crossing golden ship sailed forward and Qinmu turned back to look at the emperor who was tuning the zither under the tree. He shouted loudly, "You have supported Heavenly Venerate Hao, but Heavenly Venerate Hao is destined to die in my hands. You can support me. I have a better future than him." Fourth young master plucked the zither strings. The world-crossing golden ship trembled violently. "Young Master Mu, Heavenly Venerate Hao can help me land and come to the next life. But you only know how to stir up trouble. Go, on account of the master of Miluo Palace, I won't make things difficult for you this time." Qinmu steadied himself and smiled. As a young master of Miluo Palace, I'm looking forward to playing chess with you in the future. Competing with Heavenly Venerate how can be considered our first fight in the future, right? You aren't qualified enough. Fourth young master's voice sounded out, and the heavy fog of chaos covered him and disappeared from Qin Mu's gaze. Qin Mu gave a light laugh, and the golden ship came to a stop before coming to the shore. In the long river of chaos, the fourth young master of Miluo Palace played the zither, but the tune was difficult to complete. He sighed and sank into the great calamity of destruction. No matter how intense it was, it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. He stood in the middle of the wave of destruction and looked down with a gentle gaze. There was a woman there and she was his wife. I will return to this moment and save you from death, he said in a low voice. The woman turned into ashes in the great calamity of destruction and vanished without a trace. No one can stop me. He closed his eyes and didn't look at that scene. No one can. The golden boat continued to move forward and sailed past the long rivers of chaos. Qin Mu saw the master of Mycroft Palace and many Dao practitioners creating a new jade capital city. The city gradually rose in size and fought against the great calamity of destruction. It became more and more stable. Observing Jade Capital City in different eras also brought him a lot of comprehension. After an unknown amount of time, he finally came to the first long river of chaos, so he began to search carefully, trying to find Tai Yi's whereabouts. This was the 16th universe. In front of the World Tree, many Dao practitioners and strong practitioners of the 16th universe rushed to the World Tree, but they saw the shadow of the giant Tai Yi cutting down the World Tree, making it impossible for them to cross. There were also many Dao practitioners who struggled in the calamity and tried to climb up to Jade Capital City, but they couldn't get ashore. Qin Mu searched carefully, even more carefully than when he first came here. Suddenly his heart moved, and his gaze fell on the roots of the World Tree. Up until now, he still couldn't see who had laid down the blood sacrifice of the ancestral court. Logically speaking, at the moment the 16th universe was destroyed, that person should have laid down the blood sacrifice. However, looking from the river of chaos, he couldn't see who had done it. At this moment, Miluo Palace should have split into several factions. Some of them advocated using Jade Capital City to enter the next universe, while others tried to sneak into the next universe through the World Tree. Other than that, there should be chaotic space. But why can't I find the chaotic space? He searched again and again, but he still couldn't find anything in the river of chaos. He didn't see who set up the blood sacrifice, didn't find the chaotic space, and didn't find any traces of Tai Yi. Could it be that someone has deceived all of this? He was slightly astonished. Who had such great magic power that they could deceive everything even when the universe was destroyed? Was it the doing of the master of Miluo Palace? Or was it Tai Yi? Or was it the young master of Miluo Palace? Suddenly, Qin Mu retracted his gaze and sensed someone walking over from the river. On the river of chaos, chaos chi filled the air. Two ancient gods of Taiji crossed the river on Dao trees and sailed over from the depths of the river. They didn't see the crossing world golden ship, nor did they see Qin Mu on the ship. Just like that, they sailed past the side of the crossing world golden ship. There was also a huge cocoon on the Dao tree, and there seemed to be creatures squirming inside. The fusion between the Empress and Prime Minister is more complicated than we imagined. The two ancient gods were worried, and the female ancient god said, "After the fusion, will the one that comes out be the Empress or Prime Minister? What if it's Madam Prime Minister? At that time she would have already attained Dao, so wouldn't she be making a move on us? We only need to comprehend our path of fusion from their path of fusion. As for who comes out, we don't need to care." The male ancient god on the Dao tree consoled. No matter if the one that survives is the Empress or Yuanmu, she needs to be grateful to us. Without our interference, how could they attain Dao? Qin Mu mobilized the golden ship and quietly followed behind. The two ancient gods of Taiji were already gray-haired, and their corporeal bodies and appearances were no longer the same as before. On this trip to Jade Capital City, they had also been attacked by destruction and had become old. They should have left the river of chaos when they were helping the Empress and Prime Minister fuse together, and only now have they reached this place. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. The reason why they were in such a hurry to leave Jade Capital City should be because they are worried that the goddess of returning ruins who had broken out of the cocoon would be disadvantageous to them. After all, they are frighteningly old now, and the one who was born from the cocoon might be a Tao practitioner. Only when ancient god Taiji left Jade Capital City and recovered his youth and strength would he have enough confidence to deal with the possible changes. They were extremely weak right now, and if Yuanmu had broken out of the cocoon, they wouldn't have been able to escape death. The two ancient gods were frighteningly old, so old that they couldn't even sense Qinmu following behind them. After they went ashore, they dragged the Dao tree out of the city with great difficulty. On the Dao tree, a cocoon hung on a branch that was over 3 yards tall. There were rays of light circulating in the cocoon, and they were moving around. One could vaguely see the figure of a woman swimming around like an eel, continuously weaving the huge cocoon. The cocoon was formed by rays of light, and the woman in the cocoon was like a silkworm that was undergoing transformation. She spat out rays of light to weave the huge cocoon. As the two ancient gods dragged the Dao tree, the huge cocoon also swayed around on the tree. Behind them, the golden boat of crossing worlds slowly floated out of the river of chaos and slowly sailed onto the riverbank. At the bow of the boat, Qinmu leaped down, and with a slight thought, he saw the golden boat becoming smaller and smaller. In the end, it sailed into the heart of his brows and floated on the crown of the world tree. The world tree became taller and more magnificent. The crown of its branches expanded his spirit embryo divine treasure by more than 10 times, making it as tall as the sky and as wide as the earth. He had stayed in Jade Capital City for more than 3 years. During these 3 years, the world tree had absorbed the energy of the 16 universe destruction catastrophes and became much stronger. As the world tree grew, it also fed back his spirit embryo divine treasure, making his ancestral court even wider. The myriad worlds in the heavens also became more astonishing, and all sorts of holiness seemed to materialize. More crucially, the 5 great mineral veins in his ancestral home were even more astonishing than before. The mountain ranges rose and fell, and the atmosphere was myriad. All sorts of mystical lights burst out from the mineral veins, and all sorts of Tao sounds burst out from the great Tao. During his trip to Jade Capital City, his greatest harvest was not the Tao patterns of the Lord of the Miluo Palace, nor was it the god-slaying platform's god-slaying mysterious saber, nor was it a supreme treasure of the 49 heavenly Tao. It was the growth of the world tree. He unhurriedly followed behind the two ancient gods of Taiji, somewhat hesitant. If I attacked now, it would be a great opportunity to get rid of Madame Yuanmu and the Empress Dowager in one fell swoop. Ancient god Taiji is simply unable to resist me, and I can even get rid of them together. He found it difficult to make a decision. The two ancient gods had not done any evil, and they were even of great help to him. He felt uneasy if he attacked them. However, now was the best time to completely get rid of Yuanmu and the Empress. They hadn't completely fused and transformed yet. If they fused successfully and transformed into Tao practitioners, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of them. In fact, Qinmu might not even be able to escape from their hands. A cold light flashed through Qinmu's eyes, and his right hand rested on the hilt of Calamity's sword. His fingers gripped the hilt one after another, and Calamity's sword left its sheath silently. At that moment the two ancient gods suddenly stopped. The white-haired ancient godson smiled and asked, "Is it Heavenly Venerate Mu?" Qinmu raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Tao brothers, have you sensed my killing intent?" "Heavenly Venerate Mu is wrong. We didn't sense your killing intent, but we saw Heavenly Venerate riding a golden boat." Qinmu was even more astonished. "The two of you saw me when you were on the river? Why didn't you stop to exchange some pleasantries?" The two ancient gods smiled. "We didn't dare. We were extremely old now and were afraid that if we stopped to exchange pleasantries, we would be killed by Heavenly Venerate. Therefore, we could only pretend that we didn't see Heavenly Venerate and the ship and walked past you. We are also gambling. Gambling on whether Heavenly Venerate Mu's curiosity is really as strong as the rumors say. If Heavenly Venerate Mu is really as curious as the rumors say, then he definitely won't make a move directly. Instead, he will come up personally to see how Yuanmu and the Empress fuse and become Tao." Qinmu's face turned black and he continued to walk towards them while saying resentfully, "Two Tao brothers know me very well. Two Tao brothers, I'm not curious anymore. I only want to get rid of Shi Qilua and imperial concubine Yan. The two ancient gods turned around at the same time and faced Qin Mu. The little old man, ancient god's son, chuckled. The two heavenly venerables Shi Qilua and heavenly concubine Yan no longer exist. What exists now is only the goddess of Sinkhole. The power of Calamity Sword in Qin Mu's hand gradually increased, and he said with a smile, regardless of whether it's the goddess of Sinkhole or heavenly concubine Yan, I'm going to kill them all today. I hope the two Dao brothers won't stop me. The little old granny, Great Een, bent her body, and her small eyes gave off a cunning light. She chuckled and said, Heavenly Venerate Mu, do you know what we're best at? Qin Mu was stunned, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. What we're best at is forging. The little old man and the little old granny said in unison. They laughed in unison. Before we were born, we had already faked a Taiji mineral vein and fooled all the creators. Even Supreme Emperor and the three kings of Immemorial had been fooled by us. And now we've fooled Heavenly Venerate Mu again. Qin Mu's expression changed slightly, and he thrust his sword forward. Before his sword light could reach the two ancient gods, along with the huge cocoons on the Dao tree, and Dao tree exploded with a bang, turning into yin and yang qi that dissipated. Taoist Brother Supreme Beginning, take a look. This is the true world of the ancient martial arts. Qin Mu couldn't help exclaiming in admiration, as he looked at the ancient god Supreme Beginning, who was trying his best to absorb the Supreme Beginning mineral vein in his spirit embryo divine treasure. His divine consciousness burst forth and swept in all directions, trying to find the whereabouts of the two ancient gods. However, Jade Capital City was filled with dangers, and there were hot and cold winds everywhere. His divine consciousness was soon shattered into pieces. Qin Mu rose into the sky, and the world-crossing golden ship flew out from the heart of his brows. It whizzed and grew bigger, and Qin Mu landed at the bow of the ship. The world-crossing golden ship rampaged through Jade Capital City, and Qin Mu stood at the bow to patrol the surroundings. The golden ship ignored the hot and cold winds and the strange things in Jade Capital City. It crushed all the way over, but Qin Mu on the ship was unscathed. No matter how strange it was, it couldn't invade the golden ship. In the distance, two ancient gods of Taiji were dragging Dao trees to rush out of the city. When they suddenly turned back, they saw a huge golden ship rising up from Jade Capital City. The bottom of the huge ship passed by a huge hall that towered into the clouds. It caused the roof of the hall to collapse, and a large part of it was missing. So powerful! The two ancient gods couldn't help being astonished. They hurriedly used all their strength to drag the Dao trees. A violent tremor came from behind them. Empress Een turned her head and saw the world-crossing golden ship come to a dense forest of trees. The Dao trees in the dense forest swayed their branches like tree demons. Thousands of branches grew like countless tentacles and swept toward the golden ship in the air. The enormous golden ship was actually pulled down from the sky and was about to crash into the dense forest of trees. Just as the two ancient gods heaved a sigh of relief, the golden ship suddenly entered the dense forest and crushed the Dao trees. The tree trunks were broken and the Dao trees were flattened. Some of the dried Dao fruits on the Dao trees were also crushed into the ground. They were extremely ferocious. The two ancient gods sucked in a breath of cold air and saw the golden ship floating in the air again. It sailed towards them and crushed everything in Jade Capital without dodging. Celestial Master Mu, I wonder which river he fished out such a boat. It's too powerful. They dragged the Dao tree with all their might, wishing they could immediately rush out of the city and escape. However, there were many dangers in the city, and the slightest carelessness could result in their deaths. Moreover, they were too old to escape. Suddenly, the Dao tree behind them let out a soft cracking sound. The two ancient gods' hearts moved slightly, and they turned around to see that the huge cocoon on the Dao tree had split open. A beautiful woman was sitting in the cocoon, hugging the cocoon and gnawing at it. The cocoon was made of light, but the beautiful woman had actually eaten half of it. From the woman's appearance, it was the Empress Dowager's appearance. The two ancient gods of Taiji stopped and looked at the Empress Dowager's glabella. The Empress Dowager and Madame Yuanmu looked exactly the same, with the only difference being their glabella. The Empress had a red mole between her eyebrows, while Madame Yuanmu had a black mole between her eyebrows. When the two ancient gods saw the red mole between the woman's eyebrows in the cocoon, they relaxed and said in unison, Congratulations, fellow Taoist. The Empress quickly finished eating the cocoon and smiled. Fellow Taoists, I have to thank you. Without your help, how could I absorb that little slut? How could I recombine my body with hers? The heavenly palaces behind her leaped out and formed a heavenly court. There were 36 heavenly palaces. I absorbed that little bitch and got everything she had, including the cultivation techniques and divine abilities of Heavenly Venerate Hao, Heavenly Venerate Xiao, and Heavenly Venerate Hong. It's so delicious. My sister is so delicious. I've been digesting her for more than a year. She sat on the Tao tree and suddenly felt something. She immediately floated up and turned around, only to see an incomparably beautiful golden ship sailing over in an imposing manner. The two ancient gods of Taiji let out sighs of relief. Unexpectedly, just as Empress Dowager turned around and her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, the two ancient gods of Taiyin and Taiyang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. When they saw Empress Dowager's beautiful hair fluttering in the wind, there was actually no back of her head. What should have been the back of her head had now grown a face that was exactly the same as the Empress's. The only difference was that there was a mole between the brows of this face. That face gave them a charming smile and playfully stuck out its tongue. The two ancient gods of Taiji felt their hairs stand on end. Madame Yuanmu. The Empress did not absorb Madame Yuanmu. Instead, she had grown into one with her. The two ancient gods looked at each other and shuddered. They immediately flew out of the city. The two of them have fused together, not fused together. With the weird personalities of Empress Dowager and Yuanmu, wouldn't the world be thrown into chaos? Boom! An intense collision sound came from behind them. The two ancient gods looked back and saw Empress Dowager being ruthlessly pressed under the golden ship, only revealing her fair calves. At the bow of the ship, Qin Mu pulled out his sword and pointed at the two ancient gods with killing intent. He said coldly, "Dao brothers, where did you hide the Empress Dowager? Hand it over and we can still be friends. Are you blind?" Empress Dowager moaned from the bottom of the ship. Qin Mu stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes incomparably bright. He was naturally not blind, but had long noticed Empress Dowager. However, his plan was to take advantage of the fact that Empress Dowager had just broken out of her cocoon and was reborn. He would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack before she could completely grasp her cultivation and crush her under the ship. If Empress Dowager cultivated to the heavenly court realm and grasped the power of this realm, her power would reach a peak that Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Dawn had never reached. Once she completely grasped the great Tao of Ultimate, she would be able to possess the power of creation and destruction at the same time, becoming undying and indestructible. Not only that, she could also combine the strengths of Madame Yuanmu and master the techniques and divine arts of Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Dawn, Heavenly Venerate Great Heaven, and the others, achieving the path of strength. If she forcefully imprinted her own strength on the ultimate void, she would be invincible. Qin Mu didn't think that ancient god Taiji could control the ambitious Empress Dowager at all. It would be a blessing if the two ancient gods weren't killed and eaten by her. The golden boat suddenly shook, and it actually slowly rose. Qin Mu was astonished. The golden boat had crushed all sorts of strange things in Jade Capital City, and even the dense forests were crushed to the ground. Empress Dowager had actually raised the boat while being pressed down by the golden boat. Using strength to form the Tao is indeed extraordinary. If you were to brand the ultimate void, you would truly be invincible in the world. Qin Mu mobilized his magic power to execute the golden ship, and it instantly became incomparably heavy. However, under the ship, Empress Dowager still raised the golden ship with both hands and slowly stood up. Palaces rose one after another to protect her celestial heavens. Her celestial heavens realm wasn't considered perfect yet, and she had 50 palaces, but she didn't have 72, so she couldn't construct a complete celestial heavens. But even so, her magic power was still incomparably strong. Qin Mu's gaze flickered, and the calamity sword in his hand flew out to stab Empress Dowager, who was below the ship. Empress Dowager had used all her strength to carry the golden ship, but only when the calamity sword flew to the back of her head did she notice it. She couldn't help feeling a chill in her heart. Could it be that I've just attained Tao, and I'm going to be plotted against to death by Heavenly Venerate Mu? At that moment, She suddenly felt 2 arms growing out from under her armpits, and her heavenly palace and treasured palace seemed to have been invaded by another consciousness. That consciousness mobilized her strength to welcome Qin Mu's calamity sword. "Who's behind me?" Empress Dowager cried out in shock. "It's me, big sister." Madame Yuanmu's cheerful voice came from the back of her head. Qin Mu instantly felt the power of calamity sword being swallowed by something and was astonished. He hurriedly flew up from the ship and saw Empress Dowager flying out from the bottom of the ship with disheveled hair. The golden ship crashed down and crashed to the ground. Empress Dowager's expression was flustered as she frantically attacked the back of her head. She actually turned a blind eye to Qin Mu and shouted sternly, "Slut, you're still alive? Impossible. I've clearly swallowed you and refined you." A face actually grew on the back of her head. It was none other than Madame Prime. "Sister, you are me, I am you. How can you refine yourself?" This woman had a body, 2 faces, and 4 arms. Each of them executed their divine arts to crazily attack the other face, and the power of the divine arts was astonishing. Qin Mu hadn't even reached his side when he was sent flying by the shockwaves of the divine arts of the 2 women. However, Empress Dowager and Madame Yuanmu didn't care about him at all. Instead, they attacked each other like madmen, wanting to kill each other even if they had to risk their lives. Qin Mu stabilized his body and called back Calamity Sword. He then attacked the strange woman with Calamity Break. His sword skills were incomparably exquisite. Sword lights broke through the divine arts of the 2 women one after another, and more than 10 wounds instantly appeared on Empress Dowager's body. Little b****. Empress Dowager flew into a rage and tried to dodge Qin Mu's Calamity Sword. She instantly felt that her corporeal body wasn't in good control, and one of her legs actually lost its senses. It was under the control of Madame Yuanmu. She was dodging Qin Mu's sword lights, but Madame Yuanmu was controlling her body to take the initiative to face the sword lights. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, help me kill her." Empress Dowager suddenly turned around and revealed the face of Madame Yuanmu. She shouted at Qin Mu with incomparable excitement, "Kill her and I'll help you become the Heavenly Emperor." Empress Dowager suddenly turned around and shouted sternly, "Little prodigal, you're colluding with outsiders." Her face suddenly distorted and changed drastically. Suddenly, the red mole on the heart of her brows turned pitch black and turned into a black mole. Madame Yuanmu seized the front and giggled. "Sister, the one you hate the most is me. But now you have no choice but to be in the same body as me." Empress Dowager's face came to the back of her head, and she let out a scream. "Ancient God Taiji, what have you done to me?" She raised her hand and struck it heavily on her other face, instantly turning it into a bloody mess. Madame Yuanmu felt the pain and couldn't help becoming furious. She leaned back, and Empress Dowager's face instantly went up to Qin Mu's sword tip. "Die!" Empress Dowager cried out loudly. She stretched out her hand, and space split open, revealing a sinkhole that fell into it in a flash. The 2 women fought fiercely in the great abyss, but it suddenly vanished and reappeared dozens of miles away. The great abyss spat them out, and Qin Mu immediately leaped into the air and landed on the world-crossing golden ship to chase after them. He saw the 2 women in that body suddenly make a move at the same time and tear off the other's face. Qin Mu was astonished, and he immediately got off the golden boat. He didn't chase after them. A great abyss of returning ruins appeared and swallowed the bloody head, leaving only the headless body of Empress Emperor. "Little slut, you're finally dead." Empress Emperor's laughter came from the headless body, and before it could fade away, another face grew on the palm of one of her hands. It was Madame Prime Minister, and another palm had the face of Empress Emperor. The 2 women continued to fight and beat the headless body into a bloody mess. Qin Mu's hair stood on end when he saw the headless body roll into the great abyss. It closed up and suddenly appeared in the distance again. Empress Emperor staggered out of the great abyss and actually grew 2 heads. They squeezed onto one neck, one on the left and one on the right. They were killing each other in pain. They vanished once more and reappeared once more. Empress Emperor and Madame Yuanmu had already become monsters that were crawling on the ground. They had no legs and each had their own upper bodies. They used their hands as legs and sprinted on the ground, killing themselves. Qin Mu opened his eyes wide and saw Empress Emperor fall into the great abyss once more. The next time she appeared, their bodies had undergone a strange transformation. They turned into monsters with 3 legs and a body. They only had one upper body and were fighting back and forth. Qin Mu executed the golden boat to rush forward, and saw the 2 faces of the woman on the same face. There was a pair of eyes on the top, a pair on the bottom, and a nose under the nose. There was also a mouth under the mouth. All kinds of malicious language burst forth from the 2 mouths, attacking and cursing each other. Qin Mu chased after them, only to see that the Empress and Yuanmu couldn't separate from each other and couldn't get rid of each other. They continued to fight and change along the way, becoming more and more strange. Crush them with the golden boat to end their pain. Qin Mu executed the golden boat, and it increased its speed to crash into the 2 women. Just as it was about to crash into them, the 2 women stopped fighting and raised their hands to block the golden boat. Gotcha! Their forearms broke at the same time, and the golden boat crashed into their chests, breaking their bones and tendons. They were sent flying backward. Qin Mu swung his sword down and was about to take their lives when he saw the strange body growing crazily. 4 arms drilled out, and the Empress and Madame Yuanmu attacked together. Qin Mu gave a muffled grunt and flew backward together with his sword. He crashed into the building of the golden boat, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The 2 women started to fight again and ran all the way out of Jade Capital City. They soon disappeared and only curses could be heard from afar. The curses became softer and softer as they got further and further away. Qin Mu slid down from the building and got up with great difficulty. He coughed violently and was astonished in his heart. If the Empress and Prime Minister were to join hands, that would be the means of a Dao practitioner. However, these 2 women were actually only concerned with killing each other, and wanted to destroy each other to possess their bodies. Empress and Madam Prime Minister, how did they become like this? He was at a loss. At that moment he saw 2 ancient gods of Taiji supporting each other as they sneakily walked out of the city. Boom! The golden ship stopped in front of them. Ancient God Supreme Sun and Empress Supreme Yin hurriedly raised their heads and saw Qin Mu on the bow of the ship. The 2 ancient gods squeezed out smiles on their faces. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Just as Qin Mu was about to grab the 2 ancient gods onto the ship, golden light suddenly flashed on the golden ship and pulled the 2 ancient gods up. The 2 ancient gods couldn't resist and landed on the golden ship in the next moment. Qin Mu was astonished. This ship understands my intentions so well? Heavenly Venerate Mu, we have never gone against you all this while, so please show mercy. Ancient God Sun said in a fluster. Qin Mu's expression softened. I have always been indebted to the 2 of you. However, what exactly is going on between Empress Dowager and Madame Yuanmu? The 2 ancient gods looked at each other and sighed in unison. We used the path of Taiji to forcefully fuse them together. But I didn't expect that both Yuanmu and Empress Dowager's consciousness were still there, fusing as one. Can they still be separated? Qin Mu asked. We fused their corporeal bodies and primordial spirits. Their souls have now become one, and their minds and consciousness have also been completely fused. Queen Moon hesitated for a moment, and her vital qi turned into a lotus flower that she placed in Qin Mu's hand. Heavenly Venerate Mu, can you turn this lotus flower into 2 lotuses? They can't be separated anymore. Qin Mu stared at the lotus flower and his expression became even weirder. What you mean is that there's actually one person in the Empress's body, and not 2 people? The 2 old gods nodded. The reason why such a situation happened to her is because you have fused Yuanmu's consciousness with the Empress's consciousness. Qin Mu continued. Her thoughts have the Empress's thoughts as well as Yuanmu's thoughts, but she doesn't know this. She thinks she's the Empress. Ancient God of the Sun said. Or rather, she thinks she's Yuanmu. In other words, Qin Mu hesitated for a moment and probed. Has the Empress gone mad? The 2 ancient gods looked at each other, their old faces filled with worry. Each of them nodded. She's mad. Our experiment has failed. Qin Mu was stunned. Ancient God Taiji had created a mad Dao practitioner. The golden ship sailed out of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. The sun shone down and it was bright and warm. For the past 3 years they had never seen the sun. When they saw the sun rashly, they actually felt it was a little dazzling. Empress Dowager is the strongest Dao practitioner in the history of our universe. Yet this strongest Dao practitioner has actually become a madman. Qin Mu stood at the bow of the ship and couldn't accept this fact for a moment. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Shao could temporarily possess the power of Tao practitioners, but they couldn't last for long. Even though the two of them were strong, they couldn't be considered to be on the complete Heavenly Court realm. Only Empress Dowager was able to stand firm on the Heavenly Court realm. It wasn't an exaggeration to call her the #1 person in history. After all, if what Palace Master Miluo said was true, Tai was a stowaway and couldn't be considered to be a life form in this universe. Therefore, Empress Dowager was definitely the #1 person in history, even in the prime of Heavenly Emperor's absolute beginning. In the prime of Heavenly Emperor's absolute beginning, she was even inferior to her. However, Empress Dowager still went crazy. On the world-crossing golden ship, the appearances of the two ancient gods of Taiji began to recover. The divine power and cultivation that had been lost due to aging were also rapidly recovering. Not long after, the two ancient gods recovered to their original state. They looked at each other and swam to Qin Mu's side. Qin Mu didn't wait for them to speak and smiled. "Dao brothers, the Empress has gone crazy from your help, so who are you going to help this time?" The two ancient gods looked at each other. Queen Moon smiled bitterly. "Heavenly Venerate Mu mocked us. We came into the world early because of our path to Tao. The reason why we helped the Empress is because they are similar to us. A rock from another mountain can be used to attack a jade. So we helped her to achieve Tao." Ancient God Supreme Sun said, "We have gained a lot from our research this time, and we are one step closer to achieving Tao. We will not assist the Empress anymore. Since we are fated to be with Heavenly Venerate Mu, why don't we assist him to achieve Tao?" Qin Mu laughed loudly. The two ancient gods had smiles on their faces. Qin Mu's laughter faded away, and he shook his head slowly. "Dao brothers, the Empress is so strong that she has gone crazy from your help. How would I dare to bear your blessings? It's better not to make such a joke." The two ancient gods were slightly stunned. Heavenly Venerate Mu. There are only 5 people who can truly be called ancient gods in this world. Tai Taichu, Taisher, Taisu and us. The other so-called ancient gods all have their own flaws. They can't even be considered perfect, so how can they be called innate ancient gods? With our help, you can achieve great things. Qin Mu said with a smile that wasn't a smile. However, all of you are too self-righteous. All of you keep saying that you will help the Empress achieve Tao, but all of you have never asked for the Empress's opinion. You have directly captured her and forcefully fused her with Yuanmu, disregarding all consequences. In the end, all of you created such a terrifying crazy monster. If I were to use all of you, I would need to be constantly on guard against my back, worried that you would take the initiative to use me as an experiment one day. He chuckled. You have the heart to achieve Tao, but you have no humanity. I can't afford to use it, nor do I dare to use it. Tao brothers, please go ahead. Ancient God Supreme Sun frowned and was about to speak. He doesn't need us, Consort Supreme Yin said. It's his loss, not ours. Tao Brother Absolute Beginning has long invited us to assist him and help him defeat all his opponents to seize the world. Ancient God Supreme Sun sighed and said to Qin Mu, Heavenly Venerate Mu, after this farewell, we will still not be enemies with Heavenly Venerate in the future, but don't worry. Qin Mu smiled. I won't send you off. The two ancient gods leaped down from the golden ship, and suddenly golden light jumped from it and wrapped around them with a whoosh. The two ancient gods were astonished. Heavenly Venerate Mu wants to take this opportunity to kill us. After the golden light wrapped around them, it was pulled toward the ship. The two ancient gods looked at each other, and the supreme treasure Taiji sand table behind their heads spun with a whistle. It forcefully cut open the golden light, and the two of them immediately broke through the air. They were afraid that Qin Mu would continue to chase after them, so the Taiji sand table spun behind them. Countless sand grains flew in the sky and turned into stars. From afar, they could see countless specks of starlight behind the two of them. It was very beautiful. Whoosh! The two ancient gods of Taiji escaped, and the star sand followed them and quickly disappeared without a trace. Celestial Venerable Mu, you wanted to get rid of us when you saw that we were going to join Absolute Beginning. You are so cruel and ruthless, so you will definitely be punished by the heavens. Strange. Qin Mu frowned slightly. The person who had locked down ancient god Taiji with a golden light wasn't him, but the person who had done it. This ship hadn't received his orders, but had tried to leave the two ancient gods behind. It was truly strange. This ship can't be hiding something, right? He spread out his divine consciousness and tried to imprint his brand on the world-crossing golden ship. To his surprise, the brand went extremely smoothly, and the world-crossing golden ship didn't resist him at all, allowing him to imprint it. Qin Mu was even more curious. He searched the ship with his divine consciousness and immediately discovered many hidden places. Heavenly venerate vast heaven, heavenly venerate Shao, and the rest will come out of Jade Capital City at any time. I should leave here first and return to the World Tree before making any plans. He mobilized the golden ship and sailed toward the World Tree. Offending ancient god Taiji for no reason is truly an undeserved calamity, he thought to himself. But then again, if they submit to Absolute Beginning, who knows when Absolute Beginning will suffer and die even faster. These two ancient gods are too selfish and take matters into their own hands. They can't accomplish anything. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the golden ship. Qin Mu hurriedly looked over and saw a few huge primordial beasts on the ship. These huge primordial beasts didn't know what had happened at all. There was a huge tree hanging from the corner of one of them's mouth. It looked at Qin Mu with a blank expression. It was obvious that it had been captured by the golden ship while it was eating. Qin Mu frowned and suddenly, another golden light flashed, and a few more huge beasts were brought in. Is there something wrong with this ship? Qin Mu was stunned. In the blink of an eye, 100 huge beasts of all sizes appeared on the golden ship, and all of them looked at Qin Mu, who was at the bow of the ship, in fear. Not long after, there were thousands of huge beasts on the golden ship. As the ship flew, rays of golden light sprinkled down. They caught all kinds of huge beasts, birds, fish, and insects from the majestic mountains and rivers of the ancestral court. They were all stuffed onto the ship. Qin Mu suddenly came to a realization. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Crossing Worlds' golden ship has the name of Crossing Worlds. I'm afraid this ship is planning to put all the living beings into the ship. No wonder ancient god Taiji mistook me for killing them. The golden ship also thinks of them as people to be crossed, so it wants to keep them on the ship. The temperament of this ship is very similar to Xing'an's chest. His divine consciousness fluctuated, telling him that this wasn't the end of the world. This universe was still very young and the great calamity of destruction had yet to arrive, so there was no need to keep these living beings on the ship. The golden ship became restrained and flew in the sky. Rays of golden light danced around, but they didn't continue to capture the living beings of the ancestral court below. Qin Mu's vital qi surged out and swept up the huge beast that still had a tree in its mouth but didn't dare to eat. He planned to send it back to the land, but when he had just sent it out of the ship, he saw the golden light roll over and wrap around the huge beast. Qin Mu tried his best to circulate his vital qi, but he still couldn't send the huge beast away. He said helplessly, "There's still an unknown number of billions of years before the great calamity of destruction, so there's really no need to keep living beings into the ship now." The golden light relaxed slightly, and Qin Mu hurriedly circulated his vital qi to send the huge beast to the bottom of the ship. Suddenly, the golden light turned again and swept up the huge beast again and placed it on the ship. Qin Mu was so angry that he laughed. He saw the golden light gently caressing the head of the huge beast as if it was comforting it. The huge beast had a tree in its mouth and didn't dare to move. Qin Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "Forget it, I'll release these huge beasts when I return to the World Tree." The speed of the golden ship gradually increased and became faster and faster. Qin Mu stood at the bow of the ship in high spirits and thought to himself, "There are only 7 out of 10 heavenly venerables left. The situation is getting better and better." He then frowned. Even though there were only 7-10 heavenly venerates left, they weren't as treacherous as before. Right now, 7 heavenly venerates were divided into 2 factions, Heavenly Venerate Vast and Heavenly Venerate Dawn. Furthermore, Heavenly Venerate Vast and Heavenly Venerate Dawn had both solved the problem of the Heavenly Court realm and obtained the guidance of the 4th and 3rd young masters of Miluo Palace. They would most likely obtain great benefits in Miluo Palace. After they came out of Miluo Palace, it would most likely be a final battle for power. This battle would determine who was the true ruler of this world. Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky and Heavenly Venerate Dawn. Whether Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky or Heavenly Venerate Dawn won, It was definitely not a good thing for eternal peace or carefree village. With a heavy heart, he turned his head to look at Jade Capital City. Jade Capital Miluo, I have to cultivate these 2 realms. However, some of the 72 treasured palaces have fallen into the hands of the heavenly venerates, so this matter is a little difficult to handle. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled the scene he had seen in the 16 universes. The master of Miluo Palace had forged Jade Capital City, and used it to pass through the great calamity of destruction. He was like a person who had personally experienced it. He had personally participated in the process of forging the great Tao of the Divine City, but it was also like he had experienced great calamity after great calamity. Being in the city, he saw all kinds of Tao lights bursting out from the great calamity of destruction. He resisted the calamity. He silently pondered over it, and after an unknown amount of time, the golden ship came to a slight stop. It had already come to the world tree. Qinmu raised his head and looked around. The world tree of the ancestral court had become even taller and more majestic than before. Its crown covered 100,000 black mountains, and the gods of eternal peace had found a sun out of nowhere to let it revolve around the world tree. It provided light to the 100,000 mountains. It seems like nothing went wrong after I left for a few years. Qinmu let out a sigh of relief and jumped down from the ship. Everyone in Sacred Mountain had long noticed the ship and came forward to stroke it. Qinmu was in a hurry to see Su Shenghua and Lan Yutian. Don't get too close, this ship has a weird personality. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Blind stroked the golden ship and said with a smile, "This ship still has a temper?" Before he could finish his words, a golden light fell down and wrapped him tightly. In the next moment, Blind landed on the ship. Blind cried out in surprise and looked around. He saw that everyone below the ship had been brought onto the ship. Everyone cried out in surprise and wanted to leave the ship. However, no matter how shocking their divine abilities were, they could not escape from the ship. Granny Si, mute, and the others stood on the ship and looked at each other in dismay. They saw that there were several thousand immemorial beasts on the ship, and they were also looking at each other in dismay. Where did Muir get this strange ship? Everyone looked around and discovered that this golden ship was far larger than what they had seen. Looking from the outside of the ship and looking from the ship were 2 completely different worlds. There were many golden halls on the ship, and strange symbols were imprinted on them as they continuously circulated. Those immemorial behemoths only dared to stand on the deck, and didn't dare to randomly walk around. However, everyone was much bolder. They looked around, looking for ways to leave this ship. What's inside these golden halls? Blind carefully inspected a ridiculously large door of the golden hall and said, "This door isn't locked. I'll try to see if I can open it." After a moment, the door opened and a rotten aura gushed out from it. Everyone covered their noses and mouths and waited for the rotten aura to dissipate before carefully walking into the palace. What greeted their eyes was a vast and glorious world. This world had the sun, moon, and stars as well as countless cities. In those cities, white skeletons were bustling about. Hundreds of millions of white skeletons walked in the city. In the city, there were women feeding their children. There were businessmen doing business. There were white skeletons haggling with the shop owners. There were also many who were working in the open space outside the city. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. These white skeletons are? Hua Xuanxiu had just said something when the entire world of the heavens collapsed. Countless white skeletons turned into chaotic energy in an instant. Their bodies disintegrated, the city collapsed, and the sun, moon, and stars collapsed inward. Boom! A tremor came from the golden hall, and only chaotic chi was left in the hall. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. At this moment, a figure walked over from somewhere. He walked in the vast chaotic chi, and the chaotic chi reached his knees. It was an illusory figure like a reflection of history branding his figure here. He walked in the destroyed world, looking around in confusion. He could no longer find his family, his old friends, and the creatures he protected. He opened his mouth like an injured old wolf howling in the chaos. He called out, but no one answered him. Granny C, Blind, and the others looked at that figure, and an inexplicable sadness rose in their hearts. They could not help but shed tears. The figure performed magic in the chaos and displayed a strange divine ability. It was as if he had opened up the world and reenacted the universe. It was also as if he was looking back on time, allowing the life that had passed away to be reborn. His divine ability made everyone gasp in amazement. It was extremely exquisite. The aura of chaos was gradually changing. Gradually the stars appeared, the sun rose and the moon slanted to the west. Cities rose from the ground, and white skeletons stood up from the chaos. What kind of world-shaking divine ability was this? It allowed everyone to see endless wonders, the divine ability to bring the dead back to life, and the wisdom condensed from the final form of a civilization in the universe. However, all of this collapsed once again and was destroyed in an instant. After a long time, the blind man and everyone left the hall together and closed the door of the hall. "Who is that person?" "Granny S," I muttered. When he cried out, it made people feel like their hearts were about to be torn apart. It's like Muir during Eternal Peace Tribulation was lonely and helpless. Blind said with a calm expression. Back then, after Cripple carried Muir out of Eternal Peace Tribulation, he told me all this. When saving Muir, Cripple ran the fastest, and every time he saved Muir, it was also him. Everyone's hearts were heavy. During Eternal Peace Calamity, all the pressure was concentrated on Qin Mu alone. No matter how he struggled and resisted, when he found that he couldn't save eternal peace, he would probably be like the phantom in the chaos, suffering, lonely, and helpless. They left this golden hall and walked towards the next one. At the edge of 100,000 sacred mountains, Qin Mu found Su Shanghua and Lan Yutian, who were repairing the black mountain that had split open. Qin Mu told them about his encounters in the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. He talked about the 72 treasure palaces, Ling Zhao's trap and Purple Heaven's trap. He didn't want the two of them to be distracted, so he didn't say much about Tai Yi. The two of them listened attentively. Su Shanghua thought about it. The 72 treasure palaces were divided by 7 heavenly venerates, which means that the 7 heavenly venerates now control the greatest resources. They control many treasure palaces, so apart from them, no one else can rely on the heavenly palace system to attain Tao. Lan Yutian shook his head. Not long ago, Jiang Baigui and Emperor Yanfeng came here. When Jiang Baigui showed me his 72 treasure palaces and 36 heavenly palaces, it gave me a deep feeling. Even if you don't rely on the 72 treasure palaces in Jade Capital City, you can still attain the Tao. It's not only the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, that can be taken. Currently, there are 4 paths to attain the Tao. One is the path of Jiang Baigui, attaining the Tao after birth. The other is the path of Lan Yutian and Cult Master Qin, attaining the Tao of the 5th Supreme. The first is the path of founding Emperor Qin's Tao realm, attaining the Tao in the Tao realm. The other is the traditional path of attaining the Tao in the Heavenly Palace, using strength to attain the Tao and borrowing strength from Yujing City. Su Shanghua thought for a moment and said, the simplest of these paths is to attain the Tao through strength, borrowing strength from Yujing City. The deepest path is to attain the Tao in the Tao realm. The hardest one is acquired to form the path. The most profound one is 5th Supreme Achievement. I've been repairing Black Mountain for the past few years and have been thinking about my path to form the path. I've also gained something over the past few years. I want to walk a path that is different from all of you, the 5th path. Qin Mu asked, what did Brother Su gain? Su Shanghua said, I want to walk a path of primordial spirit to form the path. I was thinking that the world tree was like the primordial spirit of this universe, and the universe was like the body of the world tree. Perhaps only when the primordial spirit attained Tao would it be indestructible. It's just that I haven't thought it through yet. Qin Mu's eyes lit up and he smiled. Brother Su does have a lot of ideas, so it might be possible. I don't want to walk this path again. Su Shanghua said with a straight face. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Shao colluded with the people who had attained Tao in prehistoric times. After they used their strength to attain Tao, the pressure on you would definitely be great. If I also walk the path of using strength to achieve Tao, I will be able to possess great power in a short period of time. During the decisive battle with Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Shao, I will be able to contribute a portion of my strength. What pressure do I have? Qin Mu laughed loudly. Now that 10 Heavenly Venerates have become 7 Heavenly Venerates, There will be a few more Heavenly Venerates dying in the battle between Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Shao in the future. As long as I rescue Heavenly Venerate Ling, our victory will be assured. You don't have to worry about me. Walk your path properly. When you become the Tao in the future, I'll bite you again. Su Shenghua couldn't help revealing a smile. Cult Master Qin, no matter how much worry I have with you, I'll disappear without a trace. Qin Mu smiled. However, I'll still give you guys a lot of pressure. Lan Yuqian, Su Shenghua, didn't you guys say that even if Fifth Supreme was born, their paths would always be there? I need you guys to comprehend the great path of innate Fifth Supreme. There's more. He took out Wei Suifeng's 2 heaven and earth mirrors and handed them over to the 2 of them. There's a primordial qi rune hidden here, and the method to transform the 5 Supreme. I need you guys to comprehend it. He thought about it and said, I also need you guys to sort out the 5 paths of achieving Tao. Can you do it? Su Shenghua and Lan Yutian instantly felt pressure. Every task Qin Mu gave them required them to use all their strength, and they might not be able to complete it, let alone 3 in one go. We can give it a try. Lan Yutian gritted his teeth. That's good. Qin Mu stood up, he said solemnly. Jade Capital City was left behind by the master of Miluo Palace, hoping that the living beings of the future universe would be able to inherit the paths, skills, divine arts, and research results of the past 16 universes. Regardless of whether it's Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven or Heavenly Venerate Dawn, no one can control the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital. With my understanding of Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Heavenly Venerate Dawn, they will most likely seal the Ancestral Court once more after they leave Jade Capital City, making it impossible for others to surpass them. Lan Yutian and Su Shenghua nodded. The 7 Heavenly Venerates of the Heavenly Court were all such people, so they wouldn't give hope to those who came later. Therefore, as long as you see the light of Jade Capital City disappear, you will know that Heavenly Venerate Dawn and Heavenly Venerate Clear have already left Jade Capital City. And after Heavenly Venerate Dawn leaves Jade Capital City, he will most likely come here to pay a visit to Grade E. Other than him, Ancient God Taiji will also come with him. Qin Mu felt a huge headache and said, Great change is also coming. If great change is coming, Heavenly Venerate Hao will definitely come as well. Now great change is missing. Lan Yutian and Su Shenghua looked at each other and probed. What do you mean? I'll pretend to be great change. Qin Mu gritted his teeth and said, As long as they can't see it, everything will be fine. We can send them away. If they see it. The corners of Lan Yutian's eyes twitched. What will happen if they see it? Eternal peace will be finished, and we will all be finished. Qin Mu consoled the 2 of them. Don't worry, even though Ancient God Taiji is an expert in forging, I'm not bad either. I won't give away any clues. When the 2 of them heard him say that, they couldn't help showing worry on their faces. It was simply impossible to pass off as too easy and hide from Heavenly Venerate Shao, Ancient God Taiji, and Goddess Tai Su, who were innate 5 supreme beings. If Qin Mu was exposed, then 7th Heavenly Venerate would have no more scruples against Great Black Mountain. He was afraid that a single Heavenly Venerate would be able to flatten this place. If Heavenly Venerate Shao and the rest were unable to see through Qin Mu, eternal peace and Great Black Mountain would be temporarily safe. If great change wasn't eliminated, Heavenly Venerate Shao and the rest wouldn't dare to touch Great Black Mountain and eternal peace. Qin Mu smiled and said, I need to make preparations, so you guys do your best to cultivate. After he said that, he left in a hurry. The 2 of them looked at each other in worry. More than 10 days later, the dazzling light of the Ancestral Court's Jade Capital City gradually dimmed down. This light could have originally illuminated the sky of the Ancestral Court, but now it was dimming day by day. Another few days passed, and the light of the Ancestral Court's Jade Capital City completely disappeared. Qin Mu looked in the direction of Jade Capital City, and his heart sank. 7th Heavenly Venerate had sealed the Ancestral Court's Jade Capital City, just as he had expected. In another 6 days, they will come here to pay their respects to Tai. Whether or not we can scare them and protect Great Black Mountain and eternal peace will depend on this. 6 days later, Heavenly Venerate Shao, 2 ancient gods of Taiji, Heavenly Venerate Hao Tai Su, and the other 5 Heavenly Venerates came to Great Black Mountain together. They said to Zhang Yunjian, who had come out to welcome them, Absolute Beginning Taisu and Taiji have come to pay their respects to Taoist brother Tai. Please inform them. Zhang Yunjian glanced at the heavenly venerates and said, Tai already knows that you are coming to visit, so he asked me to wait here. Please. Heavenly Venerate Hao and Heavenly Venerate Shao smiled and walked into the 100,000 mountains. Heavenly Venerate Hao said leisurely, Is Heavenly Venerate Mu not here? Why doesn't he come to welcome us personally? Zhang Yunjian said, Foster father is not here. Foster father said that consort Ming Tian is dead, and that this is a rare opportunity. He went to save Heavenly Venerate Ling. The 7 Heavenly Venerates were shocked. Heavenly Venerate Hao stopped and looked at Heavenly Venerate Hua and Heavenly Venerate Gong. Heavenly Venerate Hua and Heavenly Venerate Gong understood and turned to leave. Heavenly Venerate Shao pondered for a moment and turned around to look at the 2 ancient Tai Chi gods with a questioning look. The 2 ancient Tai Chi gods sought him out this time and said that they wanted to assist him. Naturally, Heavenly Venerate Shao welcomed them with open arms. After all, he was now alone and did not have many experts by his side. He was at a disadvantage when facing Heavenly Venerate Hao. However, this time he saw Tai. These 2 ancient gods were also the 5th Tai of the innate realm. Ancient god Tai Chi was definitely going to stay behind, and he also wanted to see Tai. However, saving Heavenly Venerate Ling was extremely important. First, Heavenly Venerate Ling's death was related to him, and second, Heavenly Venerate Ming Fangyu who had killed Heavenly Venerate Ling was Heavenly Venerate Ming Fangyu. The corporeal body that Ming Fangyu controlled was Heavenly Venerate Absolute Beginning's true body. If Qin Mu went to save Heavenly Venerate Ling, this would affect his Absolute Beginning true body. Absolute Beginning true body was what allowed him to defeat Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse and the other 6. With his true form and his mastery of the Tao, no one would be his match. Tainyang see his doubts suddenly said, Elder brother stay here, I will go. The ancient god of the sun said, Sister with our companion treasure, in case of unexpected. Goddess Tai-yin left with the Tai Chi sand table. Xiao Tianzuan let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Zhang Yunjian. Little brother is handsome, and his cultivation is not bad at such a young age. I wonder who is his teacher. Celestial Master Hao's gaze landed on Zhang Yunjian as well. His heart stirred slightly. Zhang Yunjian's cultivation was not high, but his cultivation technique was truly strange. Furthermore, his realm was also very strange. Even they could not tell what cultivation technique Zhang Yunjian was cultivating. What realm had he cultivated to? Zhang Yunjian smiled and said, My master is Tai Yi. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. The Ancestor God King, Celestial Master Su, and the others looked at each other. The Ancestor God King suddenly smiled and said, Tai Yi teaching you his abilities is naturally extremely powerful. No wonder you have such cultivation strength at such a young age. I've heard that Tai Yi is omniscient. Since you are his elite disciple, I'll test you to see how much of Tai Yi's abilities you've learned. Zhang Yunjian was eager to give it a try. The Ancestor God King smiled slightly and opened his palm. Zhang Yunjian could not help but fall into his palm. Don't worry. You are a guest from afar. I will not make things difficult for you. The Ancestor God King looked at his palm and said with a smile, As long as you can break through my heavenly Tao firmament, I will admit that you have learned Tai Yi's ability. Zhang Yunjian stood in his palm and looked up. He saw white clouds curling up. The sky was blue and the heavenly Tao was far away. It had transformed into a world of heavens. The heavenly venerates stopped and looked at the Ancestor God King's palm. The Ancestor God King was the #1 person in the world with heavenly Tao attainments. He had personally tested him with the heavenly Tao and set up layers of heavenly Tao seals in his palm. If Zhang Yunjian was really Tai Yi's disciple, it would not be difficult to break these heavenly Tao seals. And they could also see Tai Yi's cultivation techniques and divine powers during the process of Zhang Yunjian breaking the seals and infer Tai Yi's strength. Zhang Yunjian raised his head and smiled. So it's the heavenly Tao seal. As a celestial venerable, I have extraordinary abilities. I didn't expect it to be such a simple divine ability. He walked out and raised his hand to lightly knock. At the center of the heavenly Tao firmament's great divine ability, the heavenly outline seal immediately appeared. The heavenly outline seal appeared. And the other 48 heavenly Tao seals also appeared. The heavenly Tao and the ancestor God King's palm interweaved, and the seals were ever-changing. It was a feast for the eyes. Jiang Yunjian ignored the other seals and broke the heavenly outline seal. Immediately, all the changes in the heavenly Tao stopped. Jiang Yunjian easily broke the other heavenly Tao seals and walked out of the ancestor God King's palm. He leaped down and landed on the ground. He thought to himself, "I'm ashamed. If not for my master taking me to Tianhai to comprehend the heavenly heart and guiding me to comprehend the heavenly Tao in Tianhai, I wouldn't have been able to break the ancestor God King's divine ability." His master was naturally not too easy. Too easy had never taken in a disciple, nor had he imparted techniques or divine arts to others, nor had he imparted the Tao. Jiang Yunjian's master, Lan Yutian, was also a disciple that Qin Mu had personally requested Lan Yutian to take in as his disciple. Even though Lan Yutian had many disciples, Jiang Yunjian was the only one who had taken in a disciple. Jiang Yunjian was also the first and the only one who had cultivated the fifth supreme system that Lan Yutian had created. Among the younger generation of Eternal Peace, he was the one with the highest ability, even more brilliant than many of the older generation. This was also the reason why Qin Mu had chosen him to receive the guests. "I'm not bad." Divine Emperor Lang Xian coughed and said, "Little brother's ability isn't bad, and I've indeed obtained some of Tai Yi's abilities. I also want to test you, so don't be a stranger." He was very polite, but he had used absolute beginning divine art the moment he made his move. Heavenly Venerate Zhao's eyes twitched. Although the absolute beginning divine power displayed by Divine Emperor Lang Xian relied on the Tao fruit at the back of his head, it was extremely exquisite. He could not help but secretly praise his unfilial son for being amazing. The absolute beginning divine power displayed by Divine Emperor Lang Xian was a type of absolute beginning seal. It was a divine power that had stepped into the Tao. Apart from the intention of testing Jiang Yunjian, it also had the intention of showing off to Heavenly Venerate Shao. Celestial Master Shao was naturally well aware of this. He also wanted to see if Jiang Yunjian, the disciple of great change, could crack the absolute beginning divine power. Jiang Yunjian walked back and forth in the divine power. He said with a smile, "This is an absolute beginning divine power of yours. It will be somewhat difficult to crack it. However, according to the absolute beginning Tao my master called me, this divine power of yours is not entirely your own understanding. Even you yourself have only a little understanding of it." Divine Emperor Langxian couldn't help but laugh. "You're boasting shamelessly." Soon, his expression couldn't help but change. Jiang Yunjian had actually found the weakness of this absolute beginning seal of his and easily cracked this divine ability. Divine Emperor Longshuan's expression fluctuated. He suddenly said coldly, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, it's you, right? Do you think you can hide it from me by turning into this young man?" Jiang Yunjian was bewildered and smiled. "What nonsense are you spouting, Celestial Emperor Mu? Celestial Emperor Mu is my foster father, so how could he impersonate me?" Celestial Emperor Langxian grunted, still suspecting that Jiang Yunjian was Qin Mu's transformation. "Interesting." Celestial Emperor Su said with interest, "Is it too easy to understand my great Tao of Yudu?" Jiang Yunjian looked at her and saw that there was a horn missing from her head, as if it had been cut off. He smiled and said, "You are Celestial Emperor Su? Where's the horn on your head?" Heavenly Venerate Su snorted, and did not have a good impression of this kid. He directly used a great demonic divine ability and said indifferently, "It was cut off by your foster father. Don't you recognize the sword wound on my horn?" "I have never learned sword techniques from foster father," Jiang Yunjian said carefully. He observed Heavenly Venerate Su's divine ability, and after a moment, he also broke this divine ability. Heavenly Master Su praised, "The person who taught you is really incredible." Suddenly, the ancient god of the sun said, "I also want to test him." Everyone used their own divine abilities to test Jiang Yunjian, but they were all broken by Jiang Yunjian. Even Heavenly Master Hao and Heavenly Master Shao couldn't stop him. Only then did the other Heavenly Masters and ancient gods submit. Tai Yi's disciples should have this ability. They no longer had any doubts. Jiang Yunjian glanced at the sky and suddenly said, "You've tested me for so long, so I'll test you too. Let's see how good you celestial venerates are." Everyone laughed. The ancestor god king laughed and said, It's only because you're Tai Yi's disciple. If it were anyone else who spoke to me like that, they would have been beaten to death." Jiang Yunjian sneered and said, "So-called celestial venerables don't dare to accept the test? What I used to test you is an array of Tao patterns drawn by my master. I was stumped. If you can solve it, I will naturally kowtow to you to apologize. If you have the guts, follow me." The celestial venerable's heart stirred slightly. An array of Tao patterns drawn by Tai Yi? This can't be missed. They followed Jiang Yunjian to a cliff on the 100,000 Black Mountain. There were some Tao patterns carved on the cliff, forming an array. It was indeed mysterious. Heavenly Venerate Hao and Heavenly Venerate Shao looked at the array, and their expressions changed. They thought to themselves, Tai Yi's supernatural power is indeed mysterious and profound. I can't understand the array of Tao patterns at the moment. The Heavenly Venerates and ancient gods thought hard. As long as their gazes fell on the Tao patterns, they would be involuntarily attracted by the mysteries within. They would sink deeper and deeper into it. Feeling that there were endless mysteries and endless changes within, it was intoxicating. Taisu saw the Tao of Taisu, an ancient godson saw the Tao of Tai Chi. The others also saw their own Tao techniques. The more they looked at it, the more fascinated they became. Jiang Yunjian let out a sigh of relief. Foster father asked me to bring them here and use the formation of Tao markings on the cliff wall to delay them until evening. Looks like I can succeed. Strange, what exactly are these formation of Tao markings? Why is even celestial venerable stumped by them? The formation of Tao markings on the cliff wall was carved by Qin Mu himself, and he had instructed him not to look at it. When the sun was about to set, he would awaken all the celestial venerables and lead them to the world tree. Therefore, he didn't really understand what the formation of Tao markings on the cliff wall was. However, his master Lan Yuqian had come here before, and had seen the formation of Tao markings on the cliff wall. He told him that it was a variant of primordial chaos vital chi runes and also told him not to look at it, or else he would get lost in it. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yunjian saw the sun setting in the west and immediately coughed. He then said loudly, "Heavenly Venerates, have you solved the profoundness of this formation of Tao markings?" Heavenly Venerate Hao, Heavenly Venerate Shao, and the others woke up one after another. The sun had set in the west. They had been standing there for more than half a day without realizing it. Heavenly Venerate Shao praised, "Taoist Tai is indeed extraordinary. I have never understood this Tao pattern array. I cannot help but feel reverence for Taoist Tai." Jiang Yunjian sneered and said, "You tested me for no reason. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Hurry up and leave. You came to see my master, but you are taking so long. You made my master wait for you. You are not worthy of being called Mu Zi." The ancestor god king was furious. He thought to himself, this kid has sharp teeth. Is it really not Celestial Master Mu who is pretending? Everyone followed Jiang Yunjian to the world tree. They saw that the world tree was getting closer and closer, making the precious tree appear even more magnificent. This tree looks like the one in Celestial Master Mu's divine treasure. The Celestial Masters and ancient gods looked at the tree and sighed in admiration. They thought to themselves, but it's much bigger than Celestial Master Mu's. This tree is Grandpa, and Celestial Master Mu's is grandson. They came to the bottom of the tree. The sun in the western sky gradually sank down the mountain, and the sun that revolved around the world tree gradually lost its light and dimmed. At this moment, a loud sound of heaven collapsing and earth shattering was heard, causing the heavenly venerates to lose their balance. Everyone's faces changed greatly, but they saw the shaking coming from outside the 100,000 Black Mountains. Looking outside, they saw that the 100,000 Black Mountains seemed to have been annihilated by the universe. The myriad worlds in the heavens had collapsed, and everything was gone. Everyone's faces turned extremely pale. This scene was too shocking, and at the same time it made them confused. If they were rash, they would think that the entire universe had really been destroyed. When they came back to their senses, a Tao voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw the ultimate void appearing in the sky. 1,000 branches of a Tao tree appeared above them, faintly discernible. The Tao tree was lush and full of vitality. It was even more robust than the Tao tree they saw in Yujing City. There was a chaos Tao fruit on the Tao tree, which made them fear it. When their eyes fell on the Tao fruit, Golden light suddenly surrounded them. A golden hall appeared in front of them. The door of the golden hall opened with a bang. The chaotic energy in the hall surged and swayed. A figure could be vaguely seen sitting in the hall. Heavenly Venerate Hao focused his vision and tried to see the figure clearly. He could barely tell that it was an old man. He said in a low voice, "Aunt, is that Tai?" Goddess Tai Su said. "The last time I saw him, he was a woman." Ancient God's son said, "The changer is ever changing. Tai can be a man or a woman, and he can change into all living things. He can change into all things. This is the unfathomable person who has achieved Tao." When he finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the hall. "Taiji greets Tao brother. No need for formalities." An old voice came out from Qin Mu's mouth in the hall. "Why have you come to see me?" Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky, Heavenly Venerate Dawn, and the rest were still a little hesitant before coming here. However, they had seen the abilities of Great Change's disciple Zhang Yunjian, the formation of Tao markings left behind by Qin Mu on the broken cliff, and the terrifying scene outside the 100,000 Black Mountains, as well as the Great Change Tao tree. The hesitation in their hearts vanished without a trace. At that moment they saw the Golden Hall again. The chi of chaos in the Golden Hall was filled with reverence for the old man in the hall. This was a true person who had attained Tao. His divine arts were immeasurable and unfathomable. However, Qin Mu was still a little perturbed in the hall. His heart was beating fast. If Heavenly Venerate Shao and Heavenly Venerate Vast had made a move to probe him, Heavenly Venerate Vast wouldn't even need to make a move. Just the likes of the Ancestor God King, Heavenly Venerate Void, could easily see through him. The reason why he had asked Zhang Yunjian to bring them to the broken cliff was because he wanted to make use of the abnormal signs of the sacred land and Great Change's Tao tree to establish an invincible image, so that they wouldn't dare to doubt him. Every time the sun set, an apocalyptic scene would appear outside the world tree, destroying the world. It was a terrifying sight. If they left the sacred land at this time, they would enter the destruction of the 16th universe, making it difficult for them to survive. Great Change had made an agreement with him when he left. Whenever night fell, his Tao tree would appear, dripping Tao dew. Qin Mu could collect the Tao dew to repair the Black Mountain that had been shattered. Qin Mu had precisely used these 2 points to make 7th Heavenly Venerate, and the 2 ancient gods dispel all their suspicions. The news of Great Change's fall definitely couldn't be spread out. Heavenly Venerate Shao took a step forward and bowed. "Congratulations to Tao brother for achieving Tao early on, but it's difficult for me to achieve Tao. I've come to pay you a visit this time, so I hope you can give me some pointers." Qin Mu sat in the chaos and his voice trembled. "Isn't fellow Taoist about to achieve Tao? Why do you still have such a question?" Heavenly Venerate Zhao's heart trembled. Great Change is indeed profound and unfathomable. Knowing that I'm about to attain Tao, he became even more humble. "Tao brother, your divine arts are vast, so you should know that the Tao I'm talking about isn't cultivating the celestial heavens." Qin Mu said unhurriedly, "The Tao you're talking about is absolute beginning attaining Tao. You want to become a complete ancient god of absolute beginning. Please teach me, Tao brother," Heavenly Venerate Shao said respectfully. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Qin Mu's mind, and he said leisurely, "How can I become the path of absolute beginning? Fellow Taoist already has a plan, so why do you need to ask me?" Heavenly Venerate Shao was delighted. He asked, "Tao brother, as long as I kill all the creators and devour their divine consciousness to gather all the primordial stones of absolute beginning, I can cultivate the great path of absolute beginning and become a complete absolute beginning. The creators became the creators because of me and the mine of supreme beginning. They took away my fate, so if I want to become a complete supreme beginning, I need to end this karma. Is this conjecture correct?" Qin Mu's heart moved slightly, and he fell silent for a moment before saying, "Your greatest enemies are Juyu clan and yourself. Remember it, remember it." Heavenly Venerate Shao was satisfied and took a step back. Ancient Godson went forward and bowed. "Tao brother, may I ask how I can become a Tao practitioner?" Qin Mu asked. "Tao friend, didn't you already have the method to become a Tao practitioner? Why do you still have such a question?" Ancient Godson hesitated for a moment. The two of us discovered that our Tao hearts had been polluted by the secular world and were getting further and further away from becoming a Tao practitioner, so we entered the world ahead of time. We planned to temper ourselves in the secular world and find a way to break through. However, when the two of us found the Empress and Yuanmu, something went wrong when we helped them attain Tao. Therefore, the two of us hesitated in our hearts and didn't dare to confirm if we could attain Tao. Please give us some pointers, Tao brother. Qin Mu said, neither too fast nor too slow. Yin and Yang practitioners are also the changes of Taiji. You are different from the Empress Yuanmu. The Empress Yuanmu was born from destruction and cannot be compatible with each other. On the other hand, when Yin and Yang combine, all things will be born, so you don't have to worry. Ancient god of sun was delighted and retreated. Goddess Taisu floated forward and smiled. Tao brother, this is the second time we've met. Last time it was my fault, but this time I'm apologizing and also asking to teach Tao brother. May I ask, Tao brother, how can I become a Tao? Qin Mu didn't answer. Goddess Taisu asked again and Qin Mu said, you can't become a Tao. Goddess Taisu snorted coldly. How can I not become a Tao? Your foundation is too shallow. Qin Mu said unhurriedly, you were dug out by Gong Fu in the early years. Gong Fu brought you to Juyu clan as a dowry, and Supreme Emperor sealed you. Supreme Emperor was defeated, and you fell into the hands of the ancient gods Xuanwu and the other two emperors, who were born from the sacrifice of Juyu clan. You were refined into a treasure and turned into a azure glass canopy. Later on, you fell into the hands of Heavenly Venerate Mu, and had to be born in the 16th universe after experiencing the great calamity of destruction. Such a foundation was really shallow. However, after you were born, you didn't meet a virtuous person and didn't know how to choose a person. You had wisdom but no great wisdom, perseverance but no great perseverance. You had power but no great plans. You had vision but no great vision. Sooner or later you will be harmed. Goddess Taisu's heart pounded wildly, and she turned her head to look at Heavenly Venerate How. You can't even protect your life, how can you talk about becoming a Tao? Qin Mu decided with one strike. Goddess Taisu turned her head back and sneered. Tao brother, how do you think I can avoid death and walk on the path of becoming a Tao? Qin Mu said, the person who breaks your foundation is also the person who becomes your foundation. If you want to become a Tao, you can only look for him. Then there will be opportunities. Goddess Taisu seemed to be in deep thought as she retreated. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven laughed loudly and walked forward to give a slight bow. He said in a clear voice, Tao brother, great change. I'm not here to pay a visit to Tao brother but to accompany aunt. However, when I heard what Tao brother said, I also have something to ask you. May I know? He didn't wait for Qin Mu to answer. Tao brother, do you know the ancestral court, Jade Capital? The ancestral court is the place where the Tao practitioners of the 16 universes in prehistoric times refined themselves. They are preparing to descend, so do you think we should resist them or comply with them? Qin Mu asked. Heavenly Venerate How, after you become the Heavenly Emperor, do you wish for there to be a Supreme Emperor above you? Heavenly Venerate How's gaze flickered. Qin Mu continued. When the Tao practitioners of prehistoric times descend, after you become the Heavenly Emperor, there won't be a Supreme Emperor above you, but thousands of Supreme Emperors. Heavenly Venerate How smiled. Tao brother's words have been deeply engraved in my heart, and I've learned from you. Are you saying that I can become the Heavenly Emperor? Heavenly Venerate Shao smiled and didn't say anything. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven continued. Could it be that in Tao brother's heart, you think that Heavenly Venerate Mu and Heavenly Venerate Qin can't accomplish anything? Qin Mu said. Heavenly Venerate Qin isn't enterprising enough, so it's hard for him to accomplish anything. Heavenly Venerate Mu isn't shrewd enough, so it's hard for him to accomplish anything. In the future that I've seen, you are Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. I have a piece of advice for you. Your Majesty should care about the people and cultivate the path of benevolence. If you don't kill, your blessings will be endless. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven laughed loudly and bowed with pride. Thank you for your kind words, Tao brother. Your warning, I will remember it. Divine Emperor Langxian went forward and revealed a hopeful expression. May I ask, Tao brother Great E, can I attain the path? Qin Mu didn't answer. Divine Emperor Langxian asked again, but he heard snores coming from the Golden Hall. Divine Emperor Langxian was somewhat unwilling and was about to continue asking when Zhang Yunjian walked forward and said, "Those who can't attain the path, my master can't be bothered with them. All right, all of you can leave." Divine Emperor Longshuan's face turned red as he said angrily, "I can't attain the Tao? What a joke. It's easy to say things but you can't be sure." Zhang Yunjian smiled and said, "My master didn't say anything. What's the use of talking to you if you can't attain the Tao?" Divine Emperor Langxian was furious. He wanted to flare up, but he didn't dare to be impudent, so he had no choice but to leave. Celestial Master Shao, Heavenly Venerate Hao, and the others bowed and left. Although the Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Su also wanted to ask if they could attain the Tao, they could only sigh in pity. The group walked out, and not long after, golden light suddenly burst forth. The Heavenly Venerates looked back, only to see that the golden hall had disappeared without a trace. Truly a god. The Ancestor God King could not help but exclaim in admiration. He remembered that he had not had the time to ask Tai Yi, and he was secretly vexed. "It's all because of Langxian that I did not have the chance to ask." Ancient Godson was puzzled. "I seem to have seen this hall before." Zhang Yunjian led them out, he said. "Right now it's the apocalypse outside of the 16th universe. You can't go easily, or else you'll turn into ashes. What my master means is that you can stay here for a while and leave after daybreak." Celestial Master Zhao's face was gentle as he said with a smile, "Taoist brother Tai Yi is really thoughtful. We were studying the Tao pattern array at the bottom of the cliff just now and haven't figured it out yet. Since it's still early in the morning, we might as well go there and continue studying." Zhang Yunjian had no choice but to lead them to the cliff and said, "I used the Tao pattern array at the bottom of the cliff to test you. If you can figure out anything, you have to teach me." Celestial Master Shao and Celestial Master Hao were in a good mood. They laughed and said, "Don't worry. No matter how much we figure out, we will pass it all to you." Zhang Yunjian led them to the bottom of the cliff. Suddenly, the cliff in the distance shook and cracked. The Celestial Masters were moved and looked over. The Ancestral God King said, "Little brother, are there monsters under the mountain?" "It's not monsters, but at the bottom of every mountain here, there are almost strong practitioners from the prehistoric era who want to climb up from the past." Zhang Yunjian said, "My master is guarding here to prevent them from coming out and causing trouble to the world. However, because of this they can't leave here." Heavenly Venerate Dawn, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, and the rest looked at each other and let out sighs of relief. Great Change can't leave here, so he can't interfere with the affairs of the world. As long as he doesn't go against me, there won't be any match for me in the world. They sat at the bottom of the cliff and studied it carefully. At that moment, Qin Mu returned to the main hall with a worried expression. When Wei Suifeng saw this, he asked, "Junior brother, you've deceived these heavenly venerates, so why are you still worried?" "I unintentionally gave them an opportunity to comprehend primordial chaos runes." Qin Mu let out a turbid breath and said, "But I can't not reveal primordial chaos runes, or else I won't be able to suppress them." Wei Suifeng smiled. "The Tao patterns of Miluo Palace are incomparably complicated and unfathomable. What can they comprehend in one night? We can't underestimate them." Qin Mu's expression was solemn. "One is Heavenly Venerate Longhan, the other is Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning, and there's also half of Tai Su and half of Tai Chi. Their aptitude and comprehension can be said to be not the slightest bit weaker than mine. If they can comprehend something, I'm afraid it will greatly improve their cultivation." He shook his head. The night was extremely long and finally the sky gradually brightened. Zhang Yunjian woke up the Heavenly Venerates and Ancient Gods and said, "Everyone, it's time to leave." Everyone looked at the array of Tao patterns on the cliff. They were reluctant to part with it, but they still followed their promise and taught Zhang Yunjian what they had comprehended that night. Zhang Yunjian's mind was filled to the brim, and he was very happy in his heart. He sent Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and the rest out of Black Mountain. He returned to Black Mountain and came to the bottom of the cliff. Just as he was about to comprehend and verify, Qin Mu suddenly appeared in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Yunjian, how much did they comprehend?" Zhang Yunjian immediately roused his divine consciousness, and it came into contact with it. He grasped everything that 7 Heavenly Venerate and 3 Ancient Gods had comprehended the night before. Qin Mu's expression was solemn. After a long while he said in a low voice, "They are all outstanding people, very amazing existences." Heavenly Venerates Shao. Heavenly Venerate Vast had comprehended more things than he had expected. Even Heavenly Venerate Void, whose cultivation was weaker, had comprehended extremely profound things from the formation of Tao patterns. "I remember now." Heavenly Venerate Dawn stopped and turned to Ancient Godson with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, what do you remember?" Ancient Godson said, "I remember where I've seen Taiyi's golden palace. I've seen that golden palace on Heavenly Venerate Mu's golden ship. That golden ship is very impressive. We, brother and sister, once saw a similar golden palace on the golden ship." Heavenly Venerate Dawn seemed to be deep in thought. He looked at the 100,000 sacred mountains and suddenly laughed. Ancient Godson thought for a moment and said, "It seems that after Celestial Master Mu came back, he gave the golden palace on the golden ship to Taoist brother Tai. This guy is very crafty and even plans to kill us." "Interesting." Celestial Master Shao suddenly laughed. "Interesting. Let's go back. In order to make the formation of the Tao markings on the cliff as profound as possible, Qin Mu used primordial Qi runes as the core, supplemented by changes of the 5 eons, and combined the Tao markings of all kinds of great Tao. His foundation was insufficient, so he copied many fragments of the Tao markings of the Miluo Palace Master, and changed them to confuse the 9 of them. But even so, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, Heavenly Venerate Dawn, and the rest had also groped into an extremely deep domain in just one night. Qin Mu carefully sorted out the comprehension of the 7 great Heavenly Venerates and 2 ancient gods in one night, and discovered that each of the 9 of them had their own strengths. Heavenly Venerate Void had already groped the threshold of the transformation from the devil path to the path of Taiji, and the Ancestor God King had groped the boundary of the transformation from the heavenly path to the path of Taiji, which had great enlightenment for Qin Mu. On the other hand, Divine Emperor Lang Xian saw the path of Absolute beginning from the formation of Tao markings and left behind many of his own insights. Some of them were insights that Qin Mu hadn't comprehended yet, which showed his extraordinary aptitude and comprehension. The thing that Ancient Godson had comprehended was the path of the evolution of Taiji, and he had even come into contact with the reverse of the evolution of Taiji to deduce the path of Tai Su. From there, Tai Su had comprehended the reverse of the path of Tai Su to verify the origin of 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 Taiji. The direction that Heavenly Venerate Shao had comprehended was the combination of one Qi and divine consciousness to evolve into absolute beginning, as well as the exchange of the scattered absolute beginning. Heavenly Venerate Hao had also comprehended to this step. The intelligence of these 9 people is extraordinary, to be able to comprehend so many things in one night. They might have hidden them away and only taught Zhang Yunjian the unimportant parts, hiding the most important parts. Qin Mu couldn't help exclaiming in admiration, "I really want to imprison them here and let them comprehend it day and night to deduce all the secrets of the path markings of Miluo Palace for me." Even though the 7 heavenly venerates and the 2 ancient gods had hidden it away and hadn't taught everything they had comprehended to Zhang Yunjian, it still gave Qin Mu great enlightenment and allowed him to comprehend even more things. Qin Mu was about to calm his heart and tidy it up when Zhang Yunjian rushed over with a flustered expression. "Adoptive father, Heavenly Venerate Shao is back." Qin Mu's expression changed slightly, and Zhang Yunjian took out a piece of paper. "Heavenly Venerate Shao asked me to pass this painting to Great Change." Qin Mu took it and looked at it, only to see that it was a golden ship. "I still gave myself away." Qin Mu took a long breath. In order to show the majesty of Great Change, he didn't dare to doubt it, so he moved a golden palace hall from the golden ship to become Great Change's palace hall. The golden hall had the Qi of chaos, which could blind the divine eyes of Heavenly Venerate Dawn, Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse, and the others. They couldn't see Qin Mu's appearance clearly, so they couldn't discover that Great Change had been transformed by Qin Mu. However, the only flaw was that Ancient God Supreme Son had once boarded the golden ship. Thinking about it, it must have been a mistake. "Who else is by Heavenly Venerate Dawn's side?" he asked. Zhang Yunjian said, "There's no one else, only Heavenly Venerate Shao." A bright light flickered in Qin Mu's eyes, and he said solemnly, "Yunjian, invite him here." Zhang Yunjian was astonished and said in a low voice, "Foster father. Go. I have my own plans." Zhang Yunjian could only leave in a hurry. Not long later, Heavenly Venerate Xiao walked over leisurely and came to Qin Mu's side. He raised his head to look at the stone carvings on the cliff, and after a moment, he smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu wasn't scary last night. His words were full of coaxing and deception, and he almost fooled me. His deception is even more brilliant than that of ancient god Taiji. In that case, Grady isn't here." Qin Mu said leisurely, "Even I don't know where Grady is, so I could only come up with this plan. I didn't scare Dao brother, right? It's fine, it's fine." Heavenly Venerate Xiao smiled and said leisurely, "Actually, Great Change has met with danger, right? He might even be dead." Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. "If Great Change is safe and sound, you don't need to go through so much trouble and even risk being exposed by us. All you need to do is tell us that Great Change isn't here. And what can we do to you? Because of Tai Yi, the person who has achieved Dao, we don't dare to touch you." Heavenly Venerate Xiao smiled. "It's precisely because Tai Yi has encountered an unimaginable danger, and might even die, that you didn't hesitate to take such a huge risk to disguise yourself as Tai Yi. Your goal isn't to have fun, but to protect this sacred land and eternal peace. I can keep your secret for you." Qin Mu smiled. "But you have to pay the price." Heavenly Venerate Xiao smiled. "Any good thing in this world has to pay the price. Back then, when I helped you protect eternal peace, you also paid the price. It's the same now. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you will never be able to escape from my five-finger mountain." Qin Mu gave a cold snort and didn't speak. "You can save Celestial Master Ling, but we need to work together." Celestial Master Xiao said indifferently, "When you save Celestial Master Ling, it will be the moment Supreme Emperor dies, and it will also be the time for me to take back my corporeal body. Do you understand this point?" Qin Mu nodded slowly. "I understand." Celestial Master Xiao smiled. "I have the capacity to tolerate people. Whether it's you, Founding Emperor Celestial Master Yu, or Celestial Master Ling, I can tolerate all of you. I can even give you power and status as long as you don't change your ways and try to resist. Heavenly Venerate Fire has done very well. Do you understand?" Qin Mu said. "This humble subject understands, and Founding Emperor will also understand." Heavenly Venerate Xiao smiled. "On the day of success, I won't treat you unfairly. Thank you for your Majesty's grace." Heavenly Venerate Xiao laughed loudly and turned to leave. He said leisurely, "You couldn't defeat me in Eternal Peace Calamity, and it's the same now. When you're ready to save Heavenly Venerate Ling, inform me in advance and don't make any decisions on your own. I won't give you a second chance. Farewell, Your Majesty." Qin Mu watched him leave and revealed a smile. He said in a low voice, "With Heavenly Venerate Zhao's help, saving Heavenly Venerate Ling is stable. Saving Heavenly Venerate Yun is also stable." He let out a long sigh of relief. He had never felt so relaxed before. "Heavenly Venerate Xiao, it's not that you're old, but that I've grown up." The smile on his face became thicker and thicker. He said in a low voice, "In the past, I was weak and could be controlled by you. But now, I've grown to a level where I can stand on equal footing with you. You want to control me, but it's a pity that you can't control me anymore. Be careful that your head doesn't bleed." Ancient God's Son waited outside the 100,000 Sacred Mountain. Not long after, Celestial Master Xiao walked out of the Sacred Mountain. Ancient God's Son hurriedly went up to him and asked in a low voice, "Dao brother, how did the discussion with Celestial Master Mu go?" "Very smooth." Celestial Master Xiao smiled. "Celestial Master Mu is very tactful, and he has no choice but to be tactful. Because his biggest backer has fallen, he can only rely on me in this world. He is still ambitious, and when he saves Celestial Master Ling, he will definitely make a move. But I will let him know that any of his actions will be in vain." He revealed a powerful confidence, as if he was the one who had unified the world back then. Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning, who was in charge of the universe, returned. "When I take back my body, devour Emperor Tai's primordial spirit, and kill my way to the ultimate void to devour Emperor Tai's Dao tree, I will be the most powerful existence in this world, an invincible existence. Even if all the Heavenly Venerates join forces, including Heavenly Venerate Qin, Heavenly Venerate Mu, Heavenly Venerate Yu, and heavenly venerate Ling, none of them would be my match. Ancient Godson let out a sigh of relief and smiled. I'll congratulate Dao brother in advance. Heavenly venerate Xiao laughed loudly. When I destroy the space on the other shore and destroy all the creators, becoming Dao will be extremely easy for me. At that time the two of you can also become Dao. Ancient God's son revealed a look of longing. In the sacred mountain, Qin Mu was still comprehending the Dao markings of the master of Miluo Palace. His mind was immersed in it, and the more he studied the Dao markings, the more respectful he felt. The talent of the master of Miluo Palace was simply too profound. With just this Dao markings, he was worthy of being the #1 person in the 17 universes. However, it was still difficult for Qin Mu to comprehend the changes of the Dao markings in a short period of time. He could only make the power of his one finger of primordial chaos stronger. He got up and went to the golden ship. Blind, Granny C, and the rest were still coming in and out of the golden ship, searching every golden hall. Muir, there are many secrets in this ship. Granny Si saw him coming and immediately said, "We can see the owner of this ship from time to time. When we were exploring the Golden Hall, we would bump into him from time to time." Qin Mu said, "This ship was forged by the owner of Miluo Palace and used to pass through the world. He had put in too much effort on the ship, so his figure was imprinted in the ship, and there would be occasional echoes of history." Granny Si shook her head. "Sometimes it doesn't seem like the echoes of history. Occasionally, we would see the real master of Miluo Palace, and we had even talked to him before." Qin Mu was astonished and shook his head. "The master of Miluo Palace is already dead, so what you guys have met must be the echoes of history. As for talking to him, it's most likely that this ship is playing tricks. This ship has a spirit." Blind's expression was solemn. "Muir, this ship is indeed strange. What we have seen is definitely not the afterglow of history, so it must be the real Miluo Palace master. Let me bring you there to take a look." Qin Mu shook his head and couldn't help laughing. He followed behind Blind and pushed open the door of a hall. "We met Miluo Palace master here, and he even taught us how to cultivate." He revealed a bewildered expression, and saw that the interior of the hall was empty. There was no one there. Blind was bewildered and said, "There were people here earlier. Many people saw it." Granny Si, Wei Suifeng, Crown Prince Yuming, and the rest nodded and said in unison, "We all saw it." Qin Mu smiled. "Your cultivation is shallow, so it's probably because the master of Miluo Palace is too strong and the brand is too real. It affected all of you and made you treat the echoes of history as reality. There's no need to make a fuss. When all of you cultivate to my level, you will be able to see through all of this." Everyone was furious, but there was nothing they could do. Qin Mu indeed had the right to say that their cultivations were shallow. Qin Mu sent them off the ship, but the golden ship refused to let them off no matter what. Qin Mu tried his best to persuade them, whispering to each other. After a long time, he finally persuaded them with reason. Finally, the ship was willing to let them off. Everyone saw him mumbling to the ship non-stop, and they couldn't help looking at each other in dismay. Muir is under too much pressure. He's most likely crazy. Granny C felt her heart ache. It's time for him to find a companion. Qin Mu sent everyone off the golden ship and left 100,000 sacred mountain on it. Is the brand of the master of Miluo Palace really so strong that even an existence on the emperor's throne realm like Crown Prince Wei Suifeng and Yuming would make a mistake? Their eyesight is far inferior to mine, so they most likely can't tell the difference between imprints and reality. The golden ship sailed out of Sacred Mountain, and Qin Mu suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by in a golden hall. His heart couldn't help jumping. Is it imprints? His heart was beating fast, and he went to search but he couldn't find it. Ignore him. I'll go to Carefree Village to see Founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Moon first. 2 months later, the golden ship arrived at Carefree Village. Along the way, Qin Mu indeed noticed that he wasn't the only one on the ship. He would occasionally see other figures flashing by. However, when he went to search, he still couldn't find them. This figure was like the specter of the Imperial Guards on Ghost Ship. When he looked at it, it would turn into nothingness. Even if he executed the divine art of material difficulty, he couldn't stop the figure. Founding Emperor came forward to welcome him, But Qin Mu cast aside his distracting thoughts and went forward to welcome him with a smile. Founding Emperor. I'm here to help you attain Tao. Founding Emperor landed on the ship and sized up the golden ship. I'm still a little short of attaining Tao, he said. Without God Execution Platform, my Tao realm would never be able to advance one step further. And the God Execution Platform of the Ancestral Court was controlled by concubine Gao Tian. I went to her place and she took it away, cutting off my path of attaining Tao. There's someone else on your ship. Qin Mu's heart jumped and he hurriedly looked over. But he didn't see anyone. He smiled and said, Qi Tian concubine has already been killed by me. Not only did I bring God Execution Stage, I also brought God Execution Mysterious Knife, which is enough to make your Tao realm perfect. Empress Changtian is dead? And she died in your hands. Founding Emperor's heart jumped, and he looked at Qin Mu in astonishment. After a moment, only then did he say, after you have refined Tribulation Sword, your abilities have greatly improved. Even though the treasured sword is sharp, the cultivation of the person in charge of the sword shouldn't fall behind. If you rely too much on sharp weapons, you will lose the motivation to advance. Qin Mu took out God Execution Platform. My cultivation has never fallen behind, he said. In fact, I'm unprecedentedly strong now. I can already compete with Heavenly Venerate on the same stage. Founding Emperor, at my age back then, what was your cultivation? You don't have to worry about me. Founding Emperor thought about it. At Qin Mu's age, he was still a tiny god. Far from Qin Mu's current achievements. It was probably because he had too high expectations of him, which was why he was worried that he would fall. On God Execution Platform, the power of the two divine knives had already recovered by a lot, but they still hadn't recovered to their peak condition. The two Blood Fiend divine knives were entangled on God Execution Platform, and their power was astonishing. They could sever primordial spirits, corporeal bodies, and Tao hearts. These two divine knives seem to be weaker than before, and they can't compare to the power of the Battle of Xiandu. Founding Emperor sized them up and said in doubt, the power of the two divine knives is too weak now, so they probably can't help me attain the path. I'm too strong, so God Execution Platform can't give me much pressure. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. The power of the two divine knives on God Execution Platform was incomparably terrifying. Even though they hadn't recovered to their peak, they would still die upon contact, and they would die upon contact. Yet Founding Emperor actually felt that the power was too weak. The knives are made by humans, so with God Execution Mysterious Knives and no one executing them, the power is naturally too shallow for you. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. Furthermore, what you want isn't pressure, but to comprehend the Tao Heart Tao realm in God Execution Platform. How about this? I'll control these two divine knives and give you a helping hand. What do you think? Founding Emperor raised his sword eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, all right. However, I'm worried that your ability isn't enough to control these two divine knives. Qin Mu twisted his waist and shook his neck to stretch his body. In the Battle of Mystic City, I held a divine knife in my hand, so how many heavenly venerates did I kill? Back then I didn't control God's slaying mystic knife, but now that I have it in my hand, I'm even more worried about you. After all, you're old and I'm still in my prime. Founding Emperor smiled. How can gods and devils be old and young? Heavenly Venerate Mu must be joking. Heavenly Venerate Qin is too polite. Qin Mu raised his hand to welcome him. Since that's the case, shall Heavenly Venerate Qin go up the stage? Founding Emperor held the sword sheath of Carefree Sword in his left hand and slowly went up the stage. Qin Mu's body rose into the air and came to the top of God Execution Stage. He floated in the middle of two God Execution profound knives which were like two blood fiend dragons that whizzed around him. He narrowed his eyes and raised his palm. The blood fiend dragons swam past his palm, and the reverse scales were rough and sharp as they rubbed against his palm. Blood flowed out of his palm, but the two blood fiend dragons seemed incomparably docile. Over the past few days, he had already refined God Execution Stage and God Execution Stage. Even the two God Execution black knives had been refined by him, and he could refine them with ease. Below, Founding Emperor resisted the killing aura of the divine knives and walked up to the stage step by step. There seemed to be layers of invisible sword path domains around him. The knife lights of God Execution Stage flickered, and when they entered his domain, they collided with each other. To Qin Mu, God Execution Stage only had 30 steps, but to Founding Emperor it had 35 steps. This was the strangeness of God Execution Platform. The higher the cultivation of Tao Realm, the more steps there were, and the more powerful the divine knives on the platform would be. Finally, Founding Emperor took the 35th step and reached God Execution Platform. Back then, when Qin Mu, Butcher, and other Knife Tao masters had joined hands to reach God Execution Platform, they had already used their divine knives and ultimate skills. However, Founding Emperor didn't use his sword when he reached the 35th step. Whoosh! The two dragon heads of God Execution mysterious knives paused for a moment before pouncing down. Qin Mu's gaze landed on Founding Emperor and searched for his weakness, allowing the two divine knives to attack on their own. On the God Execution stage, Founding Emperor seemed to be strolling leisurely. He pulled out his sword and waved it casually, forcing the two God Execution mysterious knives away again and again. His sword path was too strong, so it was somewhat difficult to use God Execution stage to sharpen his sword path because it was very difficult for God Execution mysterious knives to hurt him. His Tao heart was too strong. With such a strong Tao heart, the God-slaying platform, which was used to sharpen his Tao heart, was useless to him. At his level, it was indeed difficult for him to advance further. It was the same reason why he wanted to ascend to the God-slaying platform during the Battle of Xiandu. He was too strong. He needed a great tempering in order to become a Tao master. Gao Tian Consort was a celestial venerable. By mastering the God-slaying platform and the God-slaying black saber, she could stimulate his potential and help him to become a Tao master. And now the power of God Execution Black Knife had been greatly reduced, so he could no longer feel the pressure. Suddenly, the blood-colored knife lights that covered the sky and earth vanished, and two divine knives rose into the sky. Founding Emperor couldn't help raising his head to look. The sky above him was blue, and there were no clouds. It was clear, and he could almost see the stars beyond the sky. Founding Emperor narrowed his eyes. He saw Qin Mu bringing the two divine knives and soaring into the sky. He was getting farther and farther away from God Execution stage, and soon Qin Mu was as far away as a tiny ant. Founding Emperor raised his head and looked at Qin Mu from across the sky. He was still far away, but he had already reached the horizon of Carefree Village. Only then did he stop. Founding Emperor raised his eyebrows and inserted Carefree sword into the sheath. His right hand trembled and he moved his 5 fingers. Only then did he grasp the hilt and prepare to attack. While in the sky, Qin Mu held Blood Fiend God Execution knife and shook it hard. The two divine knives were merged together and turned into a divine knife. This knife was blood red in color and used the dragon's head as a weapon, the dragon's fin as a blade, and the dragon's bone as the backbone. It carried the unparalleled killing intent that had been nurtured by slaying the heavenly duke. Qin Mu held the knife, bent down and gathered his strength. He suddenly grinned and took a step forward. At that moment, a meteor seemed to have suddenly appeared in the sky above Carefree Village. It broke through the horizon and entered the atmosphere of Carefree Village. It was dim at first, but as it fell, it became brighter and brighter. That light was a blood-colored light that illuminated Carefree Village until it was blood red. Later on, it was like a sea of blood. At the same time, the entire God-slaying platform shone brightly. The natural Great Tao patterns lit up. Suddenly, the blood-colored light surged up like a tide. The blade light and the blood-colored light connected together. When Founding Emperor looked up, he could no longer see where the blade light and the blood-colored light were. Suddenly, a blade mark appeared on Founding Emperor's face. Before the Godslayer Black Saber arrived, a wound had already appeared on his face. The blood in the wound on his face was actually flowing upwards. The qi and blood in his body were also floating, continuously surging towards the wound. As expected of the number 1 ferocious weapon in the world, Founding Emperor could not help but become excited. He unsheathed his sword and the sword light gathered with his fresh blood. His sword Tao fused into the drops of fresh blood that flew up. Suddenly, a few crisp clangs rang out. The instant his fresh blood collided with the God-slaying black saber, the sword Tao contained in his blood suddenly exploded. Founding Emperor's eyes lit up. He had finally seen the God-slaying black saber in the sea of blood. Carefree sword met the God-slaying black saber in the blood tide. His sword Dao burst forth from this sword. And in an instant 35 layers of the heaven sword domain appeared in the blood light. Boom! The sea of blood in the sky above God execution platform exploded, and the frenzied knife light and sword light tangled together. In the blink of an eye, Founding Emperor was covered in blood and wounds everywhere. This wasn't Qin Mu's personal power, but the power of God execution mysterious knife and God execution platform. This God execution platform was extremely marvelous. Standing on it, the number of heavens in Dao realm would be the same as the number of heavens in Dao realm. Qin Mu's own knife Dao realm was only 26 heavens, so if he joined hands with Butcher and the rest, he would be able to raise knife Dao to 30 heavens, so he definitely wouldn't be able to hurt Founding Emperor. However, with the help of God execution platform, he could execute the Dao realm of 35 heavens. This was the strength of God execution platform, and it was also the strength of Founding Emperor. Without Founding Emperor, an existence with 35 heavens of Dao realm, standing on God execution platform, he wouldn't be able to control the power of 35 heavens of Dao realm. Adding on the power of God execution profound knife, he had already injured Founding Emperor. It was the first time Founding Emperor had encountered such a fierce attack. The knife lights that came from all directions actually made him feel like he had no way to defend. Not only that, the terrifying knife lights were all-pervasive and slashed at his corporeal body one after another. They slashed at his primordial spirit. Even his Dao heart was invaded by the knife lights and was riddled with holes. God execution mysterious knife, together with God execution stage and Qin Mu, a strong existence who was proficient in knife path, had actually forced Founding Emperor into a passive state. He saw Qin Mu in the bloodlight. The mysterious knife had split into two, and then turned into another one. The length of the knife changed, and it suddenly became near and far. It was like a violent gale, lightning, and a rainstorm. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. Qin Mu attacked him from all angles, and even his Dao realm couldn't block it. His sword domain was also cleaved apart by the two divine knives time and time again. Even though the injuries to his corporeal body and primordial spirit were heavy, the knife marks that landed on his Dao heart were even heavier. God-slaying black knife attacked time and time again like Dao questions, scolding his Dao heart, scolding his actions, making him doubt himself and deny himself. This kind of attack was something he had never seen before, and he did not know how to defend against it. For the first time he was hesitant and indecisive. His unbreakable Dao heart became weak at this moment. It was as if he saw his actions in this life, his failures, and the consequences of his decision when the Founding Emperor tribulation erupted. He saw that during the Founding Emperor tribulation, he brought the most powerful force of the Founding Emperor Heavenly Court to Carefree Village to take refuge. He saw that after they left, the people that the Founding Emperor Heavenly Court protected became homeless and their families scattered. He saw countless living lives tragically dying at the hands of the Celestial Court's gods and devils. He saw those lives that he had promised to protect. He saw the suffering and helplessness that they faced in the face of natural and man-made disasters. He saw them crying and fighting for their lives, but they could not wait for him to fulfill his promise. He saw his old subordinates despair and turn into stone statues one by one. He saw the Founding Emperor era turn into great ruins. He saw the tragic death of the heavenly craftsman god race. He saw the disappointment of Saint Woodcutter. He saw the first ancestor human emperor leading the surviving people of the Founding Emperor era through hardships to survive. He saw first ancestor human emperor turn into a stone statue on Little Jade Capital because of his guilt and refused to wake up. This was Founding Emperor's sin, but first ancestor human emperor had to bear it. Founding Emperor's Dao heart wavered. Qin Mu's knife light made him waver. He couldn't live without any shame in his life. Qin Mu used the marvel of Dao on God execution platform to strike out the shame in his Dao heart. Whoosh! A blood-stained knife light descended. Founding Emperor blocked it with his horizontal sword, but he was forced to kneel on the ground. God execution mysterious knife pressed down on Carefree sword, and Carefree sword stabbed into his shoulder. He knelt on the ground, and it was as if he had returned to the past. He had returned to the moment when he had held the sword for the first time. In his days he saw his master, an unknown swordsman. When he knelt down and begged him to teach him sword skills, The old swordsman's voice sounded out in his Dao heart. Qinyi, why did you learn sword? In the mud, a young child raised his head. His eyes were filled with determination. I learned swordsmanship to protect those who suffer suffering and injustice like me. I learned swordsmanship to have the power to wipe out the injustice in the world and protect the common people. I learned swordsmanship to use the sword as a plow to plow out the river channel so that the floods would not flood and the gods in the sky would not dare to bring disasters. When I learned the sword, I used the sword as a weapon to flatten the fierce beasts, eradicate the demons, establish the rule for the gods, and return peace and prosperity to the world. Can you do it? I can. The old swordsman pressed the sword in his hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, Qinyi, don't forget that this is your original intention. Everything you do in the future cannot go against your original intention. In the bloody light, the founding emperor, who was full of blood, raised his head and looked at the two evil blood dragons that were slashing at him. The dragon's eyes seemed to be mocking his actions all these years, mocking that he had long forgotten what his original intention was. Tears streamed down the founding emperor's face, and his eyes were filled with bloody tears. Pa! The carefree sword in his hand suddenly exploded and turned into dust. The carefree sword that accompanied him in the battle shattered and was completely shattered. However, there was still a sword in his hand that shone in all directions. There was no carefree in his swordsmanship, only the initial heart. The initial heart was the sword.